Come on up. Come on up. You owe me any. Come on up. You said get started. I'm started. I'm here. Come on up. Come on now. I want to. I don't want to hear that crap. I don't want to hear that crap. See, people want to say start it up. Let's go. Come on. You come up. What up? We're gonna talk about the real versus the fake. Okay. The real versus the fake. We're going to talk about many different subjects because this might be just a rant, maybe just a little bit of a rumble. But we're going to start on this one. You asked me to start, but you never come up. You get silent. You look from the weeds. Trust me, I know you've been watching. You may not have made your presence known, but I know you've been watching. What's up, Chance? See, the craziest part about it is that a lot of us in this sector, in this space, don't always have to talk about Keisha. And if I do talk about Keisha, oh well. But it's not going to be overwhelming. But where are you, man? You said let's get it started. Where are you? Come on up. Come on up. Since this is what's going on, and since this is the algorithm, people want to talk about, well, being brave and fighting. Come on now. Here's a little tidbit for you, by the way. Last time you were here about boots on ground. You do know special operations are always first on ground, way before the ground units ever will show up. So we've been boots on ground months before any type of talk about bombing even existed. How the fuck do you think they got so accurate with so many locations? But what do BGS call a lot of people? Pedestrians? But this is a guy who said, I think we should have a ground war. Why the fuck should we have a ground war? Why should we? We're going to talk about the first subject. There's a lot of motherfuckers who need to shut the fuck up when grown folks and experts are talking. That is one of the cardinal sins in the black community that plagues my fucking soul. People will ask your opinion, your expertise, and your fact, but you don't. It's like saying, oh, who's better, Superman? See, this is how you know. And this is why I kind of hate anime sometimes, because it's always power scaling bullshit. It's always power. Read the fucking story and enjoy the fucking character. Okay? Same fucking, oh, is this character this? But first of all, read on the character. You can't go by just a website of a bunch of people ideas. One kid gonna tell me, for example, in comic book lore, Raven can be Darkseid. In what fucking universe? She struggles with Trigon. They had to tone down Darkseid's powers. Even in the New 52. It took the entire Justice League to challenge him. The entire. This motherfucker slap boxes with the anti-monitor. When the fuck has Raven ever done anything like that without being enhanced by Trigon? Y'all need to read books. See, this is the reason why. If you don't read the source material, don't tell me shit. Black people are the same way. You will go to fucking Wikipedia, they get a 5-second little tidbit of shit, not knowing the whole substance or the subject matter. 10% of people like Darkseid is OP. 10% of OP. 10% is OP. You can't even fucking talk about the Omega beams. He does not even have to physically touch you. The motherfucker can create life or take it away. He can bring you back to fucking life. That's the saddest part. But people don't read source material. Don't ask me no fucking question until you read the fucking book. I can go back to when he took over 1,000,000 Daemonites. I can go back to when he had the anti-life equation. There's no version of Raven fucking with him. When Trigon gets beaten by the fucking Teen Titans, it doesn't matter. You telling me Blade, when he became the king of vampires, when he was up, for example, when he was possessed by the ancient vampire in Marvel, and he took over the fucking planet, or New York, whatever the fuck they call it, because you know in Marvel comics, the only thing that exists is fucking New York, and tells you how bad New York is if all the superheroes mainly live there. And you're telling me all these powerful heroes, Doctor Strange, Scarlet Witch, the Incredible Hulk, the X-Men, the Avengers, Captain Marvel couldn't beat him because it was circumstantial. There was circumstances that made him more powerful than normal. This is the fucking part that I hate about anime, that I'm going to go back to my speech about black people. You ruin literature by trying to say this character's more powerful. Go read the fucking material and enjoy it. It's not about fucking power. Because guess what? You make the story so stupid. Supposedly, Sailor Moon's more powerful than Goku. But who the fuck really cares about Sailor Moon? So what you're gonna do? Make Goku more powerful? You don't really. If you really read Dragon Ball, is it really that fulfilling of a story? Is it that deep? The only character that really had any fucking character development are only two, is Piccolo and Vegeta. Gohan is a shell of himself that you had to bring him back because he was very shameful for like 20 fucking years. Nope, nope, nope. I will block you in 5 seconds. I will block you in 5 seconds if you do not come on this panel. Because I'm going to tell you something. I'm not even going to tell you this. First and foremost, you don't fight just for your country. You fight for your brothers who are out there with you. See, this is that cowardly shit that I talk about. You want to say some real egregious shit, but you can't even back it up in real time? No, bring your ass up here. Since you said I support this war so much, show me where I support it. Show me, where did you fight? What's up, everybody? Ryan, blood boiling, Bruce, CJ, Jance, Kuma. Nah, because I'm getting tired of this bullshit. Y'all want to hide behind the shadows. You don't even know how warfare is conducted, but you want to tell me some dumb shit, and I mean literal fucking dumb shit that you don't even comprehend what I fucking told you. Okay? You can't even comprehend what the fuck was stated to you. And that's dangerous, dude. That is dangerous. It's not even cute. It's not even cute. And I'm going to tell you why it's not cute. Because jackasses like you will come up here and make some egregious statements and expect nobody to ever check you on them. You come off like this know it all motherfucker without having any basis of thought to say, you know what? Let me listen to what this person says fully and then make an assessment. No, 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 no. You know what you'll do? You'll literally come out of your own goddamn shit. Make not only a horrible assessment, but also what? Definitively make an ass of yourself. Why don't you fight? Why don't you fight against it? You're not going to do it. You're not going to do it. And I'm going to tell you why you're not going to do it. Because this whole entire time, you criticize and accuse me of something. When have you actually put your ass on the line for something? We gonna make it fun. We gonna make it fashionable. Well, in the original writing, he was supposed to be the next protector, but it's the Hulk Hogan effect. Macho Man was great, but you can't. But you guess what? You're gonna give it back to Hogan. Well, I'm trained up for urban ops. I can train people for urban ops. Here's the problem: you're gonna have to make parents parent again. This is what happens when you have two generations of motherfuckers who any man will do, and I'm only having this baby for the check and attention. Every city goes through this because where do kids have to go? You don't have any rec centers. You don't have any city led sports. You don't have any jobs. You don't have any job training, skills training. So, what are these kids going to do? Be wayward. Do what you like. You demoralize police departments. You fragmented hope within the department where people are like, you know what, fuck this. I'm only here for my check now. Fuck making a difference. If your child gets caught something and they're underage and they're your child, you should be fined. You and your child should be fined, made to do community service, and or incarcerated if necessary. So what? I don't give a fuck. So what are they gonna say? You're wrong, Charles. And I don't want to hear shit from anybody in the community because the community lacks what? discipline. And you know it's true. Your sons are softer than fucking one ply toilet paper when it's wet. Your daughters are acting like wayward bitches out there, like a bunch of strags. And you're supposed to say, we're not supposed to be hard. You're going to have to make parents be parents. You're going to have to make a few examples. A lot of you parents, your kids do something wrong, you're going to be penalized for your kids. And or we're going to penalize your kids as well. You both can share a jail cell. You both can share this fine. You both can share this community service. Oh, no, 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 no. Don't. Because this is the one thing you're going to hear. First of all, every country has the right to attack if necessary, especially when there's human rights violations. Here's the craziness about it. Should America or any country go to war with a country that support global terrorism? Answer yourself that. Because you don't want to get up here because you don't want to embarrass and let yourself be out. We're not even a fucking command. Should we use the National Guard? Not now, not right now. What you should do is get the police departments, the sheriff departments, because I'm going to tell you the truth. A lot of sheriff departments in metropolitan areas have it really, really fucking easy. And yes, the sheriff is an elected official, so the mayor cannot tell the sheriff what to do. What's up, Opo? What's up, LAPD? But this is what needs to be done. You should get every fucking law enforcement agency not to violate rights. If they want to walk around, chill out, they should do so. It's your American right. But once you start violating and causing havoc, hammer their asses. Make arrest. Make their parents come get them. Citation their parents. The problem is that you don't teach the kids right. And guess what? I'm sorry. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. I do blame the music and the culture. The culture and the music never grew up. The culture and the music is shitty. It's disturbing. It does not. There's no positive hip hop out there. Trust me, none of it's positive. I don't want to hear none of this shit. Think about it. America has reaped what it sowed with this single mother shit. They don't build anything. And yes, we can actually say that. They don't build shit. I don't know why the fuck do we still have single motherhood. Still wondering. This is what the community loves. This is what the community praises. And if you look at majority of music today in the black community, it's fucking negative. It's disgusting. You're telling me right now we're doing better than we ever did before when it comes to music? And the answer is no. The answer is an astounding hell no. But it goes back to culture. And who teaches culture? Once again, I want you to see who teaches culture. Nobody ever asks, where's the trades? Where's the college prep? All we want to do is have fun with no consequences. That's all the fuck we want to do. I want you to really think about that for a second. All we do is have fun. We don't sound like we're trying to build. Because I'm going to tell you the truth. We ain't building shit. We ain't building shit. I dare anybody to say we are. What are we building? We worrying about stupid shit. More lace fronts, thank you. Now, we'll talk a little bit more about this, right? We have kids out there going out, wreaking havoc in malls, in streets, party lines. I want you to think about this shit, right? Does that look like A law enforcement issue or a parenting issue? I want people to actually let me know. Because law enforcement issues and tactics with juveniles are something else. There's so much paperwork, and reasonably so, going into a juvenile engagements. In the Baltimore Police Department, you have what's called juvenile custody reports, meaning that you're taking temporary custody of said juvenile. So, even with that one, you become a temporary parent anyway. So, you're getting hundreds, at least tens and twenties of kids who have been wayward. What do you do with them? Nobody wants to ever answer that question. What do you do with them? So, you're going to have to find some type of programming for them. These are the same schools that have literally failed your kids when it came to what? Education, learning, curriculum. But these are the same parents that fail their children constantly. And just for shits and giggles, right? How many times have I told you people that special forces are going to be in certain areas prior to any engagement? It's just what it is historically. But, people who come to places and don't understand that you may know something that they don't get it. Now, what else do we need to talk about? I think that a lot of people don't understand, you know, people who have expertise in certain shit. I really, I've really noticed that because people get too offended when someone tells them, okay, that's not how the system works. And what happens is we get into a pissing contest because we don't want to admit that there's something that another individual may have more information about than we do. And this W Maker is a good example of it. You might have misconstrued because this is what I understand. You heard not to comprehend, but to make a reply. That's what you did. And you made the cardinal mistake of doing that several times over, purposely. Not because it was actually a mistake, it's because you wanted to come over here. You don't even have the guts to come on the panel and then make a statement because you feel a certain way about a certain event. Cool. But then you come over trying to talk that good shit like you came here on some really good pretenses, which you have not been. And we know you haven't been, which has been your whole character, man. Your whole character. And I'm using you for an example because you heard me multiple times say, I could say fuck Iran. Doesn't mean I'm gonna go to war. But obviously, because of emotional outbursts and not being one of them people paying attention to what's being said, you have the ability or think you have the ability to come in there and try to throw a rock and hide your hand. But my friend, I haven't been disingenuous with you, but you have been utterly shameful with me. You've been shameful. You didn't even come on the panel to explain yourself because we all know that first and foremost, live speaking is going to display more of your thought than typing in the chat. When I tell you that no matter what engagement you like, No matter what engagement I like, special forces have been there for months, if not a year. That's just how they operate. You think Delta Force is not there? You think the fucking Green Berets are not there? You think the SEAL teams are not? The Marine Recons? I mean, the word recon should say something to you. You think all these specialized groups are not in there first? My God. I want you to see this is the problem. I got 11 people, but this is the funniest part. Even when I posted my joint over at BGS's channel, how many people came over from BGS? We got 12 people. And I want you to think about this, guy. Regardless of what the hell you think, regardless of what the hell I think, there's certain motions that are going to take place that are just part of the program. Simply put, that's just how it is, man. How it is. It's just like the first part of the criminal justice system is usually interaction between police. There's some things that are just going to be protocol. I want you to go look up what Green Berets actually do. They're called force multipliers. They're called force multipliers for a reason. Why are they gone? Why are Green Berets put through extensive language schooling? What is their primary objective? What is their prime? What is special operations, special forces, Army, special U.S. Army Special Forces? What is their prime objective? What are they designed to do? Why are they put through extensive language courses, not only including their specialties of being the weapon, the medic, or the engineering or the radio sergeant? Why? Why? One of the fucking ways we actually win wars is to win what? Hearts and minds. Probably more now, Lost. Do I need to get on my computer and get off my goddamn iPad to bring up the screen to prove shit to you? I will. I want y'all to really get into this notion of actually studying and listening to what the hell a lot of the experts in this space say to you. Because a lot of guys here get really fucking emotional and overzealous about shit that's being said, but you're not understanding what's being taught. Because there's no military or paramilitary person in this goddamn chat who's disagreed with the fuck I said. Depending on how old your grandparents or great grandparents, if they're still around. Ask that old man about the frogmen. What are the seals' main objective? What were they known for? Where did they get their lineage from? Where did they get their lineage from? Where did they get their lineage from? Underwater demolitions. You think that would be helpful in a preemptive strike? Nigga almost made me spill my Minute Maid. I really want you to take heed. And I'm using this as an example. Digest first what the person is saying before you regurgitate it, at least. Because I think the problem is that so many people yell on Keisha talk is that they forget how to think like fucking men. We are so concerned about Keisha when you don't even know how to defend yourself in your own goddamn homes. Some of you. Hopefully, none of the motherfuckers that are the faithful few of my channel, the multifaceted men and women. I know for sure it's raining and sure it's shitting. See, that's one of the biggest parts of it is that a lot of young men are taking cues from the older guys, and I guess you could call me an older guy now, middle aged guy at least. And they're trying to conduct themselves in a realm of men, and they're seeing how a lot of men are reacting to situations, and we're doing it poorly. Very poorly. Very poorly. What's up, Zulu? What's the question, man? So when it comes to techniques to all levels, who do you think has the best skills, men or women? I'm having this conversation with a random guy. It always depends on the individual, but most times it's going to be men because men are going to be more logical about it. It takes a very logical woman to be in combat sports because that shit has to be one of those things where you got to be honest about yourself. And a lot of women are not, unfortunately. There's a lot of, even men are stuck in emotionalism. Even men are stuck in emotionalism. But women, I want you to think how many women will probably tell you they fight men? How many? They won't even they won't even give you a good time when they dominated a man in a fight. But yet if they get hit full on by a man, they're ready to call the police. What was his statement? Because women don't really look for protection in general for themselves. They don't really look for it in themselves. They look for men to protect them. Are there outliers? Sure. But how many women are actually in love with men who can't fight, can't defend them? Unless she's an aggressive woman, like a Leslie Jones. It's the same shit as that. This is the sad part. Because is the guy black? Number one, because in the white community, in every other community, it was always dad that you feared when it comes to being disciplined. In the black community, your mama's more feared. Oh no, my mom, she's strong as shit. She do this. No, you allow your mother to do things. Stop it. That's the reason why young men don't have fear for older men because there's no daddy in the home. Well, if you're still talking to him, give him the link to here. I'll ask him a couple of things if he wants to come. But, something about these spaces on the internet when people are live, they don't like to talk. I don't know why. We're women more sound about skills. Now, if a woman uses, she's going to have to rely on skills more than men are because guess what? She doesn't have the strength and the size and density of men to rely on. I don't think that. Is he still up there? I mean, give him the link and tell him to come on up. Because I'll tell you, most women don't really want to practice hard. That's one thing I want to hear. Hey, what's up, AL? Put the link out in a minute. I'm going to look at it like this. Why do you think the law is made? Why do you think the law is made when it comes to domestic violence a certain way? If women were so skillful, why would they need the law on their side when they can start fights? Why do men come to their aid? What skillful things have you seen women do? Let's go to college. Let's go to college. Okay? My day's pretty cool so far. Let's look at skillful, right? In women. Let's go to college. We'll even just do the black community, right? Our women have more degrees, right? But we trumped them several times over in STEM. What does that tell you? They don't do the most skillful shit, okay? They don't. Most of their degrees are what? Sit on your ass degrees. It's kind of funny because in my heart of hearts, I don't even think that sometimes drill sergeants, females, should be with male fucking recruits. I really don't. But if you're talking about a guy who coached women in combat sports, those women are not that skilled. Let's take Clarissa Shields. She's probably the best female boxer today or ever. Now, does she look like a very skilled boxer? Because even in the UFC, you have a closer gap in skill to men's MMA than you do to females. Okay? Clarissa just throws hooks. Because I don't really think, people may think this is sexist, but I don't give a shit. How are you going to teach me to go to war, but you're exempt from being on the fucking fighting? You're not even in the infantry. You're exempt from there. You're not, matter of fact, they opened up combat arms, and I don't see a rush of none of you bitches going. It's the same fucking shit. The same fucking shit. When they talk about females wanting to vote, nobody tells the story about women voting. Lord knows, Zulu, fuck this shit. I'm going on my computer. I'm unleashing an unholy jihad now. Since y'all got me, since I'm demonetized, the only way I'm gonna make money is to entertain some motherfuckers. Y'all need to thank Zulu for this shit. Because I'm going back on the computer, man. Y'all need to thank Zulu for this shit. Because I'm going to prove some shit to some of y'all lame brains, liberal-minded motherfuckers. Hey, what's up, Tiger Crane? See, this is the one thing about anybody who's ever taken martial arts or taught or any combat sports. You don't hear anybody saying the women are the supreme skill, okay? Do they have to use skill more than men? Yes. Because guess what? We had to develop it because guess what? Men had to go against men of greater strength and size. With that being said, women do not like to say, hey, help me practice this technique. Women typically are like, hey, what's an easier way of doing this? And we're looking at this chick and saying, the fuck you mean? What's an easier way to do it is to keep practicing 1,000 fucking times. You got sorry ass Angel Reese. Yeah, she's from Baltimore and shit. But sorry is sorry. Fuck it all. You got sorry ass Angel Reese who won't go into off season and practice her game. Why? Because she's using it as a springboard for a fucking. Hopefully, she gets a fucking clothing line or something. Because God knows she ain't gonna make it as a goddamn baller. She sucks. She fucking sucks. You want to tell me about, not you, Zulu, but a motherfucker want to tell me about women in combat. I've taught young men and young women about combat sports. Guess who took it more seriously? Guess who took shit more seriously? You could take boxing. I could even go to MMA. The greatest female fighter in MMA history is Amanda Nunes. Amanda fucking Nunes. Great skill. But you're going to compare her skill to fucking Anderson Silva, GSP, Cain Velasquez, John Jones, Fedor Emelianenko, Randy Couture? Who's the greatest female basketball player? Who's the greatest female basketball player ever? Can you really compare her to Jordan? Is it close? Is it comparable? Is it comparable? Is it comparable to Jordan? Is it comparable to Larry Bird, LeBron, anybody? Testing, testing. One, two, three. How many Negroes can really right now hear me? I think Amanda Nunez is above average male. Very skilled male. I think the fucking fact of the matter is that if we want skill for skill, and we're just talking about skills, I don't see it. Even when you look at, even when you look at people like fucking Caitlin Clark. Well, I said I've learned how to approach in combat with boxing. I lean more into my speed due to my size, and BJJ, Brazilian Jiu Jitsu, learn to leverage my body weight and take down bigger opponents. Let me put it to you this way. There's a lot of shit that people don't like to say. I'm still here, folks. Okay, did y'all miss me? Judo's cool. A lot of good throws. Am I biased towards wrestling? Yes. Because I haven't seen, if you see wrestlers go to judo, they do pretty well. You don't see too many judo guys going into wrestling doing pretty well because you took away 80% of their technique when you take away the gi. I'm sorry, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Sorry, folks. You know what actually grew? It wasn't the power, it wasn't the speed. It was actually perfecting the technique step by step by step. I can go by a step, even just standing up when you're in the referee's position. One, two, three, four, and you're turning in. One, two, three, four. One, two, three, four. One. Boom. It's because you learn how to be more explosive. You learn how to cut the corners. Well, I won't say cut the corners. You learn how to use an economy of motion, as I like to call it. Because one, you learn, okay, what's going to make this move much more efficient? That's what people don't learn, the efficiency of those goddamn moves. How can I test it if it's real? Because in most martial arts, how can you test if your fucking technique is real unless you apply it in real life or in as close to a real situation as you can? My defense has to be immaculate. Why? I have to train that shit even more than my offense. Because guess what? If I'm doing something defensively, I'm probably in a very compromised position. You might be rocked, you might be fatigued, you might be tired. Your technique doesn't mean shit to me when you're fresh. Your technique means the world to you when you're not fresh or you're in an uncompromising position. Brazilian Jiu Jitsu has shitty takedowns. I love Brazilian Jiu Jitsu, but they have shitty takedowns. Have they gotten better? Some have, but for the majority of the time, no. You learn how to stop panicking. You learn how to focus on the technique. You learn how to really just, hey, I don't care what this guy does because I know what I could do. Trust me, grappling with a gi and grappling without a gi is a hell of a difference. Since y'all want me to be on the goddamn computer, somebody hit the cash app because you know it's rare for me to be on the computer. I'm not monetized. I'm teaching y'all a lot of shit. Okay? Now, even in wrestling, I think the last Olympics, Kennedy Blades and Emil, I forget her first name, they're up there in skill that's comparable to men. But guess what? You had to groom those girls, now young ladies, from very young ages. Because here's the difference between a lot of sports. You have to battle a lot of men. I'm gonna show this video real quick. When people talk about DEI hires, we're gonna talk about some DEI shit. Okay. Shout out to Green Beret Chronicles. Give him a like for the video. Give him also, you know, if you're not subscribed to him, subscribe to him. 9 to 2 this way. All that's all good, but if it wasn't for wrestling, none of those fucking arts would. Hapkido is just judo and taekwondo. If you really want to break it down, what's judo? Wrestling with clothes. What's lucha libre? Wrestling with speedos. What's sambo? Wrestling with a singlet and a judo gi. If it wasn't for wrestling, none of those styles would exist. Thanks for the like and the watch. You know, if you could take a person down, you dictate a fight. Especially if you're a great takedown artist and you're explosive. Rarely. They have male, but here's the thing. Are you getting blasted like you would blast your fucking male partners? That's the difference.
Number 40. When you find a sister in someone who is not blood, keep her.
Anybody hear this? Try to turn my damn sound up for one. Ugh. Let me know if you can hear this. Yep. Wu-Tang, Mr. Jesse. Like Wu-Tang ran Region Thrag ain't nothing to fuck with.
Well, if here, my friends, captain, maybe company commander, 75th Ranger Regiment, and Ranger School, no doubt. Hear a lot of people saying, even on her channel, TikTok.
Let me remove it. Stop share screen. Yeah.
Video in the pinned comment.
I didn't get selected.
I don't know what the fuck's going on with the sound, so bear with me.
For service in 75th just because I was a woman. I got selected because I was the most qualified candidate.
Okay, let's go. Shout out to Green Beret Chronicles. He's a 20+ year Green Beret veteran. Black dude. Got to give him credit for that one. One of the few black guys you see in Special Forces. Give him a like and give him a subscribe. It's got good shit.
I didn't get selected for service in 75th just because I was a woman. I got selected because I was the most qualified candidate.
You know exactly how to be you or how to be me.
She will be an asset to Ranger Regiment wherever she serves once she earns her Ranger tab.
Rule number 40. When you find a sister in someone who is not blood, keep her.
Well, if here, my friends, captain, maybe company commander, 75th Ranger Regiment, and Ranger School, no doubt. Hear a lot of people saying, even on her channel, TikTok, we'll get to it, that it's DEI. Is it? She could be the most outstanding candidate ever, right? Let's take a gander. She's not terribly happy about it.
What's going on, guys? We got a reaction within a reaction, right? I will link Jameson's video in the pinned comment. Go over there, showing some love. Recently,
And by the way, shout out to Jameson. He's a Marine veteran, the white guy. So show him some love as well.
guys, recently as last week, SecDef Pete Hegseth came out about the standards for individuals in the Army, male and female, if they wish to serve in combat roles, right? So special operations, that's considered a combat entity, a combat outfit, right? So now, hey, if you want to go to SFAS as a female, guess what? You have to perform on the same standard as a male, right? You want to go to Delta Force selection, you want to go to Ranger Battalion, the standards are the same, right? With all that said, guys, to sit here and tell you guys that, hey, the standards didn't change whenever females started going to Special Forces assessment and selection would be a lie, right? The same selection that I went through in 2008, where it was all males, to 2014, 15-ish, when females started to go through, was not the same selection, right? There was no log and rifle PT. There was no long-range movement. It completely changed, right? The same Ranger school that some of my buddies went through way back in the days is not the same Ranger school that she went through and that these females went through, right? I've had buddies that are RIs at Ranger school that told me specifically the things they had to do so females could be able to make it through. Why? Because it was a social experiment. They had to show that females were capable of graduating in these schools. So they got multiple tries. When males were getting kicked out, they got recycled. When males were being told you're not good enough, they were being retrained, right? Let's see what this video is talking about, and then we'll go from there.
How bad do you want this? If it's as bad as you want to live or breathe or sleep, whatever the hell it may be, I can work with you. But a lot of people, most people don't want it that badly. That's why they always ask the question, man, how did you get to where you are? You know how to do it. You know exactly how to.
All right, so not only did she go through Ranger school, she's an officer, maybe a company commander in the 75th Ranger Regiment. How can you argue that, right? It's more than I've done. It's the Marine Corps, one pump chump dude. But the question is, as long as there's DEI hires, so people who got there because of DEI, anybody else that comes, in this case a woman, people are going to say, well, it's DEI. Meanwhile, she could be the best PT freak ever. In a good way, right? Just outstanding in every way. She's getting a lot of pushback on social media. People are giving a lot of business.
Be you or how to be me.
So here's the thing with social media, right? Something that Jameson just said. Guys, when you're on social media, you got to understand what comes with it, right? If you're on social media, you're going to get a lot of pushback. You're going to get a lot of critiques, all right? That's just how this shit works. So if you're not thick-skinned, don't need to be on social media, all right? Let's keep watching.
You don't want to do. Right. So I can't make you do it.
So you don't know me at all. I am probably one of the most confident, secure. I know myself inside.
You don't know me, guys. I'm probably the best fighter in the world, right? If I got to lead with that, that tells you that I don't know what the heck I'm doing as far as fight.
I'm going to cut in because we're doing a review within a review within a review. You got to love that. So meta, right? Number one, the most confident you can ever be is when you show indifference to what people think about you. Number two, if you notice something about myself in real time, when people want to bring drama my way, what do I usually say? I just stop it right there and cut it at the fucking border. All that catch a flight shit, you're not going to do. Dude, we're not young dudes. We're not YNs. Stop all that bullshit. Because if I do something to you, you're going to try to sue. If you somehow, some way do something to me, luckily, you're going to try to run it into the ground. Let's get the fuck out of that bullshit, please. And when you look at this, right? You're going to tell me this little ass white girl who was already small to begin with is carrying a fucking 100-pound sack for all those miles. If they're still doing the miles, like my man said, like Green Beret Chronicle said. And yes, you are a DEI hire. Because if you had to do it at the same rate as men, which you know you haven't, you wouldn't have made it. You're given more times, even in the police academy. Females have to bench press 60% of their body weight. Males have to do their body weight plus 50 pounds. See, when old Charles did something, there were no hand claps. Hey, you did amazing. You're supposed to. But if a female bench, if she weighs 110 pounds, or let's say 150 pounds, and she bench presses 100, all the we're repping. It's a roar of how many people cheering. Get out of here. Continue.
All right. Don't say that, right? Don't say you're the most secure person in the world and then you're on here justifying yourself to the world, right? It's unbecoming of an officer. All right, let's keep watching.
Excited out people you'll ever meet. I just feel the need to speak on stuff when my hard work gets discredited.
Therein lies the problem. I'm sure she did tons of hard work in the Ranger Regiment and to make it through Ranger School. No doubt. She's probably outstanding in every way. However, when you see reporting, did a video here, I'll put a screenshot up, about women who got pushed through with clear evidence they got pushed through. You're going to question every woman that comes through, right? Again, she could be the most outstanding candidate ever, and you're still going to question that. Therein lies the problem when you change the standard, which has been done. I'm not saying in her case, don't get me wrong. Could be an absolute studette, whatever, right?
You just got it because you are a woman. DEI hire. There's nothing wrong with being a DEI hire, but
yeah, there's all sorts of things wrong with being a DEI hire, right? I don't want somebody to my left and to my right because they look a certain way or because they're a certain gender. I'm looking for merit-based individuals, right? I want guys to be there because they've earned their right to be.
Did you hear that? There's nothing wrong with being a DEI hire, says the DEI hire. See, this is the reason why it's hard for women to understand men in the realm of respect. You know you got it in an easier way. You know you did. Let's not bullshit ourselves. You know you did. This is no different when I speak to my female friends, or my female friend who played basketball, and I said, you want the WNBA to get paid more, but they can't produce any of the fucking... I don't see anybody wearing a WNBA jersey. And this is the bullshit that women do. You want men to reward you for mediocrity. Because if the NBA says, you know what, fuck it, y'all on your own, how long would the WNBA last? Why can't we be leaders? Start your own corporations. Why couldn't you start your own goddamn leagues? I remember when Brittany Griner talked about she could beat, I forgot who she said she could beat in a basketball game. And I said, you know, you never hear that type of arrogance from the male side towards females. It's trippy. You could thank Zulu for this shit, because I wasn't going to be on the computer, but since you pushed me with that statement, we're going to be on the computer tonight.
Be there. Guys, if you don't know who I am on this channel, my stance on females and special forces and combat role is out there, right? It's I've said it over and over again. I don't think we should do it. I don't think there's a place for it, right? So granted, got it. All right. I'm sure she's doing what she's doing. She's great. She's all of this. But guys, coming on social media to justify to the masses why you should be in a certain place, like who are you trying to appease? Like you're a captain in the United States military and Ranger Battalion. You're leading soldiers. And this is what you're doing, right? You're appeasing to your TikTok base and justifying to them why you should be where you're at. They didn't put you there. So why are you even talking to them? Like, this is my bone to pick with this video and with this captain whenever I saw Jameson's video. Like, if you're a wolf, you're a wolf. You don't have to explain to the sheep why you're eating them, right? But if you're a wolf in disguise, then you're doing all this explaining and you feel like you have to because you're trying to feel good about yourself. It's like, yeah, a bunch of nonsense. Let's keep watching.
I didn't get selected for service in 75th just because I was a woman.
Well, there's something wrong with the DEI hire, right? Because they put people in positions by default, by definition, because of the way they look or their genitalia, not because of their performance. I disagree with her on that. They were speaking different language on DEI. The DEI, the way I understand it, it's not based on merit. It's based on some other thing, in particular physical thing, and that's why you get the spot.
I got selected because I was the most qualified candidate.
Okay, like it, love it.
Point blank, period. Argument done.
This is a sad day for officers in Ranger Battalion. All right, let's keep watching.
I was one of the most physically fit. I was the best logistician for the job, and that's why I got hired. It's not because I'm insecure that I feel the need to speak out on things. I feel the need to speak out on things because it's people like you who keep discrediting my hard work.
All right, guys. So whenever you look at individuals that are like this, right? Because again, when you do the work and you put in the hours, like, you should be confident within yourself and be competent within your own skin to not give two fucks about what other people say, right? I don't need to come on here and justify to you guys how badass I am and what I've done and I got, chosen for this position because of X, Y, and Z. Like, fuck y'all, right? Like, I don't need to tell you guys all of this because I know who I am and I know what I've done. The minute you start going on social media and justifying to the masses about what you've done and if you're on social media, just expect that you're going to get hate. That's just how it works. What you can't do is what this lady's doing and go on social media and try to prove to the masses that they're not a DEI hire. Let's get it out the way right now, right? You got hired while DEI was a thing. So guess what? You're probably a DEI hire. You got hired while DEI was being shoved down everybody's throats. So how can you say that you're not a DEI? How do you know you're not a DEI hire, right? Because your PT scores were hot stuff. Guess what? To become soft, you need more than just PT scores. You need more than just physical capabilities, right? There's a lot more that goes into it. And you're showing your flaws right now by being on social media talking that stuff, right? Let's keep watching.
Unfortunately, that is going to be a theme. Again, if she's the most outstanding candidate to ever go through the RASP in the Ranger School, it's going to come up. Period. End of story. I don't know that she's not the most outstanding candidate. However, we have seen people go through at least Ranger School that we know aren't. Again, link in the description, pinned comment. I'll show you that video and you can see evidence of that. So she's going to get that pushback. That comes with the territory. You got to expect that, right? Am I crazy?
Yeah, I want to
Wait, hold on.
take a hit of that. Cause that was stuck. But then it was amazing. It's how I get Asian. How I just smoking to the
She's going to go through her resume of sorts. And I want you guys, the requirements of RASP, in particular, being in the Ranger Regiment, to comment. She's going to go through PT scores, runs, ruck march, the whole thing.
12-mile ruck time, 2 hours and 15 minutes.
All right.
local. Come on, homie.
Professional board performance. Confident and well-spoken officer that clearly understands the challenges ahead of her to be fully accepted as an officer.
All right, guys, I've heard enough. This lady goes through her entire OMPF and talk about PT scores and evaluation and all.
That is the most female shit you could do. That is the most female shit you could do. Because one, you're a DEI hire. They're gonna put all this shit in to make all the feminist groups feel good about themselves. And this is what I'll say to the comment about women in combat, women in fighting. If y'all so great, why don't y'all have an all-female special forces unit and see how the survival rate is? Why won't we do that? Why won't we do that? Let's get an all-female police department, all-female fire department, and see how great you are. Nobody wants to talk about that shit. Not one motherfucker, huh? I'm even challenging, why do you have all the teachers, 75 to 80% of your teachers in America are female, but yet the test scores are pathetic? Anybody want to tackle that shit? We don't just judge a tree. We don't just judge a tree just by its bark, but also by the fruit it bears.
This crap. This is insecurity at its peak. All right. This is just the fact that she's a captain leading other soldiers and exhibiting this type of behavior shows me that she doesn't need to be in that position, right? You don't need to explain yourself to anybody. Why are you doing that? Right? Social media is slowly destroying the military, guys, and this is a prime example of it. Again, if you want to watch the entirety of this video, I will link it in the pinned comments. Go check it out. I don't have the stomach to watch the rest of it. It's making my skin crawl. This is just a sad day for Ranger Battalion and whatever this lady's got going on right now, guys. I appreciate you guys. All right, make sure you check out the War Room Podcast.
So, I really want your friend. Hey, Zulu, you still here? I really want your friend to come aboard and tell me more about this victory. Speak on this fighting shit. Do you really think that these females who were given multiple chances and now this is something that I want y'all to really think about, right? Well, you really want to serve into these fucking places.
And a new barrier broken by two young women. Long marches, rigorous drills, 62 days that push you to the limit and beyond. The Army Ranger Training Program in Fort Benning, Georgia, tests the ability to overcome fatigue, hunger, and stress during combat. Now, for the first time, two women, both of them officers and West Point graduates, have made the grade. Just last week, Army Chief of Staff General Ray Odierno praised their effort as he formally retired.
They've impressed all that they've come in contact with. They are clearly motivated, and frankly, that's what we want out of our soldiers.
The Army has not yet released their names. On graduation Friday, they'll be awarded the prestigious Ranger tab to wear on their uniforms. But unlike the 94 male graduates, they will not yet be allowed to serve in elite Ranger units. The Pentagon still bans women from serving in combat. However, that could soon change. In January of 2013, Then Defense Secretary Leon Panetta ordered all of the services to study the issue.
I'm not talking about reducing the qualifications for the job. If they can meet the qualifications for the job, then they should have the right to serve, regardless of creed or color or gender or sexual orientation.
The military has until January to open all combat jobs to women or explain why any must remain closed. For more on the military's plans to expand the number of combat
This was
jobs
before
to
they
women,
opened it.
I'm joined by retired Colonel Ellen Herring. She is a 30-year veteran of the Army. In 2012, she sued to remove barriers to women serving in the military. She's now a senior fellow at the organization Women in International Security. And Gail Zemuck-Lemon is a journalist and senior fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations. She's also the author of the book Ashley's War, the untold story of a team of women soldiers on the Special Ops battlefield. And we welcome you both to the program. Colonel Herring, to you first, just how significant is it that these first two women are coming out of Ranger training school successfully?
Well, I think it's enormous. And I've got to tell you that the West Point community, at least the West Point women, have been just, I can't even describe the level of enthusiasm and excitement that has been pouring out of the women graduate community right now. Look at our Facebook sites, and everybody has just pictures of the Ranger School and what this means to us.
And Gail Zemuck-Lemon, you've been reporting on this Ranger program for a number of months. How is everyone involved in the program viewing this?
Well, I think for leadership, the issue was we want to keep the standard the same, and we want to prove to people that nothing will be changed. We're only giving women a chance to meet that same standard. And what you heard from everybody the moment you would reach, Fort Benning in Georgia, was we don't want a different standard from all of these women. So I think what you see today.
Can you smell the bullshit in this statement?
Is a lot of women in the Army who had watched very carefully to see how these women would do are just incredibly proud. And one of the women who is an observer who was part of the Ranger School said to me, this just shows how much we can do if given the opportunity.
Colonel Herring, just how hard is this program? How much different is it from regular training that any man or woman would go through in the Army?
So only approximately, well, actually 3% of the Army ever qualifies to be an Army Ranger. So I think it's just that is a testament to how difficult the program is. Less than half of the people that attempt the course actually succeed. And by people, it's always been men. So it's fewer than half of the men that attempt the course actually are awarded the Ranger tab. So I think that it's tremendously difficult. It's 61 days long. It's multiple different areas of the country that they train in, and eventually, if they're successful, they're awarded the Ranger tab. Of course, now it's 2 women who will also be wearing that Ranger tab.
And Gail Lemon, from observing it, why is it so hard to get through this? Why do so few people make it through?
I think it's an ultimate test of your grit and your endurance and how bad you want it. It's, 61 days if you make it straight through, but, well over a third of men do not do that. And these women also have not. They've now been in the program for more than 100 days. So, this is a huge test of your physical ability.
Give me a woo if you caught that. Give me a woo if you caught that. Give me a woo if you caught that. I need my audience participation, please. Give me a woo if you caught that. Did you catch that? Let me know if you caught it. Put it in the chat, please. I'll play it back.
If you make it straight through, but, well over a third of men do not do that. And these women also have not. They've now been in the program for more than 100 days. I mean, I think it's an ultimate test of your grit and your endurance and how bad you want it. It's, 61 days if you make it straight through, but, well over a third of men do not do that. And these women also have not. They've now been in the program for more than 100 days. So, I mean, this is a huge test of your physical ability, of your mental power, and of your real grit to want to go on.
Did you catch that, folks? So they had to do mad recycling, mad changing, just to push these broads through who went to West Point. So, because they're West Point, they're college graduates, they're officers. Now, why didn't they choose anybody from the enlisting ranks? Just somebody who's not a part of the program, just a PT fucking stud, right? Why do you choose any enlisted? Why do you choose anybody who went to Fort Jackson, Fort any of the other places? But you choose two chicks who were catered to going from West Point. I think it's bullshit. You can already say the bullshit. They're so proud. No, we didn't change any standards. But yet you can't find their records. You couldn't look at their names. They had a big press con. If you really want to be one of the guys, why are you doing a big press conference?
And I interviewed a ranger who was part of leading ranger school, and he said, some people were arguing this was part of an agenda, but once you see these women in action, you see how badly they want that tab and how hard they work to do it. I mean, they've changed hearts and minds.
Colonel Herring, I want to come back to what you said initially, that this is a big deal. And yet, as we just reported, these women will not be able to serve as rangers. They'll have the badge, but they still can't serve. So how much does it matter in that regard?
Well, I think that is really important and significant, and we need to we really need to push the Army to go forward with this, because I think this is just one step towards the eventual opening of the 75th Ranger Regiment. I can't imagine that the Army would continue to deny women the opportunity to serve in the regiment if they're qualified as Rangers. I mean, that's opening an entirely additional demographic to the Army. If only 3% of men get through, and now you've got this additional demographic with a percentage of women, that gives you just that much greater a pool of Ranger qualified candidates to select from.
Gail Lamont, you've been reporting on this, as we said, for some time. How much bearing do you believe this achievement by these two women will have on the military's decision coming up?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is one more step, as Ellen said, right? It's much harder to talk about something in the abstract when it's now moved into concrete reality. There have been so many conversations about, can women meet the standard? Will they? What do we have to do? And now that they've met it, it moves from abstraction to practical reality. And so it gets much harder, as General Odierno, as Colonel Ficote, as other folks who have been.
Let's bring this down, right? Let's get to the nitty fucking gritty. Nitty gritty. And if you notice something about these females, they all get these. They didn't serve in it. They didn't serve, and they want to go do press conferences. Have you noticed that? They all want to do press conferences, make their little Showtime money. Trying to see that one. Oh boy, this is this is interesting. I love this guy too. So yeah, we're gonna share this. Definitely gonna share. He's a former Army Ranger, by the way.
Completed the Army's Ranger School, a grueling test of mind and body. Only the toughest survive. David Martin now with the women who made history.
This is a little of what it took for Captain Chris Grice to become one of the first 2 women to make it through Ranger School. First Lieutenant Shay Haver is the other to survive the 62-day course, which subjects soldiers to nearly constant physical and mental stress on little food and less sleep. Ranger School is the make or break proving ground for the Army's combat leaders, and it breaks more than it makes. 19 women started the course. Only Grice and Haver made it to the end. 380 men started. Only 94 finished. The Army refused to officially identify either woman, in part to shield them from snarky comments which began popping up on social media. Some don't bear repeating, but cracks like, "What standards were lowered? Did they only have to do 1 pull-up?" were typical. Despite the Army's attempt to protect the 2 West Point graduates from publicity, their friends could not help bragging on them. The Army insists the women had to meet the same standards as the men, and in the brief glimpses the media was allowed of the training, there was no sign of going easier on females. When they graduate on Friday, both men and women will receive the coveted Ranger tab. But unlike the men, Grice and Haver will still not be eligible to serve in elite Ranger regiments or other ground combat units. That might not make any difference to Haver, who is already an Apache helicopter pilot. Grice belongs to a military police unit.
The debate over women in combat is not over yet, but these 2 young women have broken one of the toughest gender barriers in the military.
Let me ask this question to anybody. Let me actually ask this question. And I want all the men and women to really answer this shit thoroughly. Why the fuck do we need women in combat roles? I want you to take this. If you're surrounded in the alley, back to back, who would you rather have? Your mom or your dad? Your best friend or your girlfriend or wife? Who would you rather have back to back in a fight? Not one of my girlfriends I want back to back with me in the alley in a fight. Not any of my girlfriends, past, present, or future. What's the importance of female in combat roles? You're not gonna be happy till you see female bodies laid out on the goddamn fucking pavement. And we gotta leave them or pick them up, and you see military pictures of women shot. That's something the United States is not geared for, ladies and gentlemen. We have a master teacher, BGS, in the room. It's called equality. But hey, I'm all for equality. Get your ass out there, but guess what? Do the same goddamn work. Some of the scariest shit that I've seen done by incompetent males, inadequate males, and inadequate females. Even the fittest police officers that are female, the fittest soldiers, they just got their asses handed to them by so many male suspects. Yep. Get your ass out there and get with it. And this is the reason why I blame you again, Zulu. I know you're still here, man. I'm on a computer. I'm not on my iPad. I'm on a computer showing this shit. You want females to get into fucking combat, and when they get the fucking combat, they fall the fuck apart. Thank you. I remember you said a while back, none of these women would even want these positions if men weren't in these positions too. Think you would talk about it's the same thing. They want the glory, but they don't want the gory. They want the accomplishments without the fucking accountability. You want the joy, but not the pain. You got the same motherfucking 250-pound motherfucker. I gotta fight. You gotta fight. The same 250-pound partner that you have, you gotta be capable of carrying them out. I'll even go so further to show you why the fuck is there a woman on the presidential detail for then candidate Trump when he was being shot, and the woman came up damn near barely above his waist. We need to be realistic about protection and defense. When you're protecting somebody, you have to be strong enough to overpower that person and throw them out of harm's way. I gotta overpower you to keep you down as much as you want to go up. You want to be in the battlefield? Guess what? You suffer the same fucking shit we have. Continuing.
Military, and it seems only a matter of time before the remaining barriers come down.
Terrence Pop here. I'm going to answer a question.
Shout out to Terrence Pop. He's also a former Army Ranger.
And I've received many times in regards to Ranger School and all of these women that have graduated from the course. I'm just going to be honest. Ranger School for me was the hardest school I had ever attended in my life in regards to grueling. Back when I did Ranger School, somewhere in early 1990, you could find me on, my picture. If you go down to the lower right, I'm the concentration camp victim. And I went from 168 pounds, I was shredded, probably had 5% body fat, to 136 and just fucking wrecked. All right. I was an alpha company all the way through, and those guys were sadists, and they just went way beyond any reasonable standard that should have been followed for there to be any quality learning from it. It was just, in my opinion, a lesson in how to deal with mental and physical fucking punishment. Looking back on this, how physically demanding it was and how psychologically fucking crushing it was.
Not a way.
I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around these women that are graduating Ranger School. Now, am I going to tell you that it's punishment? Look at just, in my opinion, a lesson in how to, when those guys were sadists in regards to grueling. Back when I did Ranger School,
listen to how much he weighed the start and how much he weighed in the beginning.
We're in early 1990. You can find me on, my picture. If you go down to the lower right, I'm the concentration camp victim. And I went from 168 pounds, I was shredded, probably had 5% body fat, to 136 and just fucking wrecked. All right.
You're going to tell me if they kept the same standards as they did with him in the 90s, he went from 5% body fat, cut like a bag of dope, best shape of his life, 168 pounds, to 130 something pounds, 38, losing goddamn 30 pounds, and still carrying an 80 to 100 pound rucksack, and maybe more if you're the saw gunner. And these motherfuckers pass, get the fuck out of here. I'm waiting for somebody to tell me. I'm waiting for somebody to tell me, get the fuck out of here. Fuck out of here.
I was an alpha company all the way through, and those guys were sadists, and they just went way beyond any reasonable standard that should have been followed for there to be any quality learning from it. It was just, in my opinion, a lesson in how to deal with mental and physical fucking punishment. Looking back on this, how physically demanding it was and how psychologically fucking crushing it was. I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around these women that are graduating Ranger School. Now, am I going to tell you that it's impossible? No, but I find it highly improbable, especially that 38-year-old woman, mother of two, that made it through Ranger School. Fuck no. That is absolute bullshit unless they are watering down the standards to the school to the point where it's just going to become like a worthless fucking school you go through to punch your ticket like airborne school is today. Because back in the 50s and early 60s, airborne school was a fucking ass kicker. And it made you mentally and physically tough to become a paratrooper, taught you the skills of jumping out of a bird. And when you went to your fucking unit as a paratrooper back in the day, you were a force to be reckoned with. And apparently that's what they're doing in Ranger School with the standards today. Now, I have not been sent anything, in hard copy in regards to this, or I would have written an article and I would have dropped the dime myself and I would have sent it to the media. But I have been contacted from RIs that were in, I believe, Ranger School for the first one or two women that graduated. And then I was contacted by another RI who has since retired, who was there for the 38-year-old woman. And all of them had told me there was absolute bullshit. Their hands were held through the entire fucking thing. A couple of them were allowed to recycle every fucking phase. One of them was allowed to recycle day one recycle to start over, which is almost unheard of. I believe I know two guys in my entire military career that had a day one recycle and made it. I hope that there's some guys out there that actually watch my show that actually have any hard evidence on this, because I will drop the IG bomb. I will fucking write up whatever it is and send it to the media. And the active duty fucking people can chase me all they fucking want. I'm retired. Fuck them. If a woman wants to be an infantry fucking grunt, guess what? You better be able to fucking run the fucking required distance in the fucking required amount of time. You better be able to carry your 12 miles in 3 hours or less and fucking deal with all the weapons that you have to deal with without any undue whining and complaining, and certainly no fucking quitting. I mean, my course was 78 days long. That's just the standard Ranger School course. Their course was 47 to 58 days long. I was also reading another article in regards to a senator that was requesting these same green books from these female Rangers that graduated Ranger School, and they basically said, "F you, we don't work for you, we work for the president." Imagine that. They keep files on all these Rangers going back to 1950, but these females who graduated Ranger School, so I'm told, their records are gone. How am I supposed to fucking take that? I don't know. And another thing that was told to me, that these women were allowed to go back to the rear to take a shower and do personal hygiene every third day for I believe they were gone between 2 and 6 hours. All right, so you're going through the hell of Ranger School, which is designed to be a long, grueling process to wear you the down and then see if you can fucking make it to the end. When you're in the field, there's no showers. Maybe you get to fucking, sponge off your fucking pits and your ass once every blue moon when you're on the water detail to go down to the river to get some fucking water for the patrol. But other than that, that's it. There is no fucking break. Hell, there's hardly any fucking sleep. I mean, God, I mean, I don't want to be that guy. It was like, back in the day when it was hard, because I talked to guys who went to Ranger school during Vietnam, and I talked to guys who went to Ranger school during the Korean War, and, what they went through was, probably a good 30 to 40% more difficult than the shit I went through. Just, comparing, apples to oranges. But, I mean, my course was 78 days long. That's just the standard Ranger School course. Their course was 47 to 58 days long. So my course, though, I believe it was a little easier. I had an additional 20 some odd days stacked on top of that. That's before the recycle and the gulag time and the 21 days of free Ranger that the regiment sent me through, which in and itself was a hell that just sucked. There was absolutely no learning value in the pre-Ranger I went to when the regiment sent me. It was just a beat down session to get me ready for the beat down session of Ranger School. If you were to ask me on a scale of 1 to 100, the percentile chance that these women legitimately made it through the fucking school, I would cap out at 3%. So 3% they made it honestly, 97% they didn't. Okay, so you guys can call me whatever you want. That's fine. I'm just telling you, from my perspective, when I went through Ranger School, how fucking hard and bullshit fucking tough it was for me. And I just find it hard to believe, especially a 38-year-old woman, mother of fucking 2, making it through Ranger School at the standard level that I went through it. I'm just going to put it there. I don't fucking buy it. That's just me. The way the Army's going, it's disgusting me. They're cheapening the standards, and it's only going to cost lives in the future, especially if we come into an actual shooting war against a worthy adversary that has similar technology and military force as us. It's just going to be it's going to be fucking bad, and we have nobody to blame but ourselves.
Oh, yeah.
What's going on?
What's going on? So, here's the link. Anybody want to come up? Please stay on subject. Don't ask me about no stupid ass shit, please. I blame Zulu for this once again. Fucking blame. Once again, I blame Zulu for this shit. Pissed me off again. I blame you. I blame you. I blame you. Oh, yeah, by the way, no, fuck y'all. Fuck y'all. Fuck y'all again. Fuck y'all again. Fuck it. We're doing another video. Fuck it. Since you got me on this, I blame you again, Zulu. I wasn't going to be this pissed off. And that bitch right there, Gail King,
Results this morning of a one-of-a-kind Marine Corps experiment that will help determine the future of women in combat. The study compared men and women fighting side by side. The final report released yesterday says men performed significantly better and got hurt less often. Jan Crawford is in Washington with the story. Jan, good morning.
Well, good morning. We spent several days in the California desert back in March watching this experiment, talking to the men and women who volunteered, and now the results are in. And for those arguing that women should be able to perform all the same combat jobs as the men, the news is discouraging. It was as close to war as you could get. An unprecedented scientific study. Men and women enlisted Marines side by side for months of simulated battle.
6.
And throughout, researchers watched and recorded their performance to help determine what impact women would have on combat. Even then, the women realized they were at a disadvantage.
It's not that we can't carry the weight. We can carry the weight, but it's the pace, especially when we're matched up with the males.
Bullshit. If you can't keep the pace, you can't carry the weight. If men can say, we can't carry this shit, why can't women?
Even then, the women realized they were at a disadvantage.
It's not that we can't carry the weight. We can carry the weight, but it's the pace, especially when we're matched up with the males. You're looking at our size, and we have males that are almost 6 foot with longer strides, and it's hard to catch up with them and keep up with them.
That is what the results show. In almost every area, the all-male units performed significantly better than those with both men and women Marines. The men were faster in each tactical movement, had better accuracy, and were quicker. They registered more hits on target and had a noticeable difference in their performance of overcoming obstacles and evacuating casualties. The Marines commissioned the study after then Defense Secretary Leon Panetta in 2013 ordered the military to open all combat jobs to women.
We must open up service opportunities.
Nope.
For women as fully as possible.
Nope. If you need boots on ground, robots are not going to help you. They're not going to. No. Nope. Maybe AI, but nope. Even AI is still based on what? The human brain. Have you noticed we have not created a human brain? Because the human brain is that damn complex. Do you know the complexities of the human eye? It's one of the most complex organisms in nature. Not even yet. We can't do it. Think about it. We can't even figure out how the pyramids were built. Let me put it to you this way. This is just something that they just can't do. Our males' hips are not made to bear children. Sorry. Even if you cut off the scrotum and the penis and you put a vagina up there somehow, some way, our hips could not bear children. We don't have a uterus. It's just physically impossible. There are some things that are just not going to be done.
Most branches are ready to comply. And just last month, 2 women passed the Army's toughest test to become Army Rangers.
We can handle things physically and mentally on the same level as men, and that we can deal with the same stresses and training that the men can.
The women Rangers said the standards should not be lowered. Women Marines we talked to agreed. They told us few would want these jobs, but if there is just one who can do it, she should get the chance.
It takes a special person, a special drive, a special mindset, a special heart to do this. There's not many of us. And it goes the same way for the men.
Now, the Marines will make a decision sometime this fall on whether they will seek an exception that would allow them to keep units like the infantry, all men. Nora?
Be interesting to watch as this moves forward. I think she said it best, special mindset and heart, regardless, men or women. It's tough.
I agree. Jan, thanks again.
Why? Why is it? Is this the video I was looking for? One of them, anyway. Why are they so convinced on this hell-bent shit?
A year-long study by the Marine.
This is what I tell you, folks. Usual business. Who is it?
What's up, man? How you doing, Officer Charles? How you doing, sir?
What's up?
Man, not much. I just came in necessarily, to get a little get game necessarily and kind of, help out the lady, be on the show for a little bit.
So what do you think about the subject matter so far about women being equal in combat, women being equal in this and that? And I'm just like, There's equality is the biggest lie we tell our children. There is no real equality.
You know what? I'm gonna say. I think I kind of sparked this off anyway, so I'm gonna go ahead and say I think it's just foolishness, man. Like I'm just so tired of going to gyms and talking to guys, and they're like, "Yeah, well, my sister is about as skilled as a black belt necessarily," and I'm like, "Are you sure? Is she comparable to a black belt on a female black belt her level?" It's not. I've never get to see these skill sets, and these guys just claims. And to me, I'm like, this is dangerous.
I've never seen. How can I say it? Clarissa Shields is usually touted as the greatest female boxer ever. How does she box?
She used mostly hooks and a kind of like a lot of jabs, from my understanding. From what
So
I've seen.
in other words, she's not really that graceful.
No, she kind of overpowers most of the girls that's in her division.
So if she went against a graceful boxer, what would happen?
Oh man, she'll get. I mean, she gonna get beat effortlessly. It's almost like a novice versus an amateur. I mean, a master versus a novice. So you will see the actual skill set on display.
Because yes, you're the greatest female boxer, but that's not the greatest boxer. Like you could take Ray Robinson from the 40s and 50s, and that's a different world of boxing compared to her. And I like her. I like her. But if we're gonna have to, if we're gonna tell the truth and shame the devil, you're not it.
As I see when it comes to these combat sports, I'm not outside of the woman that I thought that was actually really good. Was Ronda Rousey was actually a good quote unquote technician of her skill set. I think she was doing that since the age of what, 5?
Yeah, she's a judoka. I mean, you know who Ronda Rousey's mother is?
I'm not too familiar. I know she was well trained though. I know she was like an Olympic athlete, right?
Well trained. Her mother's the first person to win the first American to win a world title in judo, male or female.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, world class.
Yeah, she's a world champion. So you got to understand something. Even with that, I think she had a silver in the worlds and a bronze in the Olympics. So you're telling me, even with that level of skill, I've never seen sports where the skill factor is going to be in the woman's favor. Let's look at the WNBA.
Man, I don't even think for me personally, I don't watch the WNBA. So, but from what I have seen of it, it doesn't really seem much skillful. If anything, it seems, I don't know, how would you put it? It seems toned down because nobody dunks, nobody actually aggressively hits the paint, no one actually quote unquote using real footwork to actually outmaneuver their opponent. I'm not seeing these, the ball handling to that level, or at least close to it.
I'm like this. When it comes to skill, I've yet to see sports like right now. Let's go to chess. Where's all my female world chess champions?
I don't know any. I don't even know any.
Did you know 72% of chefs are male?
Yeah. Yes, I do know that because I actually cook a lot. So yes.
So what happened to women doing all this? We're better at shit that they're supposed to be good at.
I just don't know, man. I just don't know because I feel bad and say I probably shouldn't even brought that conversation up. It was just so heated. I'd have to have somebody else's opinion.
What did the guy exactly say? Because I hope you gave him a link to the show. Because I would happily love to just, be the bearer of bad news.
Okay, Well, I'm gonna say exactly for word what he said. Word for word, he said that skilled women have more technique than men that's not professional, right? And they ask more questions. And then I said that's anecdotal. and then the whole conversation went left from there. And then you know how kind of black dudes kind of go. It go from some slick words to some other stuff, and I was like, hey, bro, I was like, you just effeminate, bro. I'm sorry, bro. And then that was basically the end of the conversation. I was like, all I'm saying, for every level of martial art or skill set, the man is genuinely higher than the female on every level. If it's a beginner, the male is usually a higher level necessarily in the beginning. If it's mediocre necessarily or the medium level, the man is usually has more technique. And when you get to the pro level, at that level, that's vastly different. And those men are almost masters of the crafts. So at that point, I just had to look at him and say, bro, you effeminized, bro. That's just all. That's
Very
all it
much
is.
so, because it's like you ever notice in the black community, you're more scared of mom than dad. Oh, my mom she whooped our asses, and niggas almost proud of it.
Yeah.
I don't hear that from Asian dudes, white dudes, Arabic dudes. Daddy rules. And this is the thing, right? I've wrestled for years. I've trained females. Have I had females who beat guys? Yeah. There's factors why she beat guys, because the guys were not that skilled. The guys were in lower weight classes. But if she went against the top of the fucking food chain, she would have been eaten like a goddamn tiger does a gazelle or a shark does a seal.
I wouldn't even say even the top of the food chain. I would just say somebody in the same weight class and the same weight distribution, and then you would still see the same results usually.
And I mean, if it's somebody who's a bum, yeah, she's gonna probably get off on it if she's pushing the envelope a little bit. But you're talking about you're not gonna when I wrestled at 160, 170, I didn't see any females there, and thank God I didn't, because you'd have been food. That's how I looked at you. You would have been food. You wouldn't have been an opponent. You would have been food. And I don't care. I wish the dude was here. Well, she's skilled as a black belt. Tell me, because if she's doing this skill, because if you're truly skilled, this is skill. When you can do this shit 100 times over, when you can do that technique when you're tired, fatigued, you don't feel like doing it anymore. What makes her so technically sound? Now, do I know some technically sound females? Sure. But I've never seen them more skilled than the men.
Like all I'm saying at all levels. I'll basically try to ask him, right? And what does he say? He basically said, I'm looking at this video. I wanna say this exactly because I don't want to lie on the man's name, right? I don't want to lie on the man's name, right? So I asked him what word he is, quote unquote,
video in the back
so
chat.
skilled.
Could you put that link to the
I
back
got you.
chat? Because I'm gonna bring it up. And this is what I'm talking about, skill. When you think about it, there's high school teams in Baltimore that I think could be the fucking WNBA team. Why hasn't Brittany Griner actually done a dunk? You know, why hasn't she?
Because she can't. I mean, I'm not gonna say she can't. I'm not gonna say that. I'm not saying
She's an awkward. She, even for a basketball player, she looks awkward. Do you know how much power Shaq had in his legs to bring 320 pounds off the ground?
Exactly.
Let's be clear. Even Yoshida in Japan, why did she dominate for like 4 Olympic Games? 3? Even in the 4th Olympic game where she took silver, that's still domination. You're the 3-time returning Olympic champion. Who can say that? In a single sport. It's not like track and field where, oh, you get all these medals and shit, or gymnastics or swimming where you could just do all this shit and get multiple medals. No. You're talking about you got to be the best for 4 years, and most of the time, all through those years, because the level of skill for women's wrestling was so above. And guess what? The coach was a dude. the level of female wrestling around the world was so low, unless you were Japanese, and the Japanese have caught up to everybody once again, that it took damn near 20 years for somebody fit. Like, what is it? Damn near almost 20 years for somebody to catch up and beat her.
I mean, that's lack of competition, though. I mean, that's like saying, you know, I won because I'm the only person in the room, by basically, you know.
Well, well, she won. Not saying she wasn't skilled. Now, I'm not saying that she was highly skilled. I mean, you're a 13-time world champion, and so you skilled as a motherfucker. But that's the gap between everybody else and her was so great.
Okay, well, do you want me to bring up the response that he said to me or the original video?
The original video.
Gotcha. I'm gonna bring that up. Give me a second.
Just put it in the back chat. That way it's a little easier to copy and paste.
Yeah, I got you. 1 second.
Core indicates that groups or units that are all male perform better than mixed units that include females. Now, according to the study, all male units were faster, more lethal, and able to evacuate casualties in less time. Also, all male squads performed better than mixed groups in 69% of the tasks evaluated.
Unfortunate though.
All right, so that is kind of an interesting number. Also, all male squads, the study found, performed better than mixed gender units across the board. The males were more accurate hitting targets, faster at climbing over obstacles, and better at avoiding injuries.
Who did the study?
The Marine Corps. So
I believe it.
yeah, I'm really happy that Wes is on the panel to talk about this, because remember, it was only 2 years ago that the government decided, all right, well, as long as women pass certain tests, then they can also fight on the front lines. And I agreed with that decision as long as they pass the test. But if
put them in booty shorts, and I will be going.
Do the same things that their male counterparts can do, then they shouldn't be fighting on the front lines.
So, well, okay, now this is an interesting question, because I believe that all those women are passing the minimum requirements. But the reality might be, and we don't know, remember, there's still a lot of knuckleheads in the Marines, right? So it's not like, okay, we've got the data scientists in here and et cetera.
It's 1 year long study. So just keep that in mind.
Are you going to say there's a lot of knuckleheads when, first and foremost, they just can't compete?
I noticed that the way these dudes have been trained to tap themselves down to uplift these women it's starting to get crazy now. Like I can't. It's like I can't stop seeing it. It's like it's everywhere now.
It's sad because this is a very liberal and I won't even say gynocentric. It's just a feminist channel. First of all, those women get in the way of a lot of shit, okay? Get in the way of a lot of shit. And I hate to say it because, one, men are very pragmatic. Look, if this ain't going to work, we're going to do this. That's how it is, and that's how it's going to be. They're not ashamed of that shit. And women, they want to get everybody equal vote. Guess what? Well, men don't do equal vote. We do hierarchy. Who's the best to get us out this shit?
It's just the craziest thought when he even said that, because the reality is, I don't think most people understand how didn't martial arts basically kind of conclude itself or create itself for the fact of like, all right, I'm a smaller individual. I may have to fight somebody bigger than me, so I'm gonna have to learn proper technique to beat this individual. So like that's literally a man's quote unquote skill set, is taking the time and being diligent enough and actually putting that focus in to actually come up with these techniques, because you need to, because at the end of the day, as a man, your life depends on it. I don't think a woman's life depends on her survival fighting a 200-pound female. I don't think that's ever been her survival. But
no, her survival was to fuck the guy, the biggest, strongest guy, to protect her. I don't care what
in exchange for providing him with offspring. That was the trade-off.
Exactly. So when I see these comments on, the Instagram and stuff, and these guys is just like, I mean, they just dogging themselves and just uplifting these. I'll be like, man, where is this logical coming from? He was like, I've seen it, but I'm like, that's anecdotal, bro.
And right now, you're going to tell me that females need to be in combat. No, you don't. When females,
not in the U.S. I mean,
anywhere,
go ahead, sorry.
really, and anywhere. If females are grabbing the rifles, getting in combat, you're not winning. Okay,
You're losing, bro. We're in a bad position at this point.
You're not winning, and I don't give a fuck who wants to. I could prove it to you. You're not winning. You never had an all-female military rise up and take the males. Even in the homie, guess what? In that little
what
was
10
that
chicks,
movie?
20 chicks?
What was that fucking bullshit movie that lied? And those were some of the
The
biggest.
Woman King.
The Woman King. Oh my God! Don't we have a
And
word for that?
hold on a second. I gotta say something about that word.
Hold on.
All
You're
right.
not interrupting the host while they speaking.
My bad.
Now, there's a such word we have in the English language called queen, which would have killed the Woman King factor. Number 2, there were no fucking casualties on the other side of the Portuguese and French they were fighting. They took so heavy casualties, they were not winning. The movie lies to these bitches. This is the reason why I said I was never taught, and thankfully so, that you shouldn't hit a female. No, I was taught to keep your hands to yourself, and other people should do the same thing too. But if they big enough to hit you, they get big enough to get the shit smacked back. And what the problem is this: you can't. Most of these motherfuckers, like you can see this fat fuck right here, who looks like he's lactating. That's how fucking feminine he is. He's never been in the military. Never had to go through, or any paramilitary type of fucking environment where you look at the females and you're there. And guess what? It's the same fucking thing in the military. Ask a woman if she's real comfortable with you. She'll tell you how she was fucking her commander, fucking her platoon sergeant, her platoon leader, her squad leader, her first sergeant, just to get away with shit. Now, there's some who didn't, but they probably weren't the prettiest ones. Or if they weren't the prettiest, sometimes the biggest hoes weren't the prettiest ones.
Officer Charles.
Yep.
Do you know, I came from the medical field. Do you know how many times I be seeing women out there necessarily, in the anesthesia room, in the back rooms, in the cold rooms, out there fucking quote unquote doctors, head nurses, and you be looking at these women, they be like, and they will openly tell you, I fucked him this shit. That's how I was able to get 2 days off. And you be sitting there looking at them like, why is she even here?
Yeah, because you're a distraction. Anytime, that's one of the biggest issues with feminism and with including women in men endeavors. Women are the ultimate distraction, and they know it. If you want to write a passage, let's say if Charles Faulkner Jr., Sergeant Faulkner, Commander Faulkner, Officer Faulkner, whatever adjective you want to put in front of him.
Detective Black Dynamite.
Let's say if I started a Baltimore Black Boys Rites of Passage, I cannot, by any good measure, have girls in it. The part of the rites of passage is to overcome your carnal desires. A man who can
prepare the boys for manhood.
A man who can overcome pussy can overcome anything. And this is one of the fucking issues we have in this highly sexualized society that we're under now. Because you want to put females there. Oh, here we go. Guess what? Here's my thing, right? If soccer moms are so worried about CTE and all this shit, then why are you still taking your sons to football games? Because you're hoping that little bastard can be good enough to get you out the fucking poverty and buy you a house when your man should have. Nobody wants to talk about that. You don't put the same fucking restrictions on your daughter. Oh, my daughter's going to be this famous athlete. Think about it. Very rarely you hear that. Very rarely. I remember in the military clinic, some of the girls that were fucking 200 different dudes by the time they're 23. I was dumb. Exactly. You can't put somewhere where it's 80 to 90% male and a lot of these chicks never got male attention. You just made them go through overload. Don't let her be a fucking 5 or upgradable 5. And she's getting fucked and she's young, dumb, clean pussy. Do you know how many motherfucking females in the military, fire department, and police department are involved in sex parties and groups?
What's the STD rate like in the military or law enforcement?
And some of the dudes act like they never saw a woman in their life. As soon as you see a new chick, oh man, I gotta go talk to her. Nigga, put your dick back in your pants. It's unbecoming of an officer. But then when she doesn't get her way and she goes to fucking ID or internal affairs,
Craziness.
And she fucking don't get her way, especially some of you higher ranked motherfuckers, what happens? Oh, you fucking, especially you white boys fucking the black chicks.
Sexual misconduct.
Y'all get fucked. And not in a good way, because guess what? This chick thought you were gonna leave your wife for her, but no, she was side pussy.
Ooh. By the way,
I don't even understand that concept of you talking about I'm gonna leave my wife for you. I'm like, chick, it. I don't understand why they believe that shit, but I mean that's the greatest lie that's been kind of going on for like what, a millennia? Like I mean, 2 millennia, really?
Anytime a chick hears that, I'll laugh. I'll be like, you gotta be the dumbest motherfucker ever. And I get it. You're dumb. You're stupid. I get it. Continuing.
No, I hear you, but the Marines in the past, in 1992, decided that women were clear detriment to all fighting forces, et cetera, right? So there's the Marines, and they did a long study. I mean, that study was not accurate.
I think
No,
you're
it's a
misunderstanding
pretty
me.
extensive study, dude. You should look at the study first.
Okay, so no. Look, I'm not dismissing it. I'm about to agree with it. Okay, but I'm saying take it with some degree of salt. It wasn't an independent group. It was a group. The Marines did fight this for their entire existence, right?
You could argue that they were incentivized to come up with these results. But I tend to, I'm much more likely to agree with Wes.
Right, and don't get me wrong, they could have also been incentivized to come up with the results to the counter to this because now the administration wants it, so
That's
there'll be
what I think
political
they're incentivized
pressure.
to is make
Right.
it work, General, and that General's like,
Right.
yes, sir.
That's right. So all those things I'm putting out there so you have context, right? Now, back to my point, which is that just because you pass the minimum doesn't mean that you're going to perform on average as well as males in the Marines, right? So if you have women in a certain unit, could they do the minimum? Yes. Could they be slower and not do the rest of the tests on average as well as just a male unit? It's possible, right? So, and that's what this study is indicating, given all the context of the study.
So let me give you guys some more details about what they found through this year-long study. They found that all male squads, teams, and crews, and gender-integrated squads, teams, and crews had a noticeable difference in their performance of the basic combat tasks of negotiating obstacles and evacuating casualties. For example, when negotiating the wall obstacle, male Marines threw their packs to the top of the wall, whereas female Marines required regular assistance in getting their packs to the top. So my question is, during the testing to indicate whether or not these women would be eligible to fight in the front lines, why is it that wasn't part of the testing requirement, right? Like if you can't throw your bag on top of a wall, then maybe you shouldn't be on the front lines, or maybe you shouldn't be in this unit.
So here's in West. So let's kick it over to you because you served, right? And here's what I don't get. So the Israelis have women in their military; they do perfectly fine, and many other countries do. So, but yet
Number one, what ground war did the Israelis fight?
I don't know.
What ground war?
Let's see. 4 Arab Israeli wars.
The ass kicked. They usually
In
get
the
their
50s,
ass. They usually get the
67,
ass.
73, they came out on top, though, didn't they?
Yeah, guess who?
Against who?
Guess who assisted them?
U.S.
Guess who's always assisted them?
U.S.
Do
The
you
first
really
one in
think
48.
who put Israel and Palestine in the first place?
The
I
British.
think it was either the
The
Britain or
U.S.
the U.S.
U.S.
It
and
was
Great
Britain.
Britain.
It was Britain.
Could the fucky Israelis do it themselves?
No.
Law.
Let me ask you this question, right? 1776. Anybody know what that year means? July 4th?
July 4th, 1776. That's when the Declaration of Independence was signed. First man to do it, one John Hancock.
So was the United States able to tell fucking Great Britain fuck off by themselves? Majority? Because when they came up here, remember, Britain had the greatest fucking sea armada at the time.
Mm-hmm.
For those who don't know, Navy. Now, when has Israel done the same?
Never.
When has
I
Ukraine,
don't think I've. Sorry.
when has Ukraine done the same?
Never.
As a matter of fact, you could tell who the empire is the crazy motherfuckers who start expanding. Yes, America is an empire. Sorry to put it out to you for people who don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
how many people remember the Mexican-American War of the 1850s?
If they had enough black people, guess what? Mexico will be part of the United States territory. And
unfortunately, Mexico. Go ahead.
No, didn't we save? No. Didn't we save them from that? Technically.
Yeah. Yeah. You gotta understand.
Especially considering all the Irish that turned coats, that switch sides.
And by the way,
you forget that.
By the way, about the Irish, what reparations did they receive? Police departments. Oh. See, all the people that turned their back on America got their reparations.
Hey, my back.
You're right on that, laddie.
Turning that though.
But yet they always call black men cowards.
Hey man, at this point, I don't even let these mental jiu-jitsu's actually techniques work on me at this point.
Mental midgets.
All I say is it is what it is, boy.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't nobody.
All I do is just give him the rope. Yeah. Oh, by the way, Zulu, to your point about the nurses and everything.
Mm-hmm.
There's one brother in our space we should be asking these questions to. Because he is an anesthesiologist, Mr. Donnie Mack.
Oh, really?
Yeah. We met him on the pod one time. He mentioned that he's an anesthesiologist. So that would be up his philo, you know what I'm saying? That's up his alley.
Hey man, trust me. I was ex paramedic at one point in time, man. Trust me. The stuff I be seeing there, man, you be like when you go into the nurse's room or nurse's place and you start talking to people and people start telling you, hey man, she was fucking so and so. They got caught fucking in the background. You be like, oh Jesus, like man, the story you just run into is just wow, man.
Abuki Cabal. I'm sure he could also he could also support what you're saying as well with stories of his own.
Yeah.
Working as an ER nurse.
I want you to think about this, fellas. This guy really thinks that yes, females are this is the reason why you go to any place where there's trades. Any tradesman. We have a master electrician in ABM. When they're working, guess what they don't want? They don't want a woman nagging them all goddamn day. They don't want kids.
Or run interference.
They just don't want the interference. Why do you think I love being a cop for so long? Because you really, unless you had to turn in reports or there was a major crime incident, you don't see your You don't see your supervisors until what? The beginning and the end of shift. And sometimes you didn't even see their asses at the end of shift.
Uh-huh. Speaking of this individual, he is first and foremost a Turk and an immigrant. And you probably don't know that. And here's something y'all probably don't know. In Turkey, they have national service. And for those who live abroad, in order to maintain their Turkish citizenship, they have to enlist in the military and do national service. Yeah. Prime example, Dr. Mehmet Oz. Dr. Mehmet Oz, although born in the U.S., he was born to Turkish immigrants. His first name, Mehmet, is Turkish for Muhammad, by the way. He, in order to maintain his Turkish citizenship, he had to enlist in the Turkish military. Oh, by the way, Charles, that was very disrespectful you said about women in the military, man. I don't want, for your sake, I got to make sure my aunts don't hear you say that shit, you know? You know I got to protect your ass from them.
They're not in the American military, but guess what?
Yeah.
When they would tell you, if we're pulling the triggers, it's because every hands on deck situation, which is not what.
Goddamn right.
That's a bad situation.
It's a bad situation.
That's a bad situation, man. All hands on deck.
Hold
That
on.
means we got a lot.
We need
of
to be
things
very
going on.
honest. Do I respect a lot of women who goes in there? Sure. But guess what?
Better.
They will tell you, if I fucking have to pull this motherfucker, it's a bad situation.
It's a bad situation. Thank God we all skinny where I'm from. But anyway.
And this is the point that I break out. Even if you're capable, one capable female is not a division.
No, she's just an outlier.
That's an outlier, man.
She's just an outlier. Thank God you're here. Here's the rifle. Start shooting. What about shooting? You saw the 10 motherfuckers that are wounded, right?
Yeah.
That's why you shooting.
That's why you're shooting. Because guess what?
Yeah. Take that. Somebody woman that machine gun while they're at it.
Because guess what? They'll kill me. Guess what they're gonna do to you?
Yeah. That's why you saw so many women enlist during the most recent civil war in Ethiopia and Eritrea. Shit.
Because guess what? Here's the thing. A lot of women are fucking putting ammo in them fucking magazines. If they got to do it, if it comes down to it, you better be a trigger puller. But guess what? We also know throughout history, if the women are shooting the trigger or pulling the triggers, we're not in the best win column either.
Nope.
So even with Israel and the statement he says, guess what? You go up there, there's only but so much you're gonna do. Then on top of that, you're looking at Israel. How many fucking enemies is the country of Israel surrounded by?
6.
About
everybody.
Yeah,
they have enemies all around them. Okay.
2 of them officially recognize their existence, but they could flip on you at any minute.
Exactly.
Egypt and Jordan.
Yeah. Even though Jordan's supposed to
and
be
those two, yeah, and those two have some of the best intelligence agencies in the region.
Yeah, even though Jordan is supposed to be the protector of Jerusalem, but they still, they're people need to read books. You know what I'm saying? People who know. What I mean by that statement.
Well, hold on. Did you just tell people to read? Come on now, you're doing the wrong thing now.
Wrong thing. Even though the royal family is supposed to be what? King Abdullah, who's the reigning king of Jordan.
The Hashemites, the Hashemite kingdom.
Yep. Which is
and the Hashemites are descended from the Prophet Muhammad through his daughter Fatima.
Yep, he's supposed to be the 48th descendant. And they're a constitutional monarchy. Oh my God, how do you know so much about this country? It's called reading. King Abdullah is also a career military man as well.
Oh yeah.
He's been on a couple of Black Ops missions. And people say, well, he was the king. How'd you know that? Because they wouldn't respect him if he wasn't. So,
and let's not forget who his father was.
Father was a
King Hussein II. Oh, his father went to a British military academy.
His father was a motherfucker too.
Mm-hmm. Even despite his small stature.
Yeah. Back to the video.
At the same time, there's some logic to this, right? Males, on average, perform about 25% better in physical feats. You know, these are really loose numbers, but this is not. It's a known fact. It's not like men and women are physiologically exactly the same. Of course not, right? So, all male division is probably going to do better on average than one that's mixed on physical activities. So, what's the explanation for that dichotomy?
And I will say, like, okay, the women who there are individual women who can exceed the standard by far and could be, I mean, the fact that 2 women made it through Ranger School.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
which
that's
is a fucking lie.
hard. It's a lot harder than.
It's a fucking lie. A fucking lie. Continuing.
These Marine training camps that these people were in.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, my own experience when I was in was I was only in a mixed unit as a cadet because I was in the cavalry, so I was in all-male units once I was in the service. But as a cadet, you know, you go to something called advanced camps between your junior and senior year when they grade you. And this is everybody.
For those who don't know, he was a cadet. He probably a West Point guy or ROTC. So they don't go to basic like an enlisted person go to basic. They got to wait in between their junior and senior year to go. And that's their form of basic training. So when you have it, I won't say it's catering, but it's a little different than basic, somewhat, but they're not treated as harshly as the enlisted because, you know, enlisted people are dirt. But continuing.
Buddy in ROTC, like in the country. And you're in mixed units and platoons, and it's probably like 15 to 20% female in the platoons. And, you know, this is the officer corps. These are going to be the most dedicated, physically fit, capable, able women. And when we did forced marches, none of them finished the march with their equipment. All their equipment they started with. Someone else, the guy was carrying.
Did you hear that?
Stop the presses. Put that on repeat. Repeat.
Yeah, we may need to replay that over again.
Physically fit, capable, able women. And when we did forced marches, none of them finished the march with their equipment. All their equipment they started with. Someone else, the guy was carrying someone's backpack, and someone else carrying their weapon and their helmet.
Also OCS.
I never saw
OCS.
Like on the mental task, they're just as good as any male
Here's
soldier.
the difference because OCS, you're already enlisted going to the officer corps. So you're not going to go through the same training as somebody as a cadet because that would be beneath you. So they're going through another different training than them.
But on the physical task, most things involving war, finish the march with be the most 15 to 20% female in the platoons. And, you know, this is the officer corps. These are going to be the most dedicated, physically fit, capable, able women. And when we did forced marches, none of them finished the march with their equipment. All their equipment they started with. Someone else, the guy was carrying someone's backpack, and someone else carrying their weapon and their helmet. And I never saw, like on the mental task, they're just as good as any male soldier. But on the physical task, most things involving war involve upper body strength. And women don't have it. As a general rule. So there are individuals who definitely do, but they found in this study that the top 10% of women physically are on par with the bottom 40% of men.
That's
physically.
what I thought.
So part of it also, when I think about the military, is that if you're going to be drafted, I mean, I'm sure everybody wants to be in combat when there's not a big war, but if we ever have to go back to a draft, how are they going to differentiate between men and women and who has to go to what kinds of units?
So let me ask you this. Is it possible? Because it strikes me there's two possibilities, and maybe there are more. But is there some psychological reason for this too? Like, is it that what you, and it was part of your answer there, that's what raised my curiosity, that women weren't finishing without men carrying something of right. So is there some psychological component that we still have left over because we're fairly recent to this integration that the men in a unit feel compelled to help the women in a unit?
No, I mean they wouldn't have been able to finish it.
So then it sounds like though then it could largely be solved by increasing the standards. Pretty much, then you just
wouldn't have women,
or you'd have money.
One or two.
You'd have,
But then you
you'd
might
have
not.
fewer women.
But you might not have enough Marines.
But that's the big thing. That's why they're pushing for more women, because they found that they're not getting high enough quality male applicants. And so for the last 15 years, they've been pushing for more and more women in the service.
Thank you, feminism. See, there are some. Do you believe that jobs should have prejudice when entering them? Anybody?
Yes.
No.
I would say yes, as long
I
as
think
the
there's-
president is, can you complete the job?
ABM.
Can you do the job right?
Namer.
Go ahead.
Do you believe that certain jobs should have prejudice?
Yes.
Might as well. In certain jobs, yeah.
ABM, if he's clear. This is the reason why certain jobs should have prejudice. 1, are you physically fit enough to do it? 2, are you intelligent enough to do it? 3, do you have the wherewithal when shit falls apart to keep your bearings and still complete the task? Here's the problem. If you increase the standards, right? And you tell that goddamn male, don't carry her shit. If she doesn't carry her shit, she does not pass. What would that do to the fucking females?
That would literally
Compel them to pick it up.
It would either compel them to pick it up or you will not have any.
Mm-hmm.
And by that standard, is that not the way men live?
Pretty much.
Yes.
So, you want a male-dominated theater, and you want to get the glory as a man, but you still want the protection of a female. That doesn't work for men.
You can't have it both ways.
And that's the hard part about the woman subject.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting. A lot of these things, they want to invade male spaces, but they want to maintain their own spaces. Prime example.
Exactly.
Boy Scouts of prime example. Boy Scouts of America. They started letting girls into the Boy Scouts, but boys are not allowed to be in the Girl Scouts. Furthermore, in the Boy Scouts, along with a scout leader, you can have a den mother, but you can't have a adult male in the Girl Scouts in any authority position whatsoever. And by the way, and here's something I also want to mention, since we brought up the Woman King. The Woman King was just a nicer way of saying you're a regent, which is not a bad term in itself. Or being a regent it means you're just temporarily ruling on someone else's behalf. But if there's going to be such a thing as,
Speaking of regent,
yeah.
One of the best punches in animation history, I'm telling you. At least I ain't gonna say the top 5, but definitely in my top 10.
Definitely top 5. Definitely top 5.
Now,
By the way,
that Luffy punch was up there, and I got some Dragon Ball Z punches that can. Now, I think that'll be.
I don't even think Dragon Ball had a better punch to that. A better punch to that.
By the way, this term woman king needs to be destroyed, buried, and whatnot, because I once asked this question: is there such a thing as a woman king, shouldn't there also be such a thing as a man queen? If not, shut the fuck up. If not, shut the fuck up with that bullshit. Y'all can
Well,
miss me with that goddamn term. You're either a regent and nothing more, lady. You're
like
just a regent.
yeah, they have something called a man queen.
A man queen.
It's called Saucy Santana.
Oh,
Well,
boy.
there's a reason why the capital of Thailand is called Bangkok, not Bangkok.
He would like
Y'all can look into it.
No, imagine it was called Bang Cut though, like for real. Like, no, seriously.
You remember that scene? You remember that scene in The Hangover 2? When they were looking for what's his face's brother-in-law, and they had to go to that one of those drag shows and unfortunately they had full frontal nudity, and the lady boy said, "There's a reason this place is called Bangkok, not Bangkok."
Oh man, that's
Butt ass naked, full frontal with that shit. I'm like, God damn.
Jesus.
Yeah. You gotta
That was a Hangover
understand
too,
that,
bro.
you gotta understand. I'm not even showing this shit to shit on women. I'm just showing this because women said, "Who needs men?" Obviously, you still need us to protect you.
Service because so many guys now are just physically unfit.
You know why they're physically unfit? It's called single motherhood. You don't put your kids in sports. You don't keep them around their fathers. You let them sit on video games all day. Can't do a goddamn push-up. Can't do a goddamn...
The boys have been hamstrung since they were kids.
You can't...
Because the mother wanted to maintain control.
Because I don't want my baby to go out there and get hurt. Yeah, let your boy get dusty. A man with dirty hands is a busy man. Hard working man.
Idle hands are the devil's tools, as they say.
Charles, I went to Walmart today, and the craziest thing I saw, the average chick I was seeing was 180 pounds or higher, man. And you got to remember, me, I'm 185. Was it 5'9", maybe 5'10", depending on what shoes I'm wearing.
And the women in question, how tall were they?
From 5'5" to maybe 5'7".
All right, 180 on a woman's 5'7". That's pushing it. But on somebody's 5'5", get the hell out of here. That's extremely pushing it.
Probably 5'2". Finishing up real quick. Let's look at this, right? This is what feminism did. You effeminated the boys where they don't want to get a weight set anymore. You don't even hear kids be like, I want a new iPhone, I want a pair of Jordans. What about a weight set? What am I going to do with that? Lift, bitch.
I've never heard.
What about a punching bag?
Because so many guys now are just physically unfit. I'm sure you guys covered.
I'm going to slightly do a pause. If you think the guys are unfit, what do you think the females are? Worse.
And pardon me. First of all, what's up, everybody?
What's up, man?
What up?
Hey, listen, I'm gonna call bullshit on what this dude just said. So many guys are, not physically fit. That's bullshit. What it is just people just don't want to join the military. That's what it is.
Yeah.
What this man just said out of his mouth. What this man just said out of his mouth is cope. He's making an excuse for the women. Well, see, we have to have women in the military because so many men can't cut the mustard. Bull fucking shit. Bullshit.
How come you still got majority men in the military?
People just don't want to fucking enlist. You know what I'm saying? You can't really blame them. You know what I mean? It is what it is. But don't sit here and make fucking excuses.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing with the police departments, the fire departments. I used to work with this white stud. Yeah, I mean, and she used to complain about women who can't do the job at the fire department.
Can't cut the mustard.
I mean, I'm sorry. I gotta blame white men on this one. White men have completely dropped the ball in this country. You let feminism turn into a Frankenstein.
just to undermine you, black man.
And it has infiltrated. It has infiltrated every single aspect of American society. Just like you were saying about how they always get in our spaces. You can't do shit as a man in this country without a fucking woman being right there. The barbershop, the strip club, the pool hall,
Oh my
every
God, the
fucking thing.
barbershop, man.
Everything. They're right there. Like you can't avoid them anymore.
Man, but
The gym. You do all this thought shit in the gym just for content so some dude can glance at you for 3 seconds. Now he's your content. I'm uncomfortable because the man is looking at me. Well, who told you to set up your tripod and you purposely wear the leggings that wedge up into your ass? And of course, today's the day you want to do squats.
Yeah.
Right in front of the. Right
And
in front
then
of
you want to call for help if you try to bench press and you get stuck. And
Like,
no other guy's going to help you.
God, man, I'm sorry. White men did this shit. This is a creature of white men. White men created this fucking monster.
And now they complain.
ABM, I appreciate your views on this, man. Really insightful. Really
Now they-
insightful. For real.
Job. We can't get a job because they're hiring women. Bitch, that's on you.
That's on your daddy. Your granddaddy, too.
And
And they
then
weren't thinking about you. They were thinking about protecting their spot.
and they keep it up because of the power of whiteness. Okay, all these white guys can make it better, but this is what they say: by the power of white supremacy,
by the power of Grayskull, by the power of Grayskull.
I mean, it's funny, right? Because shout out to Sandog because that's one of the few officers in the military I would trust. A lot of motherfuckers will lie.
Hell yeah.
They will lie. And it's not cute. It really isn't cute. Because if we're going to be fair about a lot of shit, being an officer and enlisted are two different tracks.
Mm-hmm.
And you're getting some of the so-called fit female officers. A lot of those bitches are not that fit. Well, you look at them white chicks. Do she look like she lost 30 fucking pounds? Like my man said when he went through Ranger School.
Yeah.
You're allowed to
Think
shower.
about this.
He even said I look like a goddamn refugee prisoner.
Oh, I mean, wait a minute. Say that again.
He said I look like a goddamn refugee prisoner. The white guy had on.
You look too big for that. They usually kind of real skinny, man. I'm not gonna lie to
No,
you.
that's what the guy who was a ranger said.
Oh, okay.
Well, he said he lost 30 pounds in ranger school.
Oh, yeah, that'll do it.
You
30 pounds of muscle. 30 pounds of muscle. Women, they will lose like 30 pounds of fat, and that's fat that's essential for their function, for their body to function properly, by the way. A woman's fat index is not the same as a man's.
Your fucking menstrual cycle will stop. And you're telling me, right?
Oh yeah.
These women are just as fit. These women are just as fit as the men know. And they went through the ranger school. No. Why can't you find their record? Why can't you find all their shit?
Obesity and how like something like 80% of American teenagers aren't fit for military service.
That's bullshit. That's a bullshit statement. You're not accepting 80% of fucking teenagers. Why? Because guess what? There's a lot of motherfuckers in Baltimore City who are male who, if you try to chase them, they will smoke you like a pack of cools.
Mm-hmm.
So that's bullshit.
And what's crazy about it, Charles, is them motherfuckers smoke weed, pop Percocets, drink alcohol daily.
Mm-hmm. And you telling me, and see, this is another thing nobody picked up on. He's talking about white America.
Yeah.
Not Black America.
White America. Black America, motherfuckers and athletes. You know how many motherfuckers athletics got them off the goddamn street? Athletics got them an education. You never heard of a goddamn white boy becoming an athlete off the goddamn street. Not in the last 50 years like that. He had to be groomed.
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to sit there and tell my black ass that first and foremost, yeah, we don't call them white anymore. We call them unseasoned Americans. Thank you for the term. I'll give you credit, Alongo. I give you credit for that.
Alongo Savage. Thank you very much for that one. Ooh, yeah.
And this is the fucking part that he's speaking about. He's speaking about white America because he doesn't know shit about black. What's up, AL? Long time no see.
Don't nobody say shit.
Don't nobody say shit.
All the way from Austin, Texas.
You're muted.
And another thing, I just want to get this out real quick, if I may.
Cool.
Go ahead.
Since you have these recruitment issues, and since America has more imprisoned men than any other country in the civilized world, why don't you go to these prisons? Go to these dudes that are in fighting age and they're in prison on drug charges or robbery charges and say, look here, give us 5 years military service, we'll expunge your record.
Mm-hmm. Go to war, go to jail. That's the old shit.
You know what? It's great. It sounds good, but you know what? You're gonna get pushback. You're gonna get pushback from every state that's gonna say, no, we don't want to lose this $89, $79, $59 we're getting from the state, from the government per day. We're getting that money. We like that money.
Process.
You know,
the prison industrial industry, yeah.
Yeah. In Texas, we be the first state to balk because trust me, they make a living on those boys' backs every day. That's dollars that they'll lose. And I mean, it sounds good, but yeah.
Shout out to the chain gang. Shout out to the chain gang.
So again, another creature that white men created then.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the fucked up part to piggyback off of AL and ABM. Number one, I blame the American public not speaking up for it. Look, if you have a non-violent offense, which a drug offense is can be a non-violent, the same motherfucker you let these shops open for, these weed shops. Why didn't you let the motherfuckers you said that were getting felonies for distribution and he only had down bags?
Is that quarter year now?
Why didn't you have those? Why didn't you allow them black boys and young black men get into entrepreneurship, which you can tax, which would have calmed down the drug trade, which would have actually took a lot of violence out of it? You could tax it. Why? But you let some middle class white boys become millionaires overnight. That's what I got a problem with. Once again,
Charles, you're speaking too much logic right there. You're speaking too much logic, and you got to ask yourself this question. And you got to ask this question: who benefits from the status quo?
Well, you got to think about it. When you got places like Hagerstown and Maryland, in Maryland, so Hagerstown has the state pen. Do you know they utilize that prison population as part of their population to get more state funds?
Oh,
that's something new. Now I ain't know that part.
Yeah, they're part of their population. Hagerstown, you got a lot of farms. Guess who you can send out to be farmhands?
Oh, yeah.
Inmates.
That's just
Almost free labor. What are they getting? Like
What does the
just cents on
13th?
the dollar?
What does the
a sandwich.
13th? What does the 13th Amendment say?
The slavery is not legal, or you can't make somebody work against their will unless it's basically jail or something like that.
It's slavery is abolished unless punishment as for a crime. So,
Mm-hmm.
guess what? Slavery is legal if you're paying your debt to society. Remember, slavery is truly not abolished. Everyday slavery, antebellum slavery, but why do you think we never got our foot off your Negro necks? We just put, see, this is the part you don't get. When you can't pay your child support, that's why we got that draconian shit. We put you in arrears for a year with some astronomical price that no regular American can pay. And guess what? When you don't pay, you in debt to us now. We said it's illegal. We made it hard for a man to get a job, so it forces you to do something illegal just to get a bite to eat and put clean underwear on your ass. So guess what? When we catch you, and we gonna catch you, you going to jail.
Yep. That about surmises it. That's how they do, right, Chuck?
And then here's the crazy part. Black man invent the traffic light, white man invent the traffic ticket.
Dun, dun, dun.
Chuck. I say, we need to vote to get rid of the traffic light. Because therefore, if we take back our traffic light, they can't use their traffic ticket. That's what I say.
Or here's a better idea. Black people should charge the government a fee for using the products we create.
Yeah.
I was thinking that question, but the real
big facts.
Because if you're not going to pay it monetarily, the least you can do is give a state-of-the-art school.
They think you fussing at them and shit. It's like
Somebody get noise in the background.
Yeah, we got like 5 conversations going on.
This is what people don't understand. When you hear this white dude talk about, no, you're talking about white America has been gotten fat and lazy. A black dude had to be athletic just to run from the fucking Crips and Bloods and the GDs and the fucking Black Gorilla family.
And don't forget ducking all them landmines called life.
Yeah.
I can still go to the gym right now and bench 160. Was it 260 right now?
So you got if you take a 40-year-old black man and a 40-year-old white guy, who looks like life kicked him in the ass?
Usually that white kid, man.
So you can imagine when it's down to 20s, down to teens, you got the average motherfucker. No white cop is catching a black teen in Baltimore on no goddamn foot chase. Only time they caught him because he either gassed out or he was in his car.
Yeah, or they called was some backup?
The helicopter, and that's the only. But pure on foot speed, fuck no. You had to call. Hey, he's running. Can we get a black man up here?
I think
a lot of people don't know this, but Charles was on Cops many a times.
I'll be on Cops.
And they were there in Baltimore.
You notice how between the black nerd and the white nerd always get caught and gets beat up, while the black nerd he always outruns everybody.
Yeah, got the sonic boom, motherfucker. I wear it like this and shit. That motherfucker got speed.
And the self-awareness to know something ain't right. I better get the fuck up out of here ASAP.
Looking like this. That motherfucker is so fast. You start seeing particle beams come out of his ass. So you
like the atom.
You telling me that all the guys on this panel right now can be considered nerdy at some point, right?
Yeah. Oh yes. Oh yes.
Yep.
We're nerds. It doesn't mean we can't handle ourselves physically. It
Yeah.
doesn't mean we can't, because I'm pretty sure each one of us been in a fight. I'm
Lots of
pretty
them.
I'm pretty sure we were capable of running from that motherfucker if necessary. Oh shit, his boy's coming. Pew. I'm pretty sure we were
Gotta go get
capable,
my boys.
I'm pretty sure we were capable of actually using this superpower called common sense and avoiding the
Yeah.
shit that's necessary. So when I'm looking at the difference of white America and black America is a stark difference. This is how I sometimes I joke with other like suburban black kids with a amount of white friends. I was like, man, you better use the power of blackness and stop thinking like that dumbass white boy. Because a lot of shit he said, if I was 25 and under, I would be highly offended, especially if I was black. You talking about, I was a world class athlete at 16. God damn.
I didn't get to that level until I was like 18 almost.
Yeah. And the average for a black kid is around 16 to 23. Most black kids are possible national to world class athletes if they actually focused on a sport.
Like if
Even
it
the
was like
girl.
my dad even tells me like if it wasn't for my school had a shitty sports program, charter school. But my dad says like, yo, like if I would have put you in a good enough school with a good enough program, I would have made D1.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you what's funny.
In baseball,
right? My grandfather made
What position?
second base, shortstop, and
Shortstop. Okay.
a little bit of left outfield.
I'm gonna tell you this
Oh,
story.
left field. All right. Okay. Go ahead.
My God bless my grandfather's soul, peace, power, and paradise. My uncle, which is his oldest son, he told me he just won the state title in track and field. My grandfather was in his mid 40s. And he thought he was big shit too. He said my grandfather, he said that motherfucker smoked me like you doing that cigar right now.
Oh shit.
Everybody said if he would have went to the NFL, he'd have been a Hall of Famer because he had that just natural athletic gifts of God. And it's like you're telling me the motherfuckers you bred to be bigger, stronger, faster, we're out of shape. Maybe the women, but not the men. Hell, we got to start. I've seen more cut up dudes than I see in shape black women.
Man, at Walmart today, I saw so many in shape dudes, tall, skinny, necessarily different frame, all in shape. The women, 180 to 200 max necessarily from 5'5" to maybe like what's it 5'7", 5'8".
Most of them doing the prison routines, the prison gym routines and whatnot.
They're not 180.
Calisthenics.
Oh, you talk about 220. Let's be honest.
I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying to be nice.
I'm gonna say this.
They were probably like 220. You probably right. They were like 220.
In the words of my dear sweet mama, fuck being nice. I'd rather be honest than nice.
Tell it like it is. Just tell it like it is.
The real weight was probably like shit from like I'm gonna say like 180 to probably like what's it 250, but that's what I was seeing walking around.
250, 260. Okay, so we have women as big as Charles. Okay.
Yeah,
what else is new?
Bigger. You know them chicks with the fucking arms that spread. Their tattoo you thought said stop, but it really says stop in the name of love before you break my heart. Tribute all over. That's when she pulls out the other side of the tattoo.
Man, nobody needs to know about what Miss Ross was thinking. Forget Miss Ross. She already made me stick to my stomach. What's next? The other one, she got a tattoo that says upside down. Boy, you turned me? Get out of here.
Think about it, right? I'm gonna tell you how much of gifts from God. They were probably also freaked out because you're a black dude that could swim first. I didn't even know that was a rumor. That was the stereotype till I joined the army. Wait a minute, you could swim? Yeah, not all of us came on the boat, nigga. Shit.
I remember as a young child, like I was the youngest of my class. My birthday's in May, so I'm at that cutoff range, and I've always been able to lift things twice my size. And so even though I
You
was kind
little
of like
ants.
I was like the runt, I was the smallest, and I was like the runt. I could lift things twice my size.
That's why big girls kept running to you.
I bet he be lifting them up like Elephant Man, huh?
Crazy enough,
Yep,
I've done it
good
to
to
a couple
go.
of my female coworkers, and it's like, put your little strong ass down. Put your what's it?
Put
Put
your
a little
Hercules
strong ass
ass
Kobe
down. Put
down.
your Hercules down. I bet when you picked them up, they were like, Hercules, Hercules, Hercules afterwards.
My man said he was at the prom like this. Let me find it. Let me find it.
Oh, man.
Oh my god, I gotta find my shit. Oh, where is
Oh.
it? Oh my god, that is too funny. Where is it?
But I will say they were smiling at the end of everything.
My man said he came up to the big girl like this. Come here, you gonna dance with me today?
Yeah. Girl, come on, girl, stop playing with me.
Stop playing. Oh, right there. Oh, now you like that big girl.
I'm sorry.
You sure he wasn't? You sure Lost wasn't avoiding the big girl like Spike Lee was and Malcolm X? Shorty, come here, Shorty. Come here, Shorty.
I can just imagine it, bro. I can
That's a
literally
lot
just
of
imagine you
ass.
picking like 260, like, girl, I got you, girl. Come on.
Like I've literally, I've literally taken women like my size and taller, literally lifting them above my head, just by grabbing them underneath on their legs.
That got me in trouble sometimes, so I had to stop.
Yeah.
Nigga, what type of sauce are you on?
Like, hey, big girl, what you doing?
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go. See you later. I mean, it's funny because I tell a lot of people, I said, there's a lot of athletic black people, and I'm just like, my nigga, you don't know shit about the black community because shit, I seen motherfuckers smoke weed and take off like Barry Sanders, that motherfucker. You seen motherfuckers be like, damn, I've been in foot chases and I'm chasing a motherfucker down. I'm like, I'm thinking about that. I'm like, wow, this guy got great technique. I mean, he's got run away from the cop speed. God.
They don't understand that what was it again? They don't understand that intellectually and physically, like there's a lot of smart black people. It's just that they've never had nobody really invest in them.
Yep. And they know that. Oh boy, guess what time it is, folks? It's smoke o'clock, and I got a cigar. Ooh, Rocky Patel. Don't forget to hit the Cash App, people. I know poverty's a bitch, isn't it? But
yeah, what's with all the channels getting demonetized? First it was BGS and AB, now you.
I've been demonetized, but I'll tell you offline what might have happened with BGS and AB.
They hit my channel too. That's the funny thing. I used to get 2,000 views, but 2,000 likes on my shorts. Now I really only get like 5. This shit's crazy, bro. They went full F mode, bro. From 2,000 to 1,000 to 5, bro.
Okay, I'm back. Charles, what were you saying?
I said I'll tell you offline what might have happened to BGS and AB. Some fuckboy shit. I'll say that. Some fuckboy. If it's verified, I mean, right now it's in the rumor mill, but if it's close to verified as I think it might be, true fuckboy shit. I mean, true fuckboy shit. And I don't. There's a reason why I don't do none of that flag campaign, none of that shit. There's a reason why I barely even fucking block people. One, I'm an ignorant motherfucker. I like making people feel stupid, like, Breezy. Hey, what's up, Breezy? Where you at? I know you listen to me, Breezy. You walking fucking abortion. But still waiting for you on Monument Street. But and it's like, I never liked the fucking flagging campaigns that some people do, and YouTube. If you haven't noticed, I think black men, especially black manosphere men, should just do an exodus. Keep your channels, but also have a Rumble and also a TikTok account.
Yeah, that's why I've been hearing like Obsidian, Dr. Thunder. They've been saying like, hey, YouTube's been doing its thing, but make sure you spread around your content to different platforms.
Yeah.
The most scariest thing, I don't know if y'all noticed right now, for me, I did the mistake of deleting my TikTok. Do not delete your TikTok. If you do, you will not be able to get it back. And if you do get it back, you get the new version of TikTok, which does not allow you to have live conversations. So if you get rid of it, you cannot, quote unquote, get it back.
Wait, they got rid of TikTok Live?
No, yeah, it's the TikTok Live is dead, bro. If you apply this, if your app that you have right now, if you delete it off your phone and you try to get it back again, it's going to have TikTok Lite, right? That's going to be the new app, and you can't go to lives anymore, bro.
I know Tariq Nasheed ain't gonna like that one.
So if I get a new phone and they transfer all the apps,
if you put it like this, bro, if you delete that app and you try to reinstall that app on another phone or whatever, bro, you will not be able to go on lives anymore. That's what I figured out.
That's why I got TikTok on my iPhone, my Samsung, and my iPad. Fuck what you heard. By the way, we're going to do comedy time to lighten the mood because I'm tired of looking at dumbass white dudes say dumbass shit unless I want to keep listening to this.
Yeah,
please. So they don't have a lot
hell
and the funny thing is the fat guy isn't even white.
We have the results.
I don't want to listen to them fucks. Here's one of my new things I have to do. Yeah, I got more subscribers. Yay. Let's hear from your Grand Region Thrag.
Due to a well-known fact that I am the freshest Viltrumite. Due to a well-known fact that I am the freshest Viltrumite, and none of you sorry excuses of hoes and mustachians can 1v1 me, I will be taking over. The first Thrag Mammoth is all men must have 360 waves, a fade, buzz cut, or Boosie fade is acceptable. I don't want to see any dreads or bald niggas. Thrag Mammoth number 2. All women must have styled braids, well-kept curls, clean dreads. And I swear if I see any of y'all with a Jada Pinkett hairstyle, I'm going to personally smack you the way Will should have done many years ago instead of Chris Rock. Thrag Mammoth number 3. How the fuck are we the strongest race in all the universe, and somehow, some way, we're not strong enough to turn the handle on the shower to wash our hair? I can see the blood stains in all your hair and mustache. I smell it from here, and it stinks. So get your asses acquainted with some water, shampoo, conditioner, and a decent fucking barber. You, old head, who's your barber?
I'd rather not say.
Oh, okay. Strike one, OG.
I don't think that's a good idea, young blood.
How about this? You take the hood off your head, you show them what a real haircut looks like, and I won't decapitate you in front of all these people.
Oh, don't do this. I'm 3 days from retirement, and my shit is fucked up.
Nigga, if you don't take that shit off your head, so help me, I will off you in front of everybody in this bitch.
Well, you just gonna have to do what you gotta do, brother, because this shit is not coming off my head.
Well, I hope it was worth it with no regrets, OG.
I'm always ready to cross over, young blood. My only regret is not smacking the shit of my barber once he finished my cut and fucking up my line.
Well, after I slice you in half, I'll pay him a visit too.
Yeah, I think I would appreciate that.
All right, OG. Happy early retirement. Due to a well-known fact that I am the freshest Viltrumite, and none of you sorry.
That sounds like... Watch me laugh.
Man, but he was slapping people so man, slap, man. And he was his air palming people in the face.
Oh my God, he just slapped the shit out of him.
No, I know. Did you see the part where I think when Mark finally got back to Earth and he was throwing all those punches, he just said air palm to the face and then sent him back like was 100 feet. I was like, oh man.
Oh yeah, this is a good one. I almost got 100K views on this one. How am I at only 6.7K?
How?
Huh?
How?
Matter of fact, you want to know about most popular? What's the number right here?
That's almost a million. If I'm looking at that right, that's almost a million, right?
Almost a million. 910K.
Oh yeah, they fucking me. They fucking me real good because I can barely get to 5.
Look at this one.
500,000. All right, man. YouTube guy, I must have pissed the YouTube gods off real bad.
Hey, Zulu,
man.
how often are you posting on your shorts?
Man, I'm doing this. I was doing necessarily every week, every week necessarily 3 times a week, 4 times a week. Now, but originally I was doing it like twice or 3 times a day necessarily. But then when it started hitting my channel, man, it kind of took the life out of me. I ain't gonna lie to you, man.
Yeah, Charles posts on his shorts like every other day.
Sometimes. I want you to look at this real quick. Almost 1 million views. Over 500,000. Almost 100,000. Almost 100,000. Look at the cigar. Look at the count.
This don't make no sense, man.
This one video gave me over 200 and some odd subscribers. Matter of fact,
the Grand Region is real pissed off with.
Let's see something. If I could, I wish I could see the algorithm. I had over 250 subscribers from this video alone.
Nolan, because you're disobeying orders. First of all, he told you to go to Earth, snuff out all the heroes, make you ready for our arrival. You didn't do that. You went to Earth, start making babies. There's strike 1. You polluting our pure Viltrumite fucking bloodline on your ass. Strike 2. We can see you from space, Nolan, tongue kissing cockroaches, kissing bugs, Nolan, and not only that, you couldn't even pull out, right? You couldn't even pull out of a cockroach or insect. Nolan, strike 2, right? Because you know us Viltrumites, we are proud people, and we come in all different shades. We got brown, yellow, white, red, kind of little Native American Viltrumite, but what you know what we ain't got? Fucking purple Viltrumites, Nolan. But that's you, polluting our damn bloodline. So yeah, Thrag sent us here to jump your bitch ass. He sent us here to beat you into the goddamn ground. And I used to rock with you, Nolan, and then I saw you sticking your tongue smooth down this damn insect's throat. And I ain't gonna lie, she kind of bad. Hey, she kind of bad. But you don't tongue kiss her, Nolan. You smash and then you move on. And most of all, you pull out. Right? Purple Viltrumites. This is fucking blasphemy. And yeah. Put them bitches up, man. Put them bitches up.
I think black folk are making this more funnier than it actually is, man.
Mm-hmm. I want you to look at my viewership right now, live viewers. And I want you to look at this number.
He's in his prime. He'll kill you.
By the way, I got to look with my phone. Do you know how many likes I got for this video?
I'm like, where's the likes at, though?
I got to go on my phone. It's different on my phone for some reason.
Nah, man. They playing with us, man.
They are. Do you know how many likes I got for that video? I got over 129K likes. How the fuck am I only having 12 people in prime time hours on the East Coast? This has almost 1 million views.
Face me, fool, and I will kill you!
Okay, son, show me.
You weak, old man! You're slow!
True, but we're all slow when we're thigh deep in mud. And you're not too bright.
What was that?
Just the right kind of cut above the eyes, the kind that bleeds.
That a tickle?
That was a nerve bundle in your deltoid. You won't be moving that arm for a while.
You finished, old man!
You don't get it, son. This isn't a mud hole. It's an operating table. And I'm the surgeon.
The mutants are dead. This is the new face of the law. We are the sons of Batman.
How you whip a guy's ass so much your whole gang left you for the ops? Over 1 million. Matter of fact, if you want to talk about live streams, right? This is my most popular. 19K views. This is when I was rocking and rolling. When you saw these, the Amiri Brown, that shit is funny. If y'all haven't seen that shit was funny. Dark Ghetto with BGS. Ellie Magazine with BGS. Let's set the record straight. I mean, you're talking about a guy who was doing pretty good numbers, but then, boom. And it took like shorts to get my shit back up and at him. How the fuck does this get almost 100,000? And I'm like, I'm barely scraping up 12 to 10 people.
Wait a minute, what? This don't make sense.
That's why I said YouTube is a strange sons of a bitch. How can I get almost 1 million views on a fucking short? And I don't even have 7,000 subscribers.
That don't make sense, man. It's like you got to be shadow banned. Like I think we all got to be shadow banned as somewhere. It has to be, because when I'm looking at the map, they have to have us like cordon off on like a certain part of the internet where only we are at necessarily. Because
they are royally fucking y'all. Ain't no fucking doubt about it. I've been rocking with these men since 2015, and Charles can attest to it. Man, brother, they have tried to shut y'all down, demonetize y'all, and do all this and all that. What it is it's somebody within YouTube that's fucking y'all, and they don't like y'all content. YouTube in general really got off that shit. I think it's somebody within that company that's fucking black men. They gotta ask the crime.
And how is this illegal? How is this legal?
I'm just wondering, because I'm gonna tell you what's so funny, right? I remember when I was doing my firearms instructor training courses.
Yep.
I was waiting and I pulled up. It was like 8 o'clock in the morning, 8, 9 in the morning, and I had 150 people live listening to me. 150 people, 8, 9 in the morning. Now you're telling me 10 o'clock at night, 10:40, 10:43, which are prime hours. I can't even pull 20.
Well, I mean, you tell me it's not at least like 40 people in here at least that?
I can't pull. I got 11 live viewers right now.
Yeah, they got to be blocking your shit, bro.
And they constantly blocking my shit. So you telling me there's no shadow ban?
They on a cock blocking Black Manosphere tour. They like, fuck it. We gonna get Kevin back one way or all his disciples and cohorts and homeboys. We fucking y'all.
These are my oldest shorts. So you're telling me, right? I could get 1,000 off of this.
All right, ready, set, go. Check them out. Check my mans out.
I'm surprised they didn't crush the body cam. Let's go back to shorts. Most popular. 1,000,000. How many fucking ads are they getting off of this alone?
I don't know, man.
How
Man.
many? Almost 1,000,000. How
I,
many ads are?
I smell class action lawsuit. That's what
It
I
got to
smell.
be something, bro.
You can't tell.
Hey, it's enough for y'all. Y'all can file one again on these hoes. Man, quit bullshit. Fight five with five.
Isn't Dennis Sperling
Yeah, a lawyer.
putting together
Yeah,
a
we
lawsuit?
got a lawyer on our team. We got 2 lawyers. The black attorney, what's his name?
The lead attorney.
Yeah, lead attorney. Yeah, we got lawyers.
I'm gonna tell you.
I'm a little scared, bro, because I'm on some for real stuff. If we do quote unquote go that or go to that level, I don't want them folks, something happening to them boys, man. Like, they do go, they take a random trip and all of a sudden they don't, wrong turn, they don't come back.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna tell you how fucking vicious this is, right? If you see what this is, right? If you take this video from here to here, right, and go up, that's over 2 million views alone.
Yeah,
that's even here. That's so hell. Let's go down in here. That's more than 2 million views.
You missing money.
Matter of fact, look how many views I got total. This is my total viewership right here.
2 million. Man. All right, I'm done, bro.
Over more than 2.5 million. So you telling me there's some fugazi shit going on?
They nerfing this shit, man. Straight up.
Y'all gonna catch me in Africa, bro. I'm getting tired of
ask
this
you
shit,
this
bro.
one question. How many people in the Black Manosphere can say you have over 2 million views from your content?
Not a lot.
Almost 2.
I don't think any.
Almost 2.3. Probably BGS. Definitely BGS. Probably Dr. T. Think about it. I'm shadow banned, but I still managed to get over 2.6 million views. Make sense of this. And then here's my subscriber count. ABM said it before. I'm getting fucked.
You getting fucked, man.
With no Vaseline.
How the fuck? I should be able to do this full time by getting, if I could attract almost 1 million people from one, I should be able to do this full time, right?
Yes. No doubt about it.
A quarter of that, really.
This right here hasn't even been up a week yet. 5 days. 5 days.
Yeah, I know I'm getting fucked, bro. Because
They fucking chingling y'all. They chingling y'all.
I'm sorry, because a lot of shit. I think we're getting fucked out of our shit.
The Grand Region is real pissed off with you, Nolan, because you.
I mean, you can make funny shit. You can make. There's something about this doesn't smell right.
It's thinking a high heavy, and it's a bullshit. Straight up bull.
This is almost half. This is like what, a third, really. This right here. If you want to do YouTube math, this is a third of my viewership alone. So what does that tell you?
Something's fishy here, Lucy.
This right here is a third of my viewership alone.
They got some explaining to do. Some fucking explaining, Lucy.
We're gonna have to.
That's the only way. That's realistically, the more I think about it, I've been talking to I'm not gonna say his name on live or whatever, but I've been thinking about making my own app and just saying F it, bro. You do it in a different country. I got the quote unquote equipment. I got the now I don't know if I got enough storage space for 1 million people, but I got enough units that I think I can probably run like a small, powerful app Yeah, so I think I can do it. I don't know if I can handle a couple 100 million, but I think I can probably do a good
Because when you
75,000.
demonetize a guy who puts on college level shit like BGS, that says a lot. That says a lot.
Chuck, this is what it is. You know they despise him. They can't get rid of him because we won't let him. So what do? They go say, we go fuck him at his money. We go chingle him. And not only are we go fuck him, we go fuck everybody that fucks with him and he fucks with. So guess what? This is how y'all are lumped up in this shit. But you know what? We already unified. The fist is closed. Our fingers are not open. All we got to do is swing back. And I'm talking about swing with the pen. Swing with the pen, my friend.
This is BGS's channel. How the fuck does he doesn't even have 50K yet?
That's what the AL, bro. The craziest thing happened to me. Well, I'm gonna forget what I'm about to say. What happened? Damn, I forgot. Give me a second. I think I'd just rather build my own app at this point. I think it's just easier.
How do you have 17,000.5 million views? And you demonetize this motherfucker. How? He's making you money every time.
That shit should be illegal.
It is illegal, bro. I think it is illegal. They just don't care. They're just not being punished.
Let's look at his lives, right? Let's look at his most popular. This is 40K alone. 40K. He's got 40K views.
That's crazy, man.
Crazy work. Crazy work. See, look, I left here mad and pissed off. I say, okay, I'm gonna take some time out, fire myself, do even more healing, because I just felt like I was going down all these rabbit holes and all these battles with these niggas. And I was like, let me take a break. I come back, they still fucking with my boys. So I'm just gonna get back on mad like I was before and ain't gonna give a damn. So guess what? I'm back.
All right, bro. Hey, stay there.
This is 200. This is almost 200 fucking thousand views.
Yeah, BGS's work, right? This is what we're looking at.
This is BGS's.
This shit, man. We gotta get these lawyers together. Come on, man. We got two of them. They got law firms, and they can file these motherfucking class action lawsuits.
These two together. Let me put it to you this way: these two together are over 350. What the fuck? Think about it. He's talking to Shahrazad Ali, 83K. These videos here, 192, 154, 144, 119.
Do y'all see a pattern? Keep going. Do you see a pattern?
And I mean, I'm just going by the most popular. So you telling me a motherfucker like this? And see, notice they sometimes take you off the bell, so you got to remember. How the fuck is he not over 100K yet? Once again, if you motherfuckers don't believe me, this is his subscriber count.
I wanted to ask you a question.
This is his viewership.
I just want to ask a quick question.
Mm-hmm.
Now I got now I just noticed when I got like a private section on my YouTube, whatever. I just keep everything on private, right? Mm-hmm. I woke up one day, all my stuff was just was public, everything. Yeah. Like I got my private music, everything, everything.
They opened everything on your ass. Everything.
And I'm sitting there like I'm trying to figure out because I'm like I never changed none of this stuff to public. So how did this come out on public? And I'm like, oh, they must have went. YouTube must have went through my private shit and they said, okay, we're gonna go through this and just let you know we here. We looking at your shit. That had to be it.
And remember, this is BGS. Somebody who has roughly 7 times the fucking people I do. And they took them off. Let's go to AB real quick.
Bless his heart. He over there fighting a good fight.
Here's AB Media, right? How does he not even have 3K yet? And then right now he's live.
And he been on Rollins' ass.
Let's look at 1 million views.
You lying.
1
you
million
lying,
views.
bro.
Not even 1.3 million views. And he doesn't have a 3K. How the fuck does this? Did I just put up something that makes sense?
It made too much sense. That's the problem. You got to have your own everything. That's the only reason you got to do. You got to have your own everything and just say fuck it. That's just the reality of it, man. There's nothing that they gonna play fair on, so you might as well just say have your own and say and just say fuck it, man.
I want you to realize that we got fucked.
Hey, Ray say he back.
Huh?
Ray.
Ray's in the back.
Okay. Get lost up there. Get Ray. I want y'all to look at this shit, right? And ABM pointed this out to me. How the fuck are you still at that number?
Everybody's been saying, how the fuck are y'all at the numbers y'all at? When we well know, good and well know that the content we put out, somebody's listening, and it should be more than what we seeing from YouTube reports, because YouTube reports are skewed. They are nerfing some shit to death. I know they are. You can't tell me otherwise. I've been watching this and watching y'all go through this since 2015. No shit.
Yeah.
Y'all have a valid points to make in an argument for a lawsuit. Truthfully,
And this is his shit. He doesn't even have 3K yet, but he has over how many views? Something's not fucking adding up.
the math ain't mathing. The math ain't mathing.
How do you have less than 3K, but you get over 1 million views?
Don't worry, we still waiting for that answer. Don't worry, and we waiting. The Black Manosphere is waiting. A Black Manosphere member just asked the question and posed it to who? YouTube. YouTube, if you're listening, we're waiting. Well, don't worry, we'll wait. We'll wait on it.
We'll go to Art News Style, right?
No.
Art News Style. Right? How the fuck? How the fuck?
How the fuck?
How the fuck?
What?
How the fuck?
How the fuck? Look at what he got, right? For subscriber count. Well earned. What does he talk about? Anything controversial? It's all
Man. And we don't allow it amongst ourselves on this channel. We try to show the respect. It happens from time to time, but we nip that in the bud. That's not his channel is not for controversy. He's an informative, educational Black man, and he gives information down the line.
And only 200, and he consistently gets about at least 1K. At least 1K of video. And you're telling me he only got what? 225,000 views.
You shit me. You shit me. You got to be shitting me.
We're getting
YouTube, you shitting me.
We're getting fucked.
We are getting, man. You know what?
And I'm gonna show you something, right? 4 months ago, 14K. How does he have a fucking interview with Jaguar Wright at only 3.1K?
You shitting me, YouTube.
They're getting fucked. Founders Day. His fraternity. 4K. You're telling me, and goddamn, is he not a great artist?
Yes, he is.
You're telling me, right? How? I don't think y'all hear me. Let's go to BGS Black Gnostic, right?
A flagship.
11K. Let's go to his videos because he mostly does videos here. Most popular. 41K. How the fuck do you do this?
Shitting us, man. They shitting us, YouTube. That's what you're doing. You shitting us. Somebody within YouTube is doing something on behalf of this liberal party. Because this liberal party is still mad at us. Because we did not support them. And they cause for the welfare system. No.
They do the same thing with Tariq Nasheed. Why don't Tariq Nasheed have 1 million subs?
Man. And he
No. Hey, no. I hate to say this. I think they are actually protecting for Tariq because, bro, at this point, man, his shit should have been hit. He never really been hit, bro. It's odd to me, man. It's just odd to me. He just never been hit by nothing.
He doesn't say anything.
Ain't they still messing with Obsidian? They still messing with Obsidian or no?
The fact that FD Signifier has what 2 or 3 channels with 1 million subs, and Tariq Nasheed don't have 1 million subs, that's bullshit.
And
of course,
FD Signifier is lame.
No, you can always tell these accounts are boosted because it's always that it start 35,000, 50,000 is the first video, and I'm like, ain't no way in fucking hell your first video is no 50,000, bro. I don't give a
See,
fuck.
that's why I keep telling Charles, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's time to go ahead and start that comic book / anime channel. And you can save your Manafear shit from there. Just wrap it into, you know what I mean, the whole comic book anime shit for real.
Oh yeah, look at this.
So this is bullshit. This is bullshit.
A year ago, right? A year
Before y'all
ago.
finish that though, it's either one or two things that's happening that I'm starting to figure out. I'm starting to figure out. It's either A, they have these things hooked to our IP addresses. So
yes,
it stopped. It has to be that, bro. Or necessarily, bro, they got the most an intelligent genius person because I created 2 different accounts, vastly different names. I did one in fucking Chinese to see if that shit was gonna get hit.
So it's still the same result, even though. So you're saying it because it's tied to the IP. No matter if you create another channel, it's still going to be the same result.
It's still from the same IP. So it has to be that, bro. It has to be that because that's the only way. Because when my shit started getting too good, it was like, oh, wait a minute. From this IP, stop it. Everything from my IP is bad. When I go to another country and do it, I'm getting way better results. So it has to be the IP, bro.
I'm gonna tell you what's fucked up, right? I'm on FD's channel, right?
Mm-hmm.
His most popular video is this: 8.1 million.
What?
How do you talk about the manosphere and you only have Kevin Samuels and Fresh Fit You have Jordan Peterson, whoever the fuck this guy is. And I'm like, there's no such thing as a black conservative. You know, for a guy who calls himself an intellectual, what do you think Dr. King was?
Who? Wait a minute. Who said that? Signify?
Yeah.
What's that? One of his the title of one of his videos?
Right here.
He said it hit 8.1 mil.
Well, see, this is what I'm talking about. He's a white apologist. You know, he's a fucking Negro whisperer. You know what I mean?
Dudes like Rob, Comics Explain, rock with him and shit. All the other nerds.
I don't care about that. You know what I mean? Like, whatever. You know what I mean? You like who you like. Whatever.
Yeah.
I'm just simply saying, you know what I mean? That's some, excuse my language, that's some faggoty shit. There's no such thing as a black conservative.
I say
What?
it for you. It's some fuckboy shit.
It's no such thing as a black conservative. That don't even make sense.
Man.
Your whole
who was conservative.
So wait a minute. So by definition, there's no such thing as a black progressive, a black liberal,
or a black socialist, or a black socialist.
Yeah.
For that matter.
Oh yeah, by the way, look what he wrote right here. Anybody want to read that?
My eyes are bad. I'm getting new eyes in 2 weeks.
Fuck the police.
That's on his shit?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, cocksucking ass.
Yeah, okay, again, you know what I mean? This sucker shit. Fuck the police. Okay, bro, I mean, but do you be outside?
I mean, who does
What
say
exactly
fuck the
are you
police?
saying by that, bro? You don't be outside.
That motherfucker's huddled up to a computer all day.
What you get the occasional traffic stop every now and then? You did a rolling stop at a stop sign, bro? You get your ticket? Cops send you on your way? I mean, what are you saying by that?
You know what?
I don't like police brutality. Okay, that's not anything a million niggas before you ain't never said.
You know what, ABM? You gave me a good idea. I think I should dedicate a whole week on doing commentary on his shit.
Hey, and don't forget Brandon Tatum, your homeboy.
And actually tagging their name in it and hashtagging them so I could take their viewership and say, hey, let's see what the real.
He's not going to respond to you just like he didn't respond to, because he did commentary on
BGS, Charles,
and he did SWP, but he'll call you out, but he won't respond to you. He's a sucker. He's a sucker,
bro. It's a reason he went to that the Tekken tournament, bro. And man, I was bitching that man when he was at that fucking Tekken tournament. That man can't come to this shit, bro. Like
If that motherfucker's on a panel, can you just simply just hop on to that panel or whoever panel he's hopping on?
Oh no. Oh, he would never
and do a surprise attack type of shit. I mean,
he has very.
I'm gonna ask this for the panel in the chat.
hell, if not, fuck that motherfucker.
You want me to dedicate a whole month on just reviewing doing commentary on his shit?
That would be amazing. You know
he needs to be blitzed. Blitz him from the outside and the inside. God damn it! Run a 99 stun on his ass.
In 1988, NWA released a song titled "Fuck the Police," and it still might be the most subversive, radical, and controversial song in hip-hop history.
What up? I got something to say.
Make sure you don't get copyright though, nigga.
Which is funny because over time, the members of NWA proved to not be all that radical. But what they were at that time was provocative. They knew how to rob people up, and they knew what they were talking about. It was true.
Hey, dusting up my shit like gonna. Hey, dusting up my like Craig gonna. Yeah, dusting up my shit like Craig gonna. Hey, this extortion, nigga. Okay. Shit.
Did he really? Did he really?
Man, see, y'all don't really understand, bro. Like, he was getting punked at the Tekken tournament. At the Tekken tournament we have out here in the bro, he can't come down here.
What do you mean talking about he getting punked at the Tekken tournament?
My nigga, I was there. I was like, nigga, get your punk ass out of leadership.
Where that come from, nigga?
It's funny.
Nah, bro, because you don't understand. He came to the Tekken tournament we had down here in Atlanta. I was like, you want to get your punk ass over there with them bitches? He looked at me. I was like, nigga, try that shit. And he looked at me. But you gotta remember, I'm not that big, but I'm a decent sized dude. I'm like, bro, if you don't stay, I'm gonna beat your ass. He kind of looked at me, a couple other guys kind of came around me. He kind of looked at me. I was like, yeah, what you gonna do? And he kind of walked his ass on and got in his car and left, bro.
So wait a minute, hold on. I'm gonna ask this one question: did he really film himself getting pulled over?
I don't know, bro.
Let me put it to you this way. Have you ever heard of anybody in the manosphere, content creator, the black manosphere, not being greeted or shown love when they go out of their state or their city of where they live?
Never.
Not that I've heard of.
If anything, we're pretty welcoming to each other, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, shoot, Michael, we trying to meet up in July for some barbecue.
The Great Baltimore Smokeout. Get the little throwaway grills, get some burgers, get some sausage, get the speaker out.
The only people that complain are the anti-feminist, the feminists, anti-red pill,
Anti-masculist, anti-red pill.
Or the rejects like Gay Bay, and FD.
That motherfucker's so rejected that even sperm cells turned on him. So,
and all the motherfuckers with bull nose rings.
And I'm asking this for a friend. Have you noticed that how many cops are in the black manosphere?
Who's that in the background?
It's probably AB. I'm AO. And
hey, motherfucker, can you cut it down there? We're trying to have a conversation. So I had to do it. Yeah, it's all love, man.
You know what?
I'm back. I'm sorry. I apologize. Go ahead.
I've been practicing.
Thank you, my fellow Baltimorean, because you might have gave me content for the next month. I'm going to review FD Signifier content.
Ooh, okay, this is gonna be fun.
Say, hey, every other day, Chuck, because you got to get on Brandon Tatum's ass. I'm sorry, this war is not over. I remember when he started some shit, and you just had to go back and get him. Hey, we ain't gonna forget that nigga. We still on that nigga's ass.
If you dedicate a month to it, I'm gonna dedicate a month to be on FD Signifier ass. So let's go ahead and make it officially next month.
I told y'all to run a 99 stunt on their ass, blitz them with somebody from the outside, somebody from the inside. I need y'all to sack these niggas and make them feel this shit. Don't make no sense.
Strategy. They are part of the bigger algorithm. So,
hey, look at what Brandon Tatum said about that Ashley Janae chick. I think he said some shit motherfucker was saying.
I'm going to say this because remember when I said a few weeks ago that Brandon Tatum and FD Signifier are the same? Well, actually, it's Anton Daniels and FD Signifier.
Thank you. We can't leave that little fat Michigan nigga out of it.
Because they're different sides of the same coin.
Two sides of the same coin. I've mentioned many times.
Brandon Tatum is interesting to me because number one, I already know because I'm like I told you, I'm dangerous to people like him because you can't bullshit me. Well, you know, you've been in the streets of bull. Yes,
you'd expose him right then and there. That's the thing, and you show him how much of a hack he is to the greater YouTube sphere.
You're gonna tell me that It's so dangerous in Baltimore. There's times it can be. What about Boston? What about folks? All your fucking all your Irish gangs up that bitch. That still exists. It wasn't how many times did people say New York was so dangerous when the Italians ruled that motherfucker? And still in some ways do.
And not to knock off Tucson, where he's from, where he resides, it's a lot more milder compared to Baltimore.
And here's the crazy part.
The real shit's in Phoenix. But go ahead.
Here's the crazy part, right? When I look at this, fuck the police. I'm not insulted because you can say what you want. I defended your First Amendment rights, okay? But why do you say it because of the 2 to 3%? But guess what? You're a husband. You're a husband of a wife and 2 children, I believe, right? God forbid anything happening to them. What if you're not near them? Would you want a nice cop to help them out?
Hell
because
yeah.
you know what doesn't sell? The cop doing his job never sells. How many times have I showed you the Nashville cops? Did anybody in the black manosphere or any part of the manosphere, did any of them motherfuckers even show them? Hey, what's up, Mel? How many just like this? If you ask me a question, I'll do my damnedest to find a fucking answer.
Well, can you check out this video about this cop? I've forgotten his one challenge. It was posted by Indisputed. That I think that Ricky dude, Ricky,
In a minute.
dude with glasses.
In a minute, because I'm gonna let's take a gander on this shit.
Yeah, okay, keep that bingo on.
So and by the way, how did he get fucked the police? How can he play fuck the police and he doesn't get a strike?
I was thinking, I was like, why is this shit not being taken down? And it was over 10 seconds.
I play instrumentals and they coming from my ass.
I have 3-second, 5-second clips of a song that they'll find a way to necessarily. When I mean like the randomest songs, man, they will find a way, man.
Boy, sometimes looking at other people.
What's his position again? What is FD's position again in the content he puts out? It's pro what?
Pro white ass kissing.
Oh, yeah,
pro liberal, pro white ass kissing, pro feminist.
No,
so he's doing what you're supposed to do to get into the good graces of the algorithm. But go ahead.
No offense, neighbor. When you said that, I was about to yell the word bottom, power bottom.
Well, yeah. Well, some guys are are submissive tops and power. There's some power bottoms in this world. That's true.
He's a power bottom or submissive bottom. I guess I don't know. Not my.
Well, it could have been worse. Imagine if he was a blouse. You don't want to know what that is.
Oh God.
I don't think I want to know. You're right.
Can't see it right now. Can't see it at all.
Go ahead.
But right across from where I'm sitting is a big ass jail.
Brad, thank you. Channel 2 investigates possible prison corruption here in Atlanta. Today, whistleblowers testified on Capitol Hill about major security and safety problems at the Atlanta Federal Penitentiary.
It's a really huge, ominous building, and it's right in the middle of the city. It's in the middle of a regentrifying part of the city. Right across from this jail, they're building luxury townhomes. And this little section, this little area of street art is actually a popular place for people to film videos. There was a viral Divine 9 video filmed here a couple of years back. This is, one thing about Atlanta is that it embraces street art. And so you have
Here's another thing. Have you noticed he's not part of the Divine 9? I don't think he's part of it, is he?
Maybe his wife could be, but not him.
He's not. Sadly, I hate to admit it. Like Charles, we share the same alma mater. So, yeah, he's not. He's not part of the Divine Nine.
Okay.
Like, what made if you can't go to a Tekken tournament? Some of the nerdiest places where you find some of the coolest motherfuckers who are your brothers and sisters for life. I think he would be. I think he would make the people at BlurCon kick his ass.
That ass one was coming. I'm telling you. If bro didn't leave that gaming room in probably like was it shit another 10 minutes, bro was gonna get jumped in that goddamn gaming room.
What did he do before I play the rest of it? What the fuck did he do?
Well, the first thing is okay. First off, I ain't gonna lie to you. It was me being a dick, and I think I kind of made him mad, which kind of made him quote unquote ramp up his quote unquote anger towards the manosphere. So that's gonna be partially me. I will apologize.
Okay.
But originally, right, I saw him with the second tournament. I was like, wait a minute, FD, ain't that you? And he was like, oh, you know me, you knew my content. I was like, yeah, you the bitch nigga. And then he was like, he kind of looked at me funny.
Ain't this the same FD that said that people can pull up on him? See what the issue was?
Yeah. So then I pulled up on him. Then I was like, I'm with like three of my little homies or whatever, right? Now, granted, I'm part of the biggest person in the group, but I mean, they weren't gonna like really gonna jump and whatever, right? But I came up to, I was like, yeah, you the bitch nigga, right? And then he was like, no, I make content. I was like, yeah, you make the pro matriarchal, what's that, whatever shit, yeah. And then he was like, nah, man. I was like, bro, let me see your game stick real quick. I saw his game. I ain't gonna lie to you. I kind of did run down on some Debo shit. I ain't gonna lie to you. Let me see your game stick.
You don't call this man a bitch ass nigga, and he's still talking to you. He's like, hey man, like I make content.
What is he trying to be, a pastor? What is this guy, a pacifist?
Jesus.
Nah, bro, this shit was at the
So
Atlanta.
this dude's a pacifist in real life?
This shit was like 3-4 months ago, bro.
Oh,
all right.
And I was like, bro, let me see your game stick and some shit. Like if you don't like fighting games or whatever, like your gaming stick is like really important. So I was like, oh,
right.
Let me keep this shit. And then granted, I didn't keep the shit. I gave it back to him because I was gonna give it back to him. I was like, boy, man, take your shit and get it up out of here if I take your shit from you. And then he kind of looked at me. He saw motherfuckers behind me and looked at me, and I was like, what you gonna do then? And he got his ass up and left.
So would you have kept the same energy if, like, possibly his wife or his kids was there?
I would do that shit in front of his kids. I don't like that motherfucker.
Damn.
Let me tell you what's funny, right? I get a different response from people who listen to the content, right? And I never knew him because apparently I have a distinct voice, So hey, you gotta own it.
You stand out, baby, stand out.
So every time I see people in live, I get nothing but love. And they'll tell you, oh, you crazy in real life than on the YouTube. Yeah, I get that sometimes. But it's nothing but love. Like motherfuckers be like, even when I did the Orlando Jones interview, people loved it.
Of course. Who wouldn't want to get him? Who would not want to interview Mr. Nancy? First of all,
yeah.
Let me say something.
Go ahead.
Let me say something to bitch in the fire over here. If I ever ran up on, if I ever saw him, I'm gonna step to him and I'm gonna say that like, yo, let me hear some of that Kevin Samuels shit.
Yeah.
Y'all gonna get this nigga.
Nah. And I'm dead serious. And I'm gonna tell you why.
Hold on.
Because that's the only way people like FD gonna learn.
Yeah.
Would you do it with ABM? I got a question for you. When you step up to this fool, are you gonna do so wearing a 3-piece suit?
It's the same thing I say about Brandon Tatum. It's the same thing I say about Tatum and Mark Lamont Hill. If I ever run into him, I'm stepping to him. Straight like that. I already got my mind made up.
Suit, make him look, preferably a 3-piece suit, put in chain.
Because again, motherfuckers don't learn. Motherfuckers don't learn until they get punched in the face. Yeah. Not even saying that's what I'm going to do, but because that's what I would say to FD Signify. See how you don't want to talk that slick shit? Now you got a fully grown man standing in arm's reach of you. That's how you should act, regardless. Period. No matter where you at.
I'm gonna try to give you a hug.
You want to sit there and say some slick shit about the guy years after he's fucking dead when you had all the opportunity in the world to confront that man with your views and opinions when he was alive.
And he was open for it.
And you want to do some clout shit. That's some bitch shit.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing with Brandon Tatum You know, okay, you want to tap dance for these folks for your money, but yo, use a bitch for real.
The twins as well.
I just want to tell him to his face, you a bitch for real. And Mark Lamont Hill, yo, the shit you done said about MLK and brother Malcolm and other people, I really ought to fuck you up, Dr. Hill. And it's not because you gay, it's because you a bitch.
What was the female doctor who wrote the ISIS papers?
Francis Wilson.
Yeah,
And others. He did talk shit about many of our great black people.
Yo,
Mark Lamont Hill's a fucking hoe.
Yo. I have a question. And confirm this for me. Y'all remember, was it Tommy Sotomayor said something about somebody? He got punched in the mouth for it?
I think that shit was with Tariq, wasn't it?
Tommy Sotomayor got punched in the face by a Baltimore dude. He was at some event with Sarnetta, and I met the guy that did it. I met the guy that did it.
Tariq hit him.
No, it wasn't Tariq. Tariq stepped to him when he was doing the Vlad interview.
Yeah, the Vlad interview, yeah.
And Tommy just sat there with his little dumbass grin and all that shit. Cause Tommy is another one. He's a bitch. And Tommy is messy. That's why Tommy don't really bother me no more. Cause I know Tommy full of shit. He buys prostitutes, all types of fucking shit.
Tariq is not with his bullshit either. Let's keep it a buck.
He buys pussy. He bought the white Russian chick some titties and all that. Tommy's a scammer. That's why Tommy got kicked off of every platform he ever been on, because he's a scammer.
Right.
You know what I mean? So I don't even. Tommy ain't nobody no more, as far as I'm concerned. But like, yeah, people like FG Signified, I would definitely step to him.
Because I'm
thanks for the clarification, ABM.
I'm gonna tell this because everybody on this fucking everybody in this panel is a nerd in their own way. Whether it's electronics, gaming, collecting comic books, watching anime, cartoon shows, whatever.
Sports.
One of the most
Let's not forget Snowman. Sports. He's a nerd in that sense.
Sports and stuff like that. One of the most welcoming places is the black nerd or the blurred community. That shows how much of an asshole this guy is. When niggas pulling up on you with a Tekken tournament, when Tekken tournaments or fighting game tournaments are some of the funnest tournaments you could go to.
It's the most peaceful place. Like you literally got racist people who come to that motherfucker and everybody kind of chill out just for that one day that had that kind of Tekken tournament shit. Like this is like when you understand, like
this is the reason why I tell every black male listen to the black female, listen to the sound of my voice. Go to BlurredCon, go to your people. Because I'm there with a tattoo artist who did a bid. He did about 3 years. Got his life together, became a tattoo artist. On the table, the dude, I forget the dude with the two swords from Demon Slayer. That guy,
damn, I forgot his name.
With the boar head on top.
With the he had the two swords with the 3 wives.
Oh, I forgot his dude. He was a flashy ninja. I forgot his name though.
He dressed up as him, and he's a naval officer. Then we had a gay dude and his boyfriend, and he's like, dude, you got any more cigars? I never tried them. So we talking, about politics, favorite comics, favorite shows. One guy's Muslim, one guy's Christian.
Tengen Uzai.
Yeah. And it's like you have people of different backgrounds, different sexual orientations, chilling. And even when his boyfriend came down from the room, I said, we good. He just chilling with the boys. We good. Everybody bring their drinks. Nobody trying to drug you, at least that group, because all our drinks were fresh. We just having a good time. The blurred community is a very welcoming community. The funniest time is when I had my speaker out when the white dude who was in the music industry, he was like, man, hit him with that Jeezy. They don't know nothing about that. I said, gotcha. So when motherfuckers pull up on you at a blurred event, because Atlanta's one of the black chocolate cities.
It was Atlanta Showdown, Atlanta. The Tekken tournament. Huh? You see my bald head ass run around that motherfucker.
Yeah. So that's why I tell people I would love not only to do the Great Baltimore Smokeout, you know, in June, July, August, maybe September if it's still should be still warm. But I also like to do a fucking hey, Manosphere meetup at BlurCon. Number one, I'm doing Frank Castle. Fuck everybody. I'm doing the stitches and the shit. Make a couple of them shorties, do my makeup and put some stitches on. I'm doing Frank Castle. If I can do it, I'm doing Soldier Boy. The boys, not the rapper. Either that or I'm doing Drunk Captain America. But
Drunk Captain America.
But the point is, or how most likely 40s Captain America probably really be. Come here, bitch. Make me a soda. But it's funny because you got scantily dressed women who always hug me, have OnlyFans. I've checked. And just chills, and we're just you're not trying to get with me. So, no, you're beautiful, but you know you chills. And it was funny because if you're not cool around blurs, and you never know who a blur is, that's the beautiful thing about being black.
True.
Because there's blurs who are nerdy about martial arts, combat sports. I'm a combat sport nerd. Oh shit! I'm a video game nerd. I'm a gun enthusiast. There's so you're right. I'm probably gonna need about 2 or 3 channels.
Charles, what you? Yeah, I was. You took the words right the fuck out my mouth. Is what you're describing, Charles? Is what we always say, multifaceted. So if they don't like the fact that people like us are multifaceted, we don't give a shit. We can give 2 shits.
You know, before Bernie Mac, the first person to tell me if people don't like who you are was my dear sweet brother. If they don't like who you are and what you represent, we got 2 words for them. Fuck them.
Welcome.
F-O, son. F-O. Do you know what the letters F-O mean?
To you. Do the letters F-O mean anything to you? Exactly.
They should be near and dear to your funky ass heart. Get away from me.
And guess what? Don't be stupid because guess what? I'm not the 5-year-old kid that was scared of being bullied.
Right.
I've learned how to fight. And the only fights I've really been in were people much bigger than me or multiple people. I still look pretty. So guess how you think I did? So guess what? If you don't accept my FO, my FU, you definitely won't like my FO. That's why I don't do this YouTube beef and shit. Because I'm like, look, well, somebody need to catch flights. If somebody catch a flight on me, you might not make it back.
You ain't making that shit back, boy.
Yeah.
And that's a one-way trip, boy. That's a one-way trip.
Oh, these stupid ass niggas like to play away games? Okay, come on and play away games.
No. AL, no. That's not what's happening here.
Yeah. No, I know I overstate what you're saying, son. I'm just using it's called sarcasm.
I come in peace because hey, like look, there is nobody I met from the YouTube streets and we didn't have a good time. Even when I met what's his face? God damn, what's his face? Big ass dude, look like a defensive end.
Dr. Goodbar?
A lot of people, bro.
Dr. Goodbar's a big dude. He's 6'4". So he's a big
Cousin Tita?
Tall guy, 6'4".
Was it Cousin Tita?
No, not cousin. Well, cousin Tita about 5'10" and 6 foot. So he's
really,
yeah. Cousin
Tita would be towering.
He's pretty cool dude. You know, even cousin Tita. Do you know that when me and cousin Tita were talking, it wasn't like, hey, teach me how to do this. We were sharing stories. He even recognized my book bag. He saw the change of clothes and the condoms and shit and the lotion. He said, oh, that's your whole bag, huh? How you doing?
How you doing? Let them know, Charles. Let them know.
So it's like this. I'm like, the next channel I'm going to make, I'm going to dedicate the comics, guns, and all that nerdy shit, and it's going to be called Multifaceted.
Because you know what, I want you to do this. I want you to do this. When you create that quote unquote new channel, get a new IP address and try that. And I want to see how it worked for you from a new IP address.
I'm gonna try it because I feel as though that, and y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. I put a lot of work and information in this shit that helped a lot of people out in the last umpteen undisclosed years of me doing live streams. Where
more than a few, and many is a lot.
I've supported people during their hard times with their educational endeavors. When they say, "Hey, are you really Black Manosphere?" I'm not new to this. I'm true to this. A better Black man means a better Black community. Fuck it. I said it.
Yeah.
Say it again. Say it again.
A better Black man is a better Black community. I don't give a fuck who you
Aren't
date.
y'all tired of being the garbage men of the dating pool?
I don't give a fuck who you date. You're a grown ass man. If your wife's white, black, indigo, that's your
Pink,
choice.
blue, green. Shit, we don't give a shit. Who gives a shit? She's your wife. You got to deal with her.
If she loves you and treats you well, I'm happy for you.
Man, say along, player.
If you choose to be a monk, I'm happy for you. If you choose to be a hoe like me, I'm happy for you.
We so happy that he's the best hoe he trying to be.
Hey,
he's an overachiever, and we like
goddamn overachiever, Hall of Famer, still putting up numbers. And this is the point. When Law Spunnet said it was his dream to be a military officer, and he said to me, the recruiter said I should enlist. I said, Loss, I will catch a flight the way you live, bring all my gear, bring my son, and you got to take both of us on. You're going to take him in boxing, you're going to take me in wrestling, and we'll flip a coin for submission wrestling. Don't you ever, with a degree like yours, ever settle for fucking scrubbing somebody's fucking toilet. Did I not say that, Loss?
Sadly, yes.
You're not the first motherfucker either. I said that too. My boy, who's also a trucker, and he told us about his girl years ago. Well, my girl, she pays the bills, she cooks, she games with me, she does this. I said, man, if you don't marry her, we're gonna catch a flight and I'm gonna beat your ass. And they're married to this day, still to this day, happily married. So for all those motherfuckers who say we don't encourage marriage, there have been some friends of mine who I helped in their situation, let them vent and say, go back to your wife. You don't want this dating world shit.
Talk niggas off ledges and shit. Hey, when he say multifaceted, we multifaceted.
And I'm
Her neighbor was out here saving lives also, bro. Paperwork on certain individuals.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you, there's many of people I've encouraged be different. I can say that about Art New Style. I can say that about BGS. Hell, even Angry Man. When we used to have, y'all used to love them fucking battles about Batman versus Superman, and we used to go at it. We would cuss each other out.
like nigga, you don't know shit type shit. Nigga, you don't know shit.
And it's all love. But see, that's the part about being a man. Part about being a man is respecting somebody else's point of view.
Iron sharpens iron in constructive criticism form, and leave it at that. But if you want to go somewhere, we can go somewhere.
And there's many different sayings that actually, you know, I guess I left my mark in this place. When I said the garbage men of the dating world, even BGS was pissed with me.
Man, it was like when BGS said damn and accepted, everybody said had to put their hands over their damn their chin and go, and really think. It forced you to think. And then what did we all come to the consensus of when you went, ain't no lie being told, no lie, all fact. So we are what we are, but we are what we are because of our circumstances.
Yes. And it's funny because even Loss brought up to my attention after 2 or 3 weeks after I did the live stream of the thug versus the warrior. What happened, Loss?
couple of live streams started popping up.
That said what?
Same topic.
They literally no. I'm watching them. I'm starting to understand. They're stealing our content. They're rearranging it and putting a different spin on it. Because I'm watching this, like I make my videos, but I make like
say it again for the church. Say it again. They didn't hear you.
But Zulu, in this case, the stream I sent was a brother. He's been talking about it, but I've been noticing like other content creators, but it was another brother in the space. It wasn't outside.
No. What I'm noticing is this much, right? Let's say I'll see somebody in the manosphere make some black manosphere make a video like that's like decent video. It may only get maybe 1,000 likes, maybe 2,000. Then all of a sudden the next day, and it's always either the next day or the next week, I'll see another video eerily almost the same. The only thing is the diction didn't change a little bit between the words, and they may have, instead of it being like somebody from the manosphere, it's just like a AI image, and I'm just like, how the fuck are these? Like they're literally just copying this shit, put an AI image on the shit, and it'd be like, yeah, this person said some amazing shit, and this shit get 300,000 views, or have 300,000 views on the video, and I'm like, oh,
how?
I mean, they be stealing BGS and stuff all the time.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah. So
yeah, they do.
So what do people always say? They say it's the sincere form of flattery, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know
I
about
don't
that.
mind anybody saying to me, but give me my credit, please.
Please.
I give a lot of people credit. Hell,
Mm-hmm.
I'll even tell people on their other channel, please donate to their channel.
I'll tell you what, Charles. You did that for me so many times over, especially when I was in the hospital for the better part of a year during and after cancer surgery, because I had to go back so many times over. I would just hop on and see that you were on, and the first thing you would say, like, hey, help Snowman get out of the hospital and get back to society so he can help his family.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, most of the folks up here have said that. And if I don't tell you and the panel that's up here enough, I appreciate every single one of you guys.
Yeah. And to piggyback off of what you said, Snowman, my friend, she's a double Hall of Famer in college.
Mm-hmm.
For basketball. Still hold the record for points and assists for her college. And one time she tried to bring up something about jealousy. And I said, whoa, hold on now, Silver. The Long Ranger got to get on his foot.
Mm-hmm.
I said, number one, I'm a Hall of Fame athlete too. I just didn't get presented.
Right.
Actually, I'm not only a Hall of Fame athlete, I'm a Hall of Fame coach. Let me ask you this, Snowman, since you're the resident, statistics and sports guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
How good of a coach are you if 2000 to 2010, I won 170 at 2000. The other 7 guys out of that 10, I coached them to the championship of that same weight class. How good of a coach is that?
Pretty damn good.
And I'm not counting all the other weight classes I coached to high placements, which is third and above, or the other champions. That's just out of one weight class. If I didn't win it, I coached 7 out of the guys who did.
Mm-hmm.
So I told her, who was the biggest cheerleader for you when you got it? Well, you were. Who was happy as hell for you? Was it your family, your coworkers, or you?
Okay, that should be the end of that.
That's what she did. I'll give her credit. She apologized strongly and made me actually, made freshly 3 pieces of fucking fish. That catfish was huge. And vegetables and shit. So apology accepted.
Mm-hmm.
I have no I'm the one who got on Mr. Z's ass of starting the channel. And look how he's doing.
He's doing great.
Best thing ever happened to him, bro.
I even told Snowman, if you don't make that Diary of a Mad Snowman, which is a beautiful catchphrase, by the way.
It's a wonderful catchphrase. It's a wonder, which is in
perfect,
production. Part 2 is in production. It'll be in production this summer.
This
And
is
Charles,
the thing.
I
I'm
thank
gonna
you.
give you something else. I'm gonna give you something else that's gonna be gold. You should openly talk about you and your wife should have another segment, another channel called The Black and the White Truth of Interracial Dating and Marriage.
You know something? We have
That would be
flirted with the.
golden.
You know something? We are flirting with the idea. We're just
Don't
waiting
flirt.
to get.
Don't flirt.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem. This is why we put a halt on it as for now. We've talked about it. We're going to put it in motion, but we are waiting to get the hell out of Indiana to do it. Too many prying eyes.
I get you. But guess what?
We do have, but it is in motion.
But once you move out of there, you're in safe ground. You don't flirt with it. You act like the 15-year-old you on the bus, and you next to the girl, and y'all got a blanket, and it's a 2-hour ride to the fucking amusement park. You finger bang that motherfucker.
Yep, that's why we're waiting to get out
Don't
of.
act like I was the only one, motherfuckers. Don't act like I wasn't the only one.
You weren't. But as I said, we are waiting to get out of Indiana to do it. That's what we're waiting on.
And I get you. Enough said. That's just like I told ABM. I can't wait till he starts his fucking channel. You think I'm giving you the Baltimorean truth? This motherfucker's gonna spit fire.
Yeah. And Snowman, what do you mean by eyes? Like what? Saboteurs? Like
May I speak freely?
You see that motherfucking sign in the top left and the top right?
Then I can say it. Extended fucking family.
that's always the worst.
Enough said.
Extended fucking family. I'll give you an example. When we first moved back here to Indiana, and it was right after I had my surgery, we're talking about June of 2022, I decided I'm going to put a GoFundMe up to help get us the hell back out of Indiana. The in-laws saw it and started asking questions. Get the idea?
Perfectly.
That's why I said there's a lot of things that we are going to do, but we're waiting to do it because of too many goddamn prying eyes. And frankly,
man,
I am sick of it. I'm sick of it.
Bro.
Because there's so many things that have been called to a halt. Let me change that. There are so many things we've had to call to a halt or put a pause on it as for right now.
Snowman, bro, I'm $10,000 away from me being ready to move from my quote unquote house and move into my new country that I'm gonna be living in. I'm not gonna say the country yet, and start making a content video that I really want to do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm 10 grand away, and I got 5 already.
Nice.
When I tell you, bro, when I tell you, when I get that other 5, man, you gonna hear usual business on every platform acting up fucking shit.
I get it.
If I create a channel, I'll probably still stay in the shadows, being that I'm still highly in academia.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when you're freshly new in academia, you can't really make a big splash. So
you really can't.
So I'm going to like a near Ivy master's degree program, and I was like, with ROTC with the military, like I don't want to create a whole bunch of negative attention.
You gotta wait and buy your time, bro. Trust me, because I've been in here since I was damn near like 25 in the manosphere, bro. I'm 35 now. I'm finally in the position where I can like almost say, "Fuck these folk can do what I want to do." It take time, bro.
Yeah, and I've been
it does.
Like Charles knows this. I've been in this space since like Patrice, and then when Tommy was still like real hot. So I was like back when I was in middle school. So
like I said, that's why we're waiting. That's why we're waiting to get the hell up out of here before we really unleash our content that we want. Because the idea, Charles, that you said, we've talked about.
Yeah, and I'm gonna tell you this on a real shit. Don't let your fucking dreams. Don't let your memories be bigger than your fucking dreams.
True. Very true. That's
People
one of the
get
things my
mad.
dad taught me.
People get mad with me on a lot of shit. There's a lot of hate. There's a lot of hate in this space because there's always got to be one big nigga. Everybody wants to win the rat race, forgetting it only tells you you're the number one rat.
Facts.
I believe in the doctrine of the four kings. There's enough of this planet that all of us could eat. Everybody's kingdom can eat.
I agree with that.
Black men were never taught that. Listen to your gut. Shout out to Sandog. Where the fuck are you right now, Captain Jack?
Yeah, what happened to Sandog? Shit.
He's still around. He
was here he was here like a live stream or two ago.
Yeah, okay.
He'd be in the chat, and sometimes he'll pop on the panel sporadically. Remember, he's in the Emirates, so the time like where it is.
He's like me. He be on some Rasputin type shit. You know what I'm saying? Let you think he dead and shit.
It's like Nameless. Like Nameless will throw the smoke bomb and they just pop up.
You know,
throw the mental pellets to back off.
Shout out to Nameless protagonist too. That ninja over there.
Yeah, because Nameless was just on Roger's panel like
a couple days ago,
or today.
Man.
You know, it's niggas like us. If it's pertinent enough to make us speak, we'll speak, and we will be heard. But other than that, no, you can have this shit.
Like I tell AL, him, Sandog, and Nameless, we got a word for you in the military, clandestine.
Yeah, damn right. If I die, I die. But I gotta get an assignment done.
Like they're the secret. They're the secret. It's a secret of us. It's like I remember back in the day, it was Grandmaster Troll coming for BGS's daughter and his grandson. And
that was some weak ass shit too.
Oh yeah, I remember I did a deep dive into what happened with that. I was like, well, "Who's this Grandmaster Troll?" And then I went down the archives and I was like, "Oh,
trust me, if you go down my archives, you'll see how I got him." I said, "Look, number one, I've always told BGS." You need to treat this like Street Fighter. Before you go to Bison, you got to go through Big Balrog, Vig, and Sagat first.
Vig and Sagat, yeah.
Exactly. I've been trying to tell him that.
Yeah, Grandmaster Troll, like he should just be glad it happened at that time because now that like if BGS had talked to Theo, like he would have got the brothers in the conclave. We would have found his location.
Oh, we would have found that motherfucker, bro.
See, I'll tell you what. When people ask me what I did in Iraq, I said, shout out to the computer nerds. I love you motherfuckers. Because y'all would give me the coordinates somewhere, and me and my team would roll up on them. And I have skills.
Be like, nigga, we at your front door. Hello.
I might not even do that.
Military forces, bro. Just in case, bro.
You didn't even see us coming.
An IP address, and you're not that hard to find.
I might not even do that. I might do what we used to do. Kicking the door, waving the M4. Talk about Faulkner. Don't aim it no more. Bars. But it's the fact of the matter when I said, dude, you don't know who he. It's one thing coming at BGS. BGS a big boy. He can handle himself. But you coming for people that don't have shit to do with this.
His grandbaby.
I was like, yeah, boy. I got a problem with that too.
That's like coming for Snowman's wife. What the fuck she got to do with this?
And people actually have verbally. It hasn't happened physically yet, but if it happens physically, y'all just know you're gonna see.
Hey, bro, let me know. I'm ready to fuck some shit up.
Hey, man, all you got to do is call me and AB. We'll be over there.
Or you coming after ABM's wife and kids? Trust me, he's a fellow Baltimorean. He believes in his Second Amendment rights. You don't. There's a reason why you don't speak with a British accent. It's because of Baltimore. That's how tough the city is. You be singing "Oh Say Can You See," you won't see anymore. I tell people, you think this shit.
You be drinking tea and eating crumpets.
Mm-hmm. I tell a lot of people, you fuck with the wrong motherfucker, and you talk about their kids or their significant other. You don't know what they went through.
Exactly.
You don't know what offends people. That's why even the Bible says you come forth in the spirit of humiliation, which means to be humble. So when you come forth to people, you don't come even when loss comes here. I'm like, shit, here's the couch, here's the pillow. Come on, let's go snoop and drink. We shop over there. I'll show you the one on Pulaski. Great shit. Right by my favorite liquor store and right by my favorite selection of cigars.
Yeah, like shoot, it's gonna be a big heavy trip. I gotta catch the train to go to Howard in DC to go talk to the ROTC representative.
Oh yeah,
and then I'm gonna explore the city. Like one of my coworkers, he's from Baltimore, and he told me like, yo, you gotta hit the aquarium. You definitely gotta hit the harbor. You definitely gotta have some seafood. Like I'm gonna have me a little lobster roll.
We'll send you over there to get the best sushi, the best fucking take you to Moe's. And sometimes
as long as the sushi don't have fish.
Guess what? Take you to Jimmy's Seafood. Sometimes the Moe's, where sometimes the hoes hang out. Hell, even the harbor, like in the summertime, boy, it's enough Thursday to Sunday. Oh, it's nothing but hoes.
That would be fire. Me and Michael pull up. Cousin T-Tong, Dr. Goodbar pull up. Be a fun time.
Tell Dr. Dunbar to come up there with the cigars and be like, "Oh man, you'll be surprised." Like I took the former Padawans, the El Jedi Knights. You know, when we went to the cigar lounge and they met Dr. Dunbar, they were so amazed on how intelligent that brother was.
Yeah, I mean, and Toya's only in Jersey, so she's not that far away too.
Only 2 hours. Come on, Toya, come bring your lovely ass down here. The Faulkner.
Well, let me get two things in before I call it a night, because I just got done covering the first round of the draft. Number one, Charles, I owe you a ton of thanks for teaching me a phrase that my dad once said to me, but I was so far in depression I didn't put it in action, which I now have. The best way to get on your feet is to get off your ass.
Oh yeah. And by the way, who did we get?
I didn't hear you, sir.
I said, by the way, who did we get?
Hang on, let me look. Because I had just closed everything down.
We got a guard from Oregon.
Yes.
Thank God.
Yeah.
Thank God.
Because that interior offensive line was getting shredded second half of the year.
Shitty.
No,
man,
I ain't worried about who y'all got. Who I got.
You can either get the fuck out or you can get the fuck out.
Snowman. I ain't worried about y'all, Snowman. I'm just worried about Houston. I don't care about y'all. I can care less. Who do we get?
I'll say it the way my dad said it. You have two choices, and he told me this before he passed away. Get out or get the hell out. Before he passed, I put my arm around him and I said, I got option C, Pops. I got the fuck out.
I tell people all the time, I said, look, when you have the ability to know how to fellowship with men, which is what this motherfucker on screen does not have the ability to do.
Ain't that the truth?
FD's a pompous bitch.
Yeah.
And that's being nice.
Like just off of what he did on that podcast, a lot of people want to kick his ass.
Bro, he almost got his ass kicked at that fucking that tournament, bro. Bro, if you go back and see that video, you see my bald head ass got them confront that motherfucker before they turn the screen off, and then you see the motherfucker start walking away, bro.
Yazoo, you should have hit me up on WhatsApp. I would have pulled up and we could have
Hey,
done
but
it.
you see what I'm saying? It was like a spirit of moment kind of thing. Like I didn't believe, like God had gave me this great, this gracious moment. So I was like, I didn't even I had to hop on it.
I be
That
searching for this
nigga
nigga
was
at homecoming.
selfish. That nigga say, "Now this is all for me. This nigga got everything coming from me and me alone."
Go ahead, ABM.
Oh no, I was just thinking out loud. Don't worry about me.
I'm just like,
We've
I'm
all
just
done
thinking to
that.
myself, like, yo, number one, nobody will pull up on a dumb motherfucker if you weren't saying scathing shit about some of the Black Manosphere heroes.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to tell me that Kevin Samuels, with his groups, who actually got married, people together and married, you're going to say, what's up, GQ? You're going to say that, what's up, Big Mo? You're going to say that you're going to try to besmirch this man's fucking legacy after he died. That shows how much, like the words of ABM, that shows how much of a bitch you truly are. Clout chasing. And see, this is where Black culture needs to sit the fuck down, because once in a while you didn't speak ill of the dead.
Was this recent? Because I'm just getting caught up with everything that's going on.
Oh yeah, this was like a couple this was like a couple months ago. Like he was on a podcast with some brothers from Chicago, and they was laughing about KS's death, pretty much, and besmirching his name.
Ignorant son of a bitch.
That's why he's a cocksucker. He's the world's biggest cocksucker.
You had this grown ass man with some teenage with some young men laughing like giggling like some bitches.
Oh God.
Cackling
like a bitch.
If you're about to complete a business deal with a motherfucker like that, right, and he ends up expressing himself and he reveals that he can't stand Kevin Samuels and he laughs at his death and shit, would you still go do the deal?
No. AB posed a question to me, and I'm about to answer it. At 26, the Texans selected Keelan Rutledge, guard out of Georgia Tech.
A guard from Georgia Tech.
Yeah, Keelan Rutledge.
What's his schematics? What's his schematics?
6'4", 316.
He's always looking for that type of fucking guard. That makes sense. He sucks ass. Look, I'm sick and tired of these fucking New Englanders down in Texas. You need to get, goddamn it, cause shit. He ain't the next coming. That black GM we had. Now he was finna put together something. He had to walk away because of his wife. She was terminally ill, so he just stepped away from football. Period. But that man, that Gene Smith, man, that man. Oh man, I miss him. I so miss him.
I'm gonna tell you.
Wow.
I'm gonna tell you one thing about it, because there's some things I'm just gonna have to just say. When I view some of this content, it's gonna be golden. I really want to see this real quick. I want to see what the fuck this jackass got to say.
This mural, you have luxury townhomes, you have some really nice eateries and restaurants not too far from here. You got gentrifying neighborhoods going this way, and in the middle of all of that is a big ass federal prison. And I can't show it to you because I'm pretty sure filming a prison is illegal. And considering the nature of this video, niggas not taking no chances.
No, it's not. It's not illegal to film a prison.
Oh God, what's this jackass doing now?
And nigga, it's called a city. The prison is in the city.
It's the outside of it. It's like some people just don't know what the fuck to say.
No, I'm saying like, oh, he said like, oh, there's a prison next by. I was like, yo, nigga, it's a city. Like the prison's in the city.
I'm in the public. There's no expectation of privacy in the public. So people need to stop worrying about who can record who and who's got the right to. Because whether you like it or not, like they say, there's no expectation of privacy when you step outside your domain. In your domain, you can dictate that shit. Outside your domain, you can't. And that's law. And Charles will tell you that.
I can't have a police officer can't have their peace disturbed. You're a public servant.
Yes, a public servant must serve. You're not an officer. You're a public servant.
Your title is officer, but that's the reason why you wear an 8-pointed hat, because you have 8 points of where you come by. You're either the fierce protector, you're the comforter, you're the problem solver, you're the peace. That's why you're a peace officer. You protect the peace of the people. Let's continue.
Problems here for years. Well, today, a Senate subcommittee in Washington, D.C. paints a picture of prisoners running the show here at the U.S. Penitentiary in Atlanta, and prison officials doing little to stop the corruption.
The would-be dangerous criminals in this facility for years would often escape the prison to go get Taco Bell or see their girlfriends and then return back to the prison through numerous holes in the prison's gates, like teenagers sneaking in and out of their house after curfew to go hang with their friends.
Federal prosecutors say he snuck out of the Atlanta pen at least 3 times to see a girlfriend, then sneaking back each time. This confirms an ongoing problem at the prison where inmates are able to escape easily, and there is seemingly very little the guards can do about it.
The prison was so poorly run that just a few years ago, its population was reduced to less than 150 prisoners in this huge building, just so the federal government could clean house in the prison's leadership and administration. The entire thing is an absolute farce. But to the layman that missed the news coverage, that doesn't know anything about how prisons work, they might just pass by it. When I drive past this prison with my kids, they often ask, "Daddy, what is that building?" When I told them it was a prison, they responded with something along the lines of, "Oh, so there's bad guys in there." To which I answered, "No, son, not really." As you can imagine, as much as possible, I try to impart a lot of knowledge to my children. If you ask my son about the British, he's probably going to say something about the ravages of colonialism. I am bringing them up right. This is to counteract a lot of myth making that is ingrained in the education systems and media that our children consume.
I'm gonna make the world a better place.
But even in doing that, it's a bit harder to perfectly.
So I got to say this on a personal level. Let's say you have people who don't belong in prison, right? Like less than 1%. And you're going to tell your kid, well, bad people don't belong in prison. Where the fuck do bad people go?
And did this nigga just use cartoons like Paw Patrol?
Yeah.
You know,
where they save people?
He did.
You know, I try not to be a violent man, but I just want to punch him in his face.
Fuck all that shit. Fuck, man. I'm
I just want to punch that nigga in his face right now. I'm sorry.
Oh, AB, did you hear the prior conversation where Zulu pulled up on?
I pulled up on that nigga, bro. Y'all don't know, nigga. That Negro can't come to another Tekken tournament, bro. If he come to another,
y'all won't do shit.
One next month. He pull up to that bitch. I'm telling you, he may not be walking out of that bitch.
I'm gonna say this.
Y'all won't do shit.
I'm gonna say this because this is my wheelhouse. You know, I don't want to brag or think I'm more important than what I am, but I'm kind of the Dr. T about the criminal justice system. And you're gonna sit there and thank you, Big Mo. Well, there's a lot more bad guys than good guys in prison. Here's the problem. Because your liberal mind and silliness is not only intrusive, but it's disgusting. You're going to sit there and you're going to not tell your kids if something happened to them and they're going walking to school or going to school or doing whatever, not to call the police. And I hated that when parents would say, if you're not good in school, being good at home, the police are going to get you. And I got to kneel down and hug the kid and be like, no. We're here to chase bad guys, but you should listen to your parents. And I have to chastise the parents. Don't say that. Because what if something happened, like a kid gets touched, or God forbid, or somebody tries to kidnap them, they're going to be more afraid to speak to me than the guy who's trying to hurt them.
Did we forget about the convicted rapists, serial deleters? Like, this is where they go to.
But there's no bad guys. So that's some of the most. And see, this is the reason why I'd say guys like
never say to it.
Lost, who's the educated. Look, you're gonna have to be on your game to counteract this bullshit for an educated man.
Yeah.
And then here's the fucked up part. You say this shit, and then you want to defend criminal, but then you have the audacity to talk about the corruption, the prisoners escaping. So if the guy's escaping and he's supposed to be a good guy, why should you make this fucking video? See how it contradicts itself? Continuing.
Just plain stupid.
Explain the messed up nature of crime, justice, and
The
prison.
boy is basically retarded.
And it doesn't help that these children are already developing a perspective of what America's justice system is based on common opinions about them that they see on TV.
Cops, central organization.
You try to talk about one of the best cops cartoons ever, and guess who was the main character? Bulletproof, a black man.
The boy is just retarded, Charles. The boy is retarded.
So you're telling
Well, so he's bringing up this cartoon to make fun of it, basically.
to make fun of cops. You're telling me, right? Because first of all, correctional facilities are not really ran by cops. A lot of them, it's by correctional officers,
Right.
which is a tough job in the criminal justice system. So unless you're in the federal or you have sheriff departments for smaller places, but you're going to tell me, you look at Bulletproof, you won't want to grow up in the 80s. You don't want to be Bulletproof. He's in charge of all the cops of that show. He's the leader. He's not a patsy. This man, the reason why they call it Bulletproof is because he was shot in the line of duty and he was made a cyborg. And he still came out there to still serve. And he's fighting crime, not just low crime. He's fighting the corruption, the high tier criminals.
Charles, I don't believe, truthfully, his mother allowed him to watch masculine shows like that.
I think his mother let him watch Rainbow Bright.
Yeah, that's about My Little Pony and shit. He's on that My Little Pony shit.
One of my mentors from high school, he was a judge for a juvenile correction. I literally watched it. I walked the facility. I literally sat in for a full day of court. The amount of shit I saw just for a day, like you had the sob stories where like, okay, it's a little gray area. But I had a case where a young boy was touching his younger female family member, where just general assault, and I was like, yo, like I can't say fully that these kids are not innocent.
No, and we need to stop that. Watch this. Continuing.
Of police specialists.
Did you not want to be this motherfucker in the 80s growing up?
I sure did.
Fighting crime in a future time.
He was a hero of mine, I ain't gonna lie.
And his gang of crooks.
So much of our culture is shaped by ideologies that look at issues of justice simplistically. Things are either right or wrong, good or bad, legal or illegal.
Number one, most things are right or wrong. But that's why we have courts to decide the content of the character or the situation.
Even war has rules.
Yeah. So you're telling me, right? There's a difference between a dude stealing food because he's hungry, which is pretty forgivable, right?
Yeah.
Compared to somebody stealing Jordans from a kid where there was a gift because his mom and dad gave it to him because he had a great report card, but you could rob him at gunpoint for his shoes. That's not forgivable, is it?
No, it's not.
No, Nope, it isn't.
That's
One is a crime of necessity and one is a crime of want.
yeah. And now you have to look at it and say, are you sure you educated, you dumb Negro? Are you sure? Because you're not doing your college any justice.
Because even in the Muslim, even in the Muslim world or the Islamic or Arabic world, where they cut off the hands of people who steal, if they find out that you stole because you were hungry, they're going to just give you food.
Yeah. Before they execute the sentence. And here's the part, right? You're talking about the criminal justice system, but you're going back at least into the 40s, or the early 50s, where it's black and white. And guess who's on the stand? It's not a black man.
Right.
Continuing.
Sometimes it seems laws are made to keep us from we want to.
On the contrary, Kent. It's law that allows us to live in freedom. Real freedom.
Common opinion says that people that do wrong things deserve punishment, and punishment is always good if it fits the crime. This is a core feature in our society. It is in my son's school environment. Hell, it's even to an extent in our home environment. Everything from Batman to Paw Patrol contribute to a message about crime and policing and justice in ways that hide the reality.
Okay. Should I black pill break down what he just said?
Go ahead.
Number one, Batman is not a law enforcement officer. He's what?
A vigilante.
Thank you. And what does that mean?
He goes against the rule of law.
He's outside the rule of law, meaning if Batman subdues a criminal, he has to work within the law.
I mean, for the longest time, Commissioner Gordon was hunting Batman for a period of time.
Yes, even though he was making their job easier. Yes. Now, when you look at Paw Patrol, something for kids, why do we have great respect for police, firefighters, and military personnel?
Because they're public servants.
And what?
Because they risk so much.
Thank you. Because they're doing the job that 99% of people cannot, will not, shall not do. Continuing.
Of how those systems actually work. The concept of crime and punishment is incredibly complex, yet the average person who has minimal connection to it looks at it with no more complexity than my 10-year-old son. And that's a problem. Because as we look at the nature of crime, justice, and prisons, we see not just human atrocities and injustice being done to people with little to no regard, but we also see a core aspect of systemic oppression operating in plain sight with almost everyone's approval and consent. So today I want to contribute to fixing that. I'm going to bite off some really small chunks of this issue and present it to you not as the end-all be-all solution or explanation of what's wrong with police and prisons, but as a primer on why all of us need to be looking at prisons with the concept of justice differently. And to help that, as I often do, I got the support of actual experts with a variety of angles and knowledge on the subject.
I think why people want these simple answers a lot of times is because
that's some bullshit.
Have to actually do the work and work through the trauma and the harm that happens within our communities.
This is the only place where the only person I can demonstrate this level of authority with. People often do that with kids, and kids are robbed of their personhood. So when you add the level to that of the fact that we are already ingrained and indoctrinated in our society to carceral and punishment and all these things are so tied together, it makes natural sense.
I'm going to say this, right? As a parent, why do you indoctrinate your kids? I want all the fathers to answer this. Well, everybody can answer shit. It's multifaceted. Why is it important to ingrain your child with a code and morality?
So your child can go into the world and know how to properly move and not get themselves killed, and also be able to move in different environments and not get themselves killed. So,
anybody else?
Pretty much, to put it in a boat, survival.
Because morality, ethics, code, is what shapes a society, what shapes a community. Everybody is a product of their environment. Okay, So you're putting the values and, or you're trying to at least, you're trying to install principles and values into your children that they are going to carry on into the real world when they become adults. So, for example, if you're a child who grows up in a home where there's constant arguing, fighting, dysfunction, what do you think is going to happen with that child when they become adult and it's time for them to go to the real world? You won't know how to talk to anybody, solve a problem, or you know what I mean, conflict resolution. All you're going to know is what you've seen all your life, which is yelling, arguing, cursing, fighting. The moment something don't go your way, and then what happens with that? You end up in jail.
Yep. You become the product of what he's trying to talk about.
This is nothing but, this is the type of shit we was hearing in the 90s coming from a lot of liberals about, oh, don't spank your kids, you know what I mean, that type of thing, oh, Ninja Turtles is too violent for children. Now these niggas is complaining about Paw Patrol.
Exactly. I'm gonna.
So I mean, so
You got
again,
to be joking,
how
bro.
do you teach one right from wrong? Because listen to what the woman just said.
You said Paw Patrol, bro?
She's basically trying to say, by America having this standard of right and wrong, we don't allow our children to grow and have their own personalities, which is bullshit.
Yeah.
You're gonna have your own personality. For example,
you born with it.
Jeffrey Dahmer. Do you think Jeffrey Dahmer's parents taught him to be a homosexual, cannibal, necrophiliac?
No.
I don't know. His parents are white now. You can't.
He came up with that on his own.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? I mean, this is
Yeah,
Negro.
Zulu, from descriptors, like a lot, like for people that know his family, they're very mild mannered people from
This is Negro liberal babble.
I'm gonna show something real quick, folks, to the channel in the chat. Who's this character?
He-Man.
The most powerful man in the universe. He-Man.
Was He-Man ever offensive in his actions?
I'm a little kind of young now, so I can't say.
He was more offensive with Skeletor, but most of it was more defensively because they would mostly attack them. But it would be more offensively towards Skeletor because he knew Skeletor had the access to chaos.
This is the thing about, like I told my son, and this, tell me what he said versus what I told my son. My son was about 4 or 5 years old, and he said a profound question. Even for his age, I still think that's one of the most profound shits I heard a 4 or 5-year-old ever ask. Daddy, what's the difference between the good guys and the bad guys? Give me a second, kid. That's actually a damn good question, son. I came back with him and said, the bad guys use human shields. The good guys are the human shields. Who's this character right here?
We still see He-Man. Oh, there you go. Goku.
Was Goku ever offensive to people?
Not
for the
really.
most part.
The only time he was offensive is when he wanted to spar.
Yeah. Or when Frieza killed Krillin.
But, but guess what? That was still defensive. That was still defensive. You know why? Did Goku give him a chance to stop his evil ways?
Oh yeah, he did. He did give him a chance.
He did.
Because if he was offensive, he just killed him outright. So we're gonna look at this person. Who's this?
T'Challa.
T'Challa.
Was T'Challa offensive or was he defensive when his people needed him?
Defense.
Oh, when his people needed him, I ain't gonna lie to you. T'Challa was kind of.
He's a little bit of both.
He never attacked his opponent outright just to attack them.
It is very few times he outright attacked people unless it was going to be a harm to what? Wakanda.
Yeah. Even with the situation with him hunting Cap, it was because his father died.
Yeah, that was defensive. We got it. We got to get it back in blood. Who's this character?
Superman.
Was Superman just outright just beating the fuck out of people, or was he saving? Or was he in the defense of people?
Saving people.
He was holding back to make
in-
sure he didn't kill them.
And here's the crazy part about it. This is the reason why I actually have, I might, folks, have a this little expertise about law enforcement and military things. With Superman, if there was an issue of Action Comics or The Adventures of Superman, if he lost his powers for a day, would he still put on the suit and stand in front of people in between danger?
Definitely.
Yes.
Is that a mentality you want your boys to have?
Yes.
Who's this character?
This is like
Lina.
Lord of the Thundercats.
Mm-hmm.
When the show started, he was physically 22 years old, but mentally 12. Did Lionel fuck up sometimes?
Oh, yeah. Definitely.
Yes.
But did he learn from him?
Yes.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Literally had trials he had to go through.
What did Panthro say in
when
the trials
when the situation happened with Munra, he was still Prince.
Do you know that before my godson, he actually left on the 20th to go to basic? Right? I showed him the trial of strength with Panthro. And it talks about the difference between a morality and a code. We educating here. So like, share, subscribe, hit the Cash App if you're inclined. He said the line, Lionel said to him, well, the code says, he says, does it mean I got to fight a friend? That I don't have what it takes. You know what Pantho said that was so cold? That's what we're here to find out. What did he teach Lionel? You want to be our leader. There may be friends who come against you, and you might have to stop them because they're going to upset the order of how we live. Is that some manly shit to do?
Yeah.
Notice all the characters I've shown you were some of the most manly characters you can ever do. Who's this guy?
Mm-hmm.
Highlander.
Duncan MacLeod of the Clan MacLeod.
Now you going kind of old school now. For the babies in the back.
Are there times where he had to fight evil immortals because he know if that motherfucker wins the game, the world's in immortal darkness, right?
A new dark age.
100 years of darkness.
Even if that person on paper is more powerful than him, is it manly to fucking take on that type of evil?
Yeah. Definitely admirable.
For the good of the people.
Say that again for the niggas in the back.
For the good of the people.
So, to say and put a picture that the reason why a lot of us, even ABM said, he was this close of joining the military because he was so pissed what happened on 9/11. So many people joined the military because of you had people. Can I go black pill, folks?
Go ahead.
Go.
WW2, the Great War, the Greater War. That's the last generation. I'll say, well, no. The last generation of great men were the 70s and the 60s of the civil rights, right?
I get that.
Mm-hmm. Because all your famous athletes, with the exception of Muhammad Ali, and you got to respect him because he had such conviction because that was against his religious beliefs.
Right.
All these athletes, all these actors, all these prominent people joined the war.
Mm-hmm.
You know Christopher Lee, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Christopher Lee was the real life James Bond. World War II was like 80 fucking something years ago, if not more. And the motherfucker, some of his missions are still classified.
Damn.
and he's a famous actor.
Yeah, Sammy Davis Jr. was drafted at 18.
Yeah. You know, Count Dooku, anybody, was whooping ass in real life.
I kind of find that hard to believe, though.
So,
No, that's true. That's true. Matter of fact, I think he might have been British intelligence or something.
He was the real life James Bond.
Yeah, dude was the real deal.
Dude was legit.
Dude was really like that then.
He was like James Bond ain't got shit on him.
Oh, okay, then my bad. Then
I think he recently passed away too, if I ain't mistaken.
No.
I got an example of someone who was making a whole lot of money playing football, but then when 9/11 happened, he stepped away. Look up the name Pat Tillman.
Yeah, he was an Army Ranger.
He was playing football for the Cardinals. He was an Army Ranger, went back in the military, and it's unfortunate that he lost his life.
Yeah, from
but he gave his life for his country.
Yeah,
2004. He passed away.
So you telling me that we should not indoctrinate our sons, especially our daughters as well, but especially our sons, because our sons have the direct responsibility of defending us as a community, as a nation, as a people, that they shouldn't know right from wrong?
They have to.
They have to.
Because
exactly.
Here's the
They
difference.
literally
Right?
have to.
Here's the difference, right? What if I was just a thug on the street, same fucking abilities? Would I be a detriment to society?
Oh God, bro.
Oh Jesus.
Oh God, bro.
Yep.
Imagine if I would have took
A
those
thug,
skills.
the mind of a thug with special services abilities.
Who can bench press 500 pounds, who has the boxing and wrestling skills, firearm skills, tactical skills, and said, fuck it. Fuck this shit. I'm gonna use my and imagine if I started a gang.
You be worse than Marlo.
That's the
I
only
would
way
be
to
a
stop
super
you.
villain.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to say, thanks to those shows like G.I. Joe, He-Man, that sometimes doing the right thing is sometimes the hardest shit to do. Because guess what, FD Signifier? Did you ever talk about the price that people paid to go to colleges so your ass could be educated? Did you ever think a veteran who actually fought and showed that men, because you're a feminist, right? Feminism wanted to get, those white bitches wanted to get the fucking right to vote, and they ain't fucking put up a gun first. It was more black women who did more shit in the Civil War than white women sitting on their Gucci booted footed asses. But you don't talk about that shit.
And Jody would be one of the first to tell you that, being the historian that she is. But people don't listen to her because she's a white woman, and B, married to me.
Exactly. Continuing. And
we get that shit. We get that shit every day, all the time. You know?
Continuing.
Fairness to us, it's not that we use the police or violence or any of these other things in a way that others don't. It's just the consequences of when we do it, right? Because white people can call the police all the time.
The thing to remember is that even without the media or like propaganda, that's going on, right? We are kind of like, even if you never turned on a TV, you never saw any movies, which like obviously is not a thing. But even if you did that, that's kind of how our society is set up. Well, like there has to be this level of buy-in with the police where we just assume that they're good, because if we don't, that's like horrific. And now all of a sudden we have to do like all of this like recontextualizing over everything. I
Can
think
you pause it, Charles?
that it is just a lot easier.
Why does everything have to come down to what white people do? This is a black woman talking. You're going to tell me as a black woman, you don't know you can call the cops on any fucking black man you want to and have him arrested, removed right out of his own home. You can make up whatever false accusations you fucking want. You really gonna sit here and play this fucking game? Only white
ABM,
people do it? Really?
ABM, we literally have documentation of black
It's black
women
woman
calling Klan
victimhood.
members on black men. Like,
It's black woman victimhood.
And
That's all
then
that is.
this guy right here. Listen to what he just said. We have this thing where we look at police as like they're just all good. Who the fuck says that in this day and age?
the police get questioned all the time in the media.
Dog, more cops are getting fired and fucking arrested than ever before in history in this fucking country. I grew up in the 90s when there wasn't no goddamn iPhones and all that shit. Cops would fuck you up whenever they felt like it.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
people
they
hate
did.
to give this
Yeah, they did.
but
And
Trump
how
was
many times have
Trump
I
after
told
the
you?
Floyd situation got into the Departments of Justice ass, and they said, "Hey, you will get oversight if you don't fix this."
Yeah, you got body cams and shit now, dude. Like, what the hell? Everybody walking outside can just pull out their phone, record a cop doing some fuck shit from a mile away.
And how many times have I told people? I like to break this down to a studious level, if you mind. The
Go
same
for it,
way
man.
you look at cops, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you justify that all these cops are bad. Is that not the same logic white supremacists and other groups utilize against black people?
All the time.
So
And still,
if you're saying what I told people when they try to catch me up on some shit, I'm looking at you, W Maker. Well, if I tell you if 2 or 3% of the population commit crimes, because 2 or 3% of people in the nation's population are in prison, would it be safe to say there's going to be 2 to 3% of fucking cops doing wrongdoing?
Yep.
Because where do we get our police from? The population.
Exactly.
And notice, do cops get hammered when they get caught doing something wrong?
Oh, they get
Especially nowadays.
Boy, oh boy.
Well, I just sent you a link of a cop that basically got fired.
Not only do you lose your pension, you get fired. You're doing probably double to triple the time. Why? Because the judge is going to tell you you knew better. You're the better of us.
But they say they revealed that a lot of those officers get reassigned.
What do people tell you? What is Batman Superman comic usually called? World's Finest. Why do they call him World's Finest?
They're one of the best. I mean, he's the best detective on the planet, right?
You got 2 of the best heroes on the planet.
Mm-hmm.
No other superhero would tell you, no, those are the 2 of the best. They're the best of the best. What do they call police of your city? For example, Baltimore's what?
Finest.
Finest. New York's finest is usually a reference to the police in New York. Atlanta's finest, the police in fucking Atlanta. Baltimore's finest.
Atlanta.
So, if you're called the
Chicago's finest. Dang.
Chicago's finest. So usually with that type of nicknaming or colloquialism, guess what? Why do you get hammered more? Because you're the finest of us. You knew better.
You were selected to be one of the finest, therefore you must act like one of the finest and be one of the finest because people depend on you to defend them.
To be honest, like a cop being in front of a judge, I don't think you can get the book thrown harder at you.
But now the motherfuckers are protecting feelings, protecting and serving feelings.
Because guess what? You have the soldiers, Marines, airmen, sailors, guardians, both coast and space. They're called the nation's finest. Because why? In order to be a strong military personnel, they have to be called to duty above and beyond the call of duty. How many cooks in World War II when fucking Pearl Harbor got bombed who were black and not allowed to be in certain positions took up those fucking machine guns and shot them fucking planes down.
Plenty.
So that's what you call the finest. Why? Because fuck my job as a cook. I'm a sailor. People are dying. I got to defend my country.
You have to defend the country. Yep.
Because without those military personnel, your black ass wouldn't get civil rights. Your black ass wouldn't be out of slavery. But continuing.
Correct.
And people are a lot more willing to buy into the system and just have stuff that reaffirms.
And by the way, I'm tired of white guys trying to explain black oppression. Aren't you?
I'm so tired of that shit, man.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, I'm tired of that shit.
Like, don't the white guys have enough problems as it is with they side? Like, you're literally castrated in your own communities and in your own society. Like, why you dealing with our shit?
How the fuck you have all the power in the country, literally all the power in the world, and your women bitch
still fuck it up.
And your women bitch you with feminism. Continuing.
That the system that they live in is good, that they live in a just world, and this is something that makes TV and film and the cops like a perfect marriage.
Prison abolition started in prisons. I just want that to start, and I don't want to say that even on some corny like, oh, we got to center the most marginalized. No, like, it started in prisons for a reason, because they were developing their own intellectual thought. So we should see prisoners who are engaged in abolition or engaged in others, organizing against prisons as intellectual.
Abolitionists started because of the church. Am I making sense, anybody?
Yes.
Yep. You are.
John Brown was a thorough ass white boy.
Wasn't John Brown like a 7-day Adventist?
I think so. He said that it's against God's ordained order to enslave another man. Took up guns, took his sons. Like, they got of what, 7 sons, only 2 survived. He went to the fucking gallows defending his fucking freedom, defending the freedom of blacks. So don't tell me that this shit started in prisons when the shit started in the church, both black and white. See, if this guy's an educator, right? Malcolm X said it best. Be careful who educates your children, man. Am I making sense?
Ain't that the truth? Yes.
Be careful who educates your children, because these motherfuckers will lie to you. They will make heroes out of the people destroying your fucking communities. Freddie Gray, anybody?
And then what's the saying that
heroes out of?
What's the saying that you're so smart that you're still dumb?
Yeah.
Don't talk about half the black women who have a degree now. Oops, I say that out loud.
Mark Twain, I never let my education.
Say it louder.
Don't talk about the black women that more than half the black women that have a degree now.
Let me put it to you this way. Mark Twain said it. I never let my education get in the way of my learning.
Tools, as thinking people, not just as props for our whatever we trying to do. So and by developing in prison, it had a much more revolutionary tinge to it than what it's become since it's been popular since like 2020 or whatever.
Historically, black folks have always had issues with cops, going back to the first form of policing being slave overseers and eventually slave bounty hunters. But still, never has our...
With y'all permission, can I go in?
Go for it.
Piss me off. Even my cat.
Go for it, man.
Number one. When did modern policing start? Anybody know?
No, I don't.
We're doing education today. Modern policing started in London with Sir Robert Peel. What do they call the police? The police over there, or the people with the hats? What do they call them?
Bobby's.
Thank you. Why? Because of Sir Robert Peel. Thank you, LAPD SWAT. 1829 in London, England. Modern policing didn't even start in America. Do you know what the slave catchers are?
Bounty hunters?
What is another word for bondage or slavery? Bondage, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's the root word of bondage?
Bond.
Huh?
Bond.
Bond. What's a bail's bondsman? Get their lineage from them. Am I making sense?
Oh.
Because you're in a bond, which means you're in slavery, you're in debt. And what happens?
Wow.
And if you don't pay your bond, who comes after you?
The bounty hunters, the police,
The
any
bounty
type of.
hunters. So
So
what
wait,
happened?
so Doug the bounty hunter was a slave catcher, in a way.
Basically, you're
In
going
a
after
way,
people
yeah.
with a bond, and bond means what? Bondage, tied up, incapacitated, enslaved. Think about that. See, when you actually know the history and you can dissect the history,
Mm-hmm.
see, have you noticed that nobody has? I'm going to ask you, panel and chat. Am I educating people on shit they didn't know?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I didn't know about this. Like I've always heard about the correlation between the police and the slave catchers, but I never thought like the bondsmen will be. Oh, it just makes it makes more sense than that.
It makes a hell of a
Because
lot of sense now.
I'm giving y'all some Dr. T shit, am I not?
That you are.
Yeah, because they always like to bring up the slave catcher like medallion that looks like a sheriff patch.
Mm-hmm.
What do Bales Bowman wear?
I've never met a Bills Bowman actually in real life.
I've met a couple. They have medallions. Bond bail enforcement.
Oh.
Ah.
So when people get this history, you can tell the educated versus the uneducated, because did I not break that down like a goddamn shotgun and M4 and basic
Yeah,
training?
you did. Yeah, you did.
So how the fuck could modern policing get its origins when it wasn't even in its fucking country? And if you want to go even further, do you know the reason why police officers wear shields, badges? And what does the badge look like?
A shield.
A shield. Do you
A
know where the
shield.
history of that came from? The headlights.
No.
Because the people would come out and they would become what? Shield to shield. You ever saw the
Shield to
movie
shield.
300 with the Spartans? How were they forming? What was their formation? Shield to shield.
Shield to shield.
They would have so many headlights that the shields would be so interconnected, it would actually go around the whole city. That's why we carry shields. The shield is over what? 2,000 to 3,000 years old. 5,000 years old. The reason why cops wear shields. Another educated fact, right?
So it's like the same way the medical industry uses the symbol.
Shield is I'm trying to think of the word. The monarch of defense.
Yes. Who's the
Speaking of shields, real quick. The Baltimore Ravens logo they have at midfield. It's the fucking Baltimore City Police shield.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's a shield. And is a shield an offensive or defensive weapon?
Defensive.
So what is
defensive weapon?
So what is a shield's main objective to do?
To protect.
Defend.
To defend and protect. What is the common phrase of a police officer's duty?
To serve
and protect. Protect and serve.
Makes sense, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when we look at this history, I'm not defending crooked cops. I'm just giving you proper history.
So basically, what these clowns are is just a bunch of defund the police motherfuckers.
Basically, because guess what happens when you
Who said you're
Wow.
defending the crooked cops?
huh?
Who said you're defending the crooked cops?
You know some idiot's gonna say that.
Yeah.
True. They are.
We've been in this
Well, are they saying that because you don't speak on crooked cops like that, or what? Like,
week. I've arrested and fucking testified against crooked cops. See, here's the backwash of this whole shit. People don't know what the fuck they're talking about and just won't admit that, hey, teach me what the fuck I don't know.
I'm surprised no one's put this in a book at least.
They have, but what's the worst thing you could do to a black person?
Put it in a fucking book. I was just getting ready to say there's plenty of books on this subject. Here's the problem. The problem is you have people like FD Signifier who's never done the work. Motherfucker's never even been a security guard. You know, I watched The Wire, right? And it was this scene in season 5 where Burrell got not fired, but basically they made him step down, right? And he was talking to the other guy, and he's like, you know, nobody tells firemen how to do their job, but everybody tells cops how to do our fucking jobs.
Which is true.
And I even had to say, like, damn, that's a good fucking point.
You know,
it is.
Firefighters could come in your house, break away your wall, just to check to see if there's any sparks. What's up, McDermott Bear?
Mm-hmm.
I want you to think about it. But I'm taking the report. People are mad at me. I'm the nigga who's giving you the insurance money to fix your shit. Why are you here? Because somebody has to report this. They're not going to report it. They're making sure there's no sparks, there's no live wires, those loose wires. They got to cut it down.
Mm-hmm.
But people will fuss with me. Think about it. You call me because you have a suspected offense or criminal act or a civil act, and I tell you what to do, but if it's not to your favor, you'll get mad with me. And
won't do it.
And won't do it. Continuing. Are y'all enjoying this shit? Because I'll do more of this shit.
Oh, I'm loving this. I'm learning a whole bunch of shit.
Oh yeah, this is good. You can keep this going.
I'm sitting back.
Yeah. I need you to send me.
yeah, keep it going. I'm the man on the wall.
Once we done.
Because because people may think y'all might hear the drinking, laughing me. If you haven't guessed, I'm kind of halfway a little bit intelligent sometimes.
Mm-hmm. That you are.
Sometimes.
Feeling on a relationship between the police and black people, or hell, all the people, really being more effectively communicated. I mean, it's a reason you never heard a single rapper yelling, all cops are bastards. Pretty sure most black people don't even know what ACAB is unless a liberal come and explains it.
He has time now to think about what he's done. And I believe he'll turn out all right.
So before getting into the heavier, explicit details about these things and the core arguments and the research and the haymakers about police and the courts, etc., first we got to hold up a mirror. Because I have one overall goal, which is for everyone that watched this video to become a supporter of ending policing as we know it and abolishing all prisons. But to really do that, the first thing we have to recognize is that the biggest asset the police and these systems have is our consent and faith in them as institutions. Even folks that know firsthand how trash these systems are will think that it's going too far to say we're going to abolish prisons. The idea of having no justice system, no law and order, that's ridiculous and even dangerous. We need the police to protect and serve, and we need prisons to put away dangerous people so that they can't hurt anyone.
Abolishing the NYPD, that'd be suicide. But yes, they're needed. I put for them to be here. There's too many criminals out here, man. Are you kidding me? I wouldn't feel safe.
No, we need control of the city. So I think the police are necessary.
We'll get to most of that bullshit a little later. I'm not saying that we won't ever need a form of community level security or that crime will never happen in a world with no police or that we won't.
So here's black people, because FD Signified fancies himself an advocate for black people, right? So
I laughed at that.
here's black people in an actual black community saying the complete opposite of what you hear FD Signify saying. Yeah, we need fucking cops. I'm glad they're here. I feel better that they're here. And what does FD Signifier say? That's bullshit.
You know
That's
what the
bullshit.
equivalent of that is? That's the equivalent of saying, why don't we live in the forest? What's one of the first things that humanity has done from living hunter-gatherer? We had to physically build what? Shelters to protect us from what?
The elements.
And what else?
Predators.
Yeah. So what do we call people who prey on the weak?
Predators.
Predators.
So
Predators.
If you don't have, do you know what's the first step of the force continuum for police? Anybody know?
Make contact.
Nope.
Try to de-escalate.
Nope. Overthinking it.
Okay.
Y'all give up?
Yes.
Mere presence.
Oh.
Thank you, LEPD SWAT. Mere presence. Does the presence of a patrolling officer or officer on foot calms down 99% of crime?
Yes.
Yes.
Why?
Because people don't want to go to jail.
Authority.
They'd be like, hey, like for example, there'll be a possible altercation or fight that's about to happen. But once they see a police car like just drive by or just a police officer's nearby, people will say like,
I know a group of motherfuckers though, damn it, that don't give a damn.
But
Shit, they'll still go ham.
But that's the 1%, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let me tell you a little police trick I've done. I'll park my car in front of a store, right? What's up? What's up, Collins? And I walk around the block. I'm doing the job of two officers right there. What does that vehicle represent?
Presence.
The presence.
The goddamn law.
Exactly. The presence of the law. And me walking around, what is that doing? The same goddamn thing.
Establishing more presence.
So now, if I put it in front of a high drug area and put my car there and actually do what a proper officer is supposed to do, even if it's cold or blazing hot, once in a while, get out the fucking car and walk. I'm killing two birds with one stone, am I not?
One stone.
It's kind of like it's one thing to have a castle with walls, but it's another thing to see people on top of those castle walls walking around and monitoring it.
Because what does that tell a bad guy if a cop's willing to get out of his car? Especially if you used to lazy ass cops. What does that tell you? Especially if you see me walking down the street spinning my S-Band tune. If I'm spinning my S-Band tune, which is that Coca Cola nightstick with the strap, what does that tell people? First of all, if he's skilled enough to spin that motherfucker, what does that
He's
tell you?
skilled enough to use it.
Thank you. See, love you, LAPD SWAT. And LAPD SWAT will tell you if I was phony,
deterrent.
If I was phony, I wouldn't be making sense right now.
Charles, I have a question.
Might have an answer. Go ahead.
Is that taught to take a walk and spin that baton around?
Yes.
Or is that just something people do?
Both. It's taught in the academy to get the fuck out of the car. That's why you know what of them besides Black Dynamite. You know what older cops would tell me? Even in my rookie years, they would be like, dude, you're a fucking throwback. Because you don't see people spinning the baton, spinning the fucking S-Band tune like that. So when you see people see it, especially if they've never seen it in their generation, they're like, oh shit, that motherfucker got nunchucks or something.
Yeah, downtown and down here in Atlanta, like all the cars just stay in their all the cops just stay in their cars. Like you rarely see any cops just walking.
That's the first statement is your presence. So if I'm walking down the street and I park my fucking car and I walk 2 blocks and all the drug dealers and all the drunks and all the ne'er-do-wells see me,
get the hell out of there.
Because they're like, wait a minute. This guy wants some different shit than the regular. Now,
and they'll break you.
When your presence, give you a good example. My lieutenant, who was a bitch in midnight shift, tried to punish me by putting me on this detail in this high crime area. If I'm working midnights, which is what, 11 to 7, but I'm on a detail from what? I got off at 3. I forget the time I started, probably around like 7, 6, 7. So
yeah.
Plus, I finagled that shit because my old lieutenant was on the evening shift, and I used to get overtime with it. So I was banking up, and that was Christmas time, and I was banking. So, did you know the district commander came to me and said, "I don't know what the fuck you doing." I said, "Okay, what is somebody complaining about now?" He's like, "No, you brought down the crime 75% in this area. This is one of our trouble areas. What the fuck you do?" I get out my car and walk. How do you know it's working when crime drops like a prom dress? And we've been to the prom. So your mere presence, think about it. If I get out and I speak to those older folks, right? And say, "How you doing, ma'am, sir? How you feeling?" And we talk about the Ravens, the Orioles, pro wrestling, video, whatever. What does that give? What does that make people feel?
Safe,
comfortable, safe,
comfortable. It makes the police look what? Relatable.
Not only relatable, but reliable.
Exactly. Thank you. So if I'm sitting next to the drug dealers with a goddamn newspaper reading up on the scores, right next to the drug dealers, guess what their asses will do? They'll spark up a conversation about the game. And I'll talk to them just the same way as I'm talking to anybody else. But guess what's not happening? Nobody selling drugs. Community policing. I was doing community policing before they coined the term.
Now they've whitewashed it. They were like, "Oh, we don't need the police. We can do it ourselves." Like,
and guess what? Guess what would happen if you abolish the police? Crime will raise up like an inferno.
Yeah. When we go, like, you know how Japan had warlords.
You would
I
have.
feel like it would be something like that. You would have warlords popping up in different parts of the city.
Guess what? You know what the number one deterrent against your kids getting kidnapped and getting sexually abused and physically abused? It's called a father. Even Dr. Umar Johnson said when he interviewed people who were sexual predators, they would never go after kids who had what? Strong what?
Fathers. A strong father.
Why?
Because they had protection.
They got protection.
Why is the lion considered the king and not the tiger?
Because he protects the pride.
What is the motto of Black Lion Security? The motto of Black Lion Security is the pride of protection with the protection of the pride.
Right.
Double entendre, right?
But it makes sense.
So think about it. The lion is a better fighter than the tiger, even though the tiger is bigger and stronger. The lion's a psychopath.
Yeah, but the tiger's a solo hunter, so
yeah,
he doesn't have numbers.
So here's the thing: that lion has something to fight for. Because if he loses, what happens to his children?
They get killed, and then that new male lion takes over the pride.
either they'll get killed or they're exiled.
And then you don't know if they're going to survive.
Yeah, lion cubs are prey
Mm-hmm.
to even other big cats. So when you have that same lion mentality, because you have to protect something that's valuable, you need a force, even though it's a department. Guess what would happen if you abolish police? Crime would go up like an inferno.
Mm-hmm.
It would be unsafe to go outside. Your kids would be snatched up. Your grandmothers and mothers and sisters and aunties will be victims of sexual assaults. Your sons will be beaten by
Be out of
roaming
control.
gangs, robbed, and some of them assaulted.
Mm-hmm.
And guess what's going to happen? You're going to have a community that's going to rise up and say, we need protection. So you'll start a police protection service anyway.
So abolishing the police would cause the rise of the police.
Exactly. It's going to be a circle.
Yep.
Continue.
It'll be one big circle.
Yep. Is the chat and the panel enjoying this lecture?
Oh yeah. But
I
Charles,
am.
the crazy thing is, they're talking about alternatives, but the black female senator want to chew out RFK Jr. for possibly sending those people, rather than send them to jail, send them to a farm and reacclimate themselves.
Good luck with that. Good luck with that. If you think we didn't try that shit before,
right?
I'm not sure. Have they tried this before? Have they tried that before?
I mean, it works for some, but not for most. You're not going to tell a hardcore criminal who ain't got shit to lose, go to a farm.
Yeah, but I don't think it was for criminals. I think it was for the children, rather than keep medicated them with ADHD medication.
Here's the thing about ADHD. Okay, since we're on that subject, before I continue playing, what's the symptoms of ADHD?
Jitteriness, movement. I don't know the full symptoms, but I know that
not really paying attention all the time.
Yeah, uncontrollable behavior.
Got a little behavior, get jittery, got to move in the seat. Did you not explain every boy that was ever fucking raised in history? Because I'm gonna do you the same way I told my wrestlers. Everybody grab your nuts. That's where your testosterone comes from. Guess what? You got hundreds of times the testosterone of a woman. It's hard for you to sit down. Why the fuck do we still teach and treat boys the same way we treat and teach girls? Have you noticed that when you have an all-male school with all-male teachers, them boys become overachievers?
Which is scientifically proven, by the way.
Yes, it are.
Yes, it is.
So why the fuck do we still teach them like girls? When first of all, you have a terrible bias against boys in education. And notice the only boys that really go up in the high education majority of the time, the overwhelming majority, with the exceptions of a Dr. Neal, Dr. Dunbar, and a Dr. T and others, most of those guys are very effeminate. Most of those guys are very female-like and female-leaning. Because a boy, in order to teach a boy, you must challenge his intellect. You make him think. I've done it in wrestling. Oh, you think you're good enough to start? Show me. What did Thrag tell fucking Mark when he said I killed Conquest and he thought he was big shit?
Show me.
Show me.
Show me.
Show me.
And guess who Thrag showed him? Guess what Thrag showed him and his daddy?
He's their superior.
There's a reason why Conquest wasn't the leader.
And you know what the beautiful thing about the show is?
Can you imagine what the comic book panels would have looked like? Jesus.
It's so nerdy. I could probably think of a formula to break down how much force he lifted him with.
Yeah.
Because I'm gonna tell you this one, right? And I read the comics. Damn near all 144 of them. Do you know what I love about the show is that it shows you how intellectually sound Thrag is? And did you notice that Thrag, during the whole fight, what was he doing? He stood there.
Yeah, he was. Thrag is very stoic. He doesn't show a lot of emotion in most of his battles.
Like the first hit when he knocked Nolan down, that was saying, let's have a talk.
Mm-hmm.
The second hit was, that you just saw, have it your way. And when Mark was being emotional, trying to hit him, he hit Thrag, and Thrag was just looking at him. Then what did you see Thrag do?
Slap him.
Show him once again, weaved his punches and face palmed him and said, boy, you need to learn how to speak first. How many times have young men never got that Thrag treatment?
Too many times.
What's up, Most Fit? Think about it. You know what happened to me in wrestling? I got put on my ass. You had to earn the right to go. You had to earn the right to make it to the mats. The practices, the tryouts were on grass. God rest Larry O'Neal Brown Sr.'s soul. That old motherfucker knocked me unconscious with a throw.
Yeah, Charles.
Go ahead.
One of the things in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, they like to torture and play with the white belts a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And this last class, one of my fellow white belts, he just won double gold at one of the last couple competitions.
Got a
and
big hit, huh?
He just swept me by my legs and grabbed me and just slammed me on my back.
Yeah.
on the ground.
Did you get that peanut butter and jelly iron taste in your mouth?
I couldn't breathe for a hot second. That was like we had to stop things. Wait.
Oh, trust me. No,
well, I came back. This nigga said he couldn't breathe. Damn.
Yeah. And let me put it to you this way. When I was wrestling and when I was coaching, Mr. Brown, when I was wrestling, if he got pissed with you and he didn't want to put his hands on you because he's scared he might hurt you, he would put me on you. And you could tell if you pissed me off because I'm a takedown artist. I have like a 97% takedown ratio. There's not one person I couldn't take down.
You can try. You can try.
And I will succeed.
I'm not even gonna make that challenge. I'm at a handicap. I know he'd take me down in a heartbeat.
And I'm gonna tell you what's the sad part. You know, if you piss me off, if I don't go for singles or doubles, I'm going for throws. I'm gonna make you remember me. And the fucked up part about it was when the one guy was being rude to Mr. Brown, and I'm telling him, boom. And then guess what? What happens if I don't let go of your arm and I just swing you across and pick you right back up by your arm, and I'm locking your wrist, so you're gonna come up either way. And then I get you with a hip throw, boom, and I'm landing all my weight on your chest. Then I get you back up, belly to belly you, boom, get you right back up. Go for a fucking trip. Boom, land on you. It's a hard knock life. And this is the shit that people, that's why
I'm wearing one of your arms out. You hear me, Ninja?
That's the reason why a lot of people, like if I was the king of black people, the first thing I probably do, as much as I love football, I might have to fucking get rid of fucking ball sports for 10 years. And put every black boy and black girl in combat sports. Because you know why? Because it would show you martial arts and combat sports will show you you're not as tough as you think you are.
Right.
Like I knew I was getting stronger in like all these years that I've been practicing, and like my strength level has gone up and my physique has developed, but that don't matter.
No, because there's always one thing you learn, and I had to learn the hard way. There's always somebody good enough to kick your ass.
Yeah,
And the hump
and
you.
even with that situation that happened at my job with that coworker, the one thing that kept me from getting out of pocket was because of my training. In the sense of like it helped release the pressure.
That makes you docile. That's
Yep,
why you never
it
heard too
does.
many guys at the combat sports or martial arts get into foolishness. You know why? Because it calms you down. That's why when I've started coaching, parents used to tell me, "Well, he was diagnosed with a what was it? He had an issue with authority. Give me a week. I want to fight. Okay, fight. But you the coach. I don't care. Swing, nigga. Boom, throw, cross face, boom, put you on a lock you can't pronounce. Boom. Guess what? Wrestling, judo, sambo, jiu-jitsu is basically like Big Mo said, the art of making the earth hit you.
Yeah, I just learned how to do a motorcycle grip, and that's a strong hold.
Yeah. And it's like this. What if I've broken people's arms in competition? I've told hell, I've broken people's arms in the police department because he was grabbing my gun. He's blessed that I didn't stab him in his chest.
Who? Somebody in the police department?
Huh?
Somebody at the police department?
No, a suspect tried to grab my
Oh,
gun,
okay.
and I put him in a Kimura and broke his arm. He tried to grab my knife with his other hand, and I broke his other arm. That's a story for a later day.
Story for another time.
Have to figure out what to do about said crime and, more importantly, victims of crime. Nobody who is serious about abolition believes these things. But I do want to challenge why we fear this mythical, lawless reality so much in the first place, and why we think the police in our current court system is responsible for the level of safety or justice we currently have. I want you watching this right now to consider just how much.
Here's the question. Those white officers took that injured black guy out the car and put him on a gurney, right? Right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Were they doing their job? I don't
That
care.
sounds like procedure to me.
I don't care how
They were doing their job.
racist.
Yes.
You could be the biggest racist in the world. Do your job.
And also, Charles, when he says we have no idea of this lawless, I said, do we not forget why it was called the Wild West?
Exactly.
It was a lawless time in an area of the country where it had no supervision.
Yeah.
None.
Let's go.
None.
Let's go more modern. Everybody got a bad side of the city, right? If what he said was true, are there certain parts of Atlanta you would not walk in by yourself in a dark corner with a pocket full of money?
Of course.
So right there, why is it a bad part of the city? Because a lot of that shit is lawless. So would you feel much more comfortable if you saw 2 or 3 police vehicles there?
Yeah.
So
there's a reason why there's a heavy police presence in the West, like the place like the West End, Bankhead, Zone 6, Edgewood.
I want you to think about that. There are some parts of Baltimore that I would show people. Go over here. I can show you where I used to work in the Northern District. High drug area, 2 blocks away, $1 million homes. 3 blocks away, $1 million homes.
He's talking about the Guilford community. Yeah, I remember showing my wife that shit. She didn't believe me.
Matter of fact, if you go over to the Guilford community, the guy who invented the BlackBerry lives over there.
And don't like I remember you talked about it. Don't like internationally dignitaries live over in that area too. But then like a couple blocks, it'd be like the hood.
Yeah. Matter of
It's
fact,
the richest. It's the wealthiest community in town.
Yeah.
In city limits.
Yeah. You got to think. What's the former senator that we had? Barbara Bukowski used to live in the Northern.
Yeah. She spent a lot of time up there in the Roland Park area.
Mm-hmm. So you're telling me, right? Where's the focus of policing going to be? In the $1 Million Home section or the hood?
In the hood.
The hood.
Why?
Because that's where more crime is occurring.
And that's where you get a sense of what? Lawlessness.
In fact, it's funny you're speaking about it right now. That's where I'm at right now.
Mm-hmm. You get a sense of lawlessness because wherever you have major crime, you're going to get a sense of lawlessness. Because the first thing people are hollering out when there's a crime, somebody call the community liaison. Somebody call the educator.
Well, in the suburbs, you got the meth heads.
Exactly. That's the big joke, Big Mo. Everywhere you see MLK, you see a lot of violence. But nobody wants to talk about that. So when you look at the police and why people feel safe is the same reason why people in Metropolis are happy to see Superman. What's Superman's symbol represent?
Hope.
Yep.
What does a cop look like when you're in trouble? Hope.
Help.
Help and hope. Continuing.
Much actual experience you have with the police and the criminal justice system. Because of the way the algorithm works and what I know about my audience, the chances are if you're watching this video on YouTube, you're watching as a person of relative privilege, probably a relatively decent level of education, which means you probably have not had much engagement with the criminal justice system at
bullshit.
Any level.
Bullshit. I got pulled over more by the police when I became a police than before I was a police officer. Bullshit. Get the fuck out of here.
If you're black, there's a higher likelihood you've been profiled by police before, pulled over, maybe even detained. But have you ever been arrested? Have you ever been convicted? Do you have people in your family or close to you that have done time? Have you seen the long-term effects of those individuals when they finally come home? Have you ever been victim of a crime and realized how difficult it is to actually get justice? Ever experienced the overall
I like to say, number one, look at the stat report, right?
Mm-hmm.
Here's the thing about rape reports. I'm not saying how many, but how number one, this is the reason why rape is a difficult crime. Because how many people were called rapists and it was a false accusation, a false investigation, compared to the people who really do need the help. Why are there so many crimes unsolved? Because sometimes you may not know who your offender is.
Right.
Oh, damn it. That reminded me. I did send you something related to that on YouTube. There's a channel where basically they created a whole police accountability report, as they call it, when sometimes, when they have police officers who they so-called, be holding accountable by putting on the spotlight.
Here's the problem, right? And I'm not taking up for any bad cops. You give a person a ticket. People will call and complain. I had a complaint against me and another officer because we were walking the block smoking cigars in a high drug area. You didn't pay attention to the drug dealers we just pushed off the block. You paid attention to two grown cops who are over the age of 21. Last time that I get, we can smoke tobacco products, but you complain about us smoking. What about the kids? You should be a representation of the kids. Yes, but more so should be their parents.
It's not like y'all was intoxicated in the public.
No. But once again,
right,
we had one of the most dangerous fucking blocks, which is Glenwood, Sheridan, York Road. 600 to 700 block of Glenwood was federally indicted. 500 to 700 was federally indicted. But nobody pays attention to that because you want to complain against the police. Think about it. Here's the stupidity thing about a gun. You won't argue with a nigga robbing you, but you'll argue with the cop with a gun. And do I think all cops are great? No, because you do have 2 to 3% who are criminals with badges. Continuing.
Difference of the police to your well-being after you've called them to come protect and serve.
A number of victims who report sexual assault are treated insensitively, are not believed, are blamed for their assaults, and are traumatized by their experience with police.
I started to feel like a victim because of my interactions with the police.
Have you ever noticed that he puts up stuff about black people, but notice how many times he put up white people?
I was just getting ready to fucking say that. Yo.
That's a great point. Great point.
Listen, yo, he's a slimy motherfucker, yo.
Notice this is the ultimate straw man.
Dude put a blonde-haired, blue-eyed Becky up this motherfucker.
And Charles, what'd you say? The good guys versus the bad guys?
Which
He's
you
using
had
the
to
white
kick
women
it.
as his shield.
He puts white women, the most protected woman, the most protected person in American history
On the planet. On the planet.
And you're telling me this is supposed to represent black people? I'm going to say this, and hell, even Jody would say this. White problems are not black problems.
Jody has said that. And as I told you guys before, we have this discussion almost daily. And it's been true since we've been together. Good gracious.
But notice, you're bringing up white folks. You would have more credence to your argument if you brought up black folks, since you're trying to make this a black issue. God, y'all better hit that cash app, man, because I'm cooking tonight.
I'll give you something. I'll add a little something to cook. I'll add a little something for you to cook with. You guys know who my wife is. You've seen who you see who my wife is in the thumbnail. And as I mentioned just a moment ago, we have a discussion in some way, shape, form, or fashion about race on an almost daily basis. This slimy motherfucker does this, and yet I have a white woman that has been in my corner since 2018 defending not just me, but our issues. Try that for size.
And here's the fucked up part. Any cop that treats a victim of a crime like they're the reason why their crime happens is a slimy motherfucker.
Yep.
I don't give a damn if it's a prostitute. If she's not willingly giving it to you, he or she, because you do have the transgenders who prostitute, but they won't talk about how transgenders, a lot of them do prostitute.
They sure do, and they won't talk about it. They will not talk about it.
But guess what? If they said they were a victim of a crime, you treat them with the utmost respect, as if you even if you know they're a known prostitute, you don't treat them like a fucking piece of shit. That's slimy. Continuing.
They didn't believe me. They made me feel ashamed for questioning them. They made me feel like I was making something up.
Have you ever been systematized or even been in court custody or had a child in defects?
Once again, white folks.
I ask these questions because if you're watching this, it's highly likely you have little to no experience with these things.
He's now aging out of Georgia's foster care. Christian considers it a legal system that failed him, with the chaos from moving to foster home to one day this year, somewhere truly unexpected. This Department of Family and Children's Services office is where he was living.
It didn't make sense to me why this was happening to me. When I came in, I saw a lot of blankets on the floor, a lot of things on the floor. There was not a lot of food in there.
DFACS, the agency tasked with protecting kids, housed foster youth in its county offices.
Number one, Child Protective Services is not a law enforcement organization, nor is that a police associated thing, even though we work with them, but that's not law enforcement, is it?
Yeah, that's a whole separate sector.
So if you have a kid, number one, coming out of foster care because he's taken away from his parents, you have to say, number one, why is he taken? Two, there's no immediate family. Three, you're trying to give him the best resources that you possibly can. And sometimes during the emergency situations, CPS has to take that child.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what's up, All Star G. And this is some of the shit that I talk about. That his argument is so fucking raw. This is the first black person he's had in a case. Continuing.
Months on end.
We're staying here because they don't have nowhere for us to go.
The majority of us who lend power to the system don't really know what this system feels.
And by the way, on a side note, why are you putting? That's not a law enforcement issue. That's a city resources issue. I'm taking if you take teens and place them in foster care, that's not law enforcement. Of course, the people give the power to the police to protect them, to solve crimes for them, to take some type of action and recourse for them. That's how the fucking system works, dumbass. It's like voting. Who gives power to the president? The people, and the Constitution says what he can and cannot do. What happens if a president fucks up? What's the power of the people?
To impeach him?
To impeach or vote him out. This is where he falls short on his logic.
And
like in real life.
I think when we are passively consuming escapist content.
And why does he have to get the most effeminate dude speaking with him? God damn.
Because he's gay.
Yeah, this is very all
Yeah,
five.
give me this button. Yeah, give me this. Hold on. Give me this button. I haven't had a chance to interact with the master teacher lately, but
tell me, what is gay?
Oh, you're late coming here. You're late coming here, All Star G. My new thing is like either next month, since he likes to critique the manosphere, what happened if the manosphere critiques him? And besides, since you got over 1 million people and I tag your name in it, why not steal a little bit of shine?
Why not?
Since
Why
he's
not?
clout chasing, why should not clout chase? That's why. Of course we know he's full of shit. Let's enjoy the commentary of his full of shitness.
This dude's more sugary than a box of Frosted Flakes.
Oh boy.
How did A.L. Evans put it? To borrow from Bernie Mac, when he does this, he seems happier than a sissy with a bag of dicks.
I mean, let's just say that, a lot of the people he had on these side-by-side things, man, they're so deep in the closet they're finding Christmas gifts, man.
Yeah, that's the truth.
And trust me, I know a couple of gay people, and trust me, some of that guy right there on the left is not even tough enough to be gay.
Forget a closet. He's in a attic.
Continuing.
It tends to become our main contact point, especially for like white people or people who don't have a lot of interaction with the police. The main way you interact with the police is
I thought I could go a segment without debunking another motherfucking thing.
No, not with this guy.
Do you know white males are 5 times more likely to get shot by the police? But there's more of them. Yes. So guess what? They get more interaction with the police. So I wish they actually did some fucking research. Even the one day that a black guy got shot, 5 white guys got shot. So stop that bullshit.
Charles, you said the most fundamental thing that he never does. Shame on you. Research.
Research. You just want to listen to people who act like who just says whatever you like.
Like people who try to take me on when it comes to sports. Don't do that. Not without you doing your research first.
You got to do your research.
How do you think? People say this to me all the time. How have you survived so long? I read, motherfucker.
No, reading is fundamental. Both common sense and reading are so rare that it's becoming a fucking superpower.
It is. It really is.
It's sad.
It's
really,
true,
really
and it's sad.
It's really, really fucking sad. And I mean, this is the best you can do, academia. God help us all. Continuing.
is through these cop shows. That is their main contact point. So like they think about the police, they think about crime, and they're like, well, I saw this on Law and Order once. And you know, that might not be realistic, but that's like what I got.
Going back to my sons, they're lucky enough that their main engagement with the police are from security officers in their schools. And they're all black men with smiling faces and gentle, strong demeanors. And I wave high and talk to them every day as I drop my boys off. And that
School resources officers or police.
You big dummy.
You know, this is the reason why he's full of shit, everybody.
For every dummy, there's a dummy. Dummy.
If you're saying that your kids' interaction with the smiling black police officers at their school is positive, the fuck you arguing about? Am I making sense, folks?
Very much so.
You get what I'm saying, All-Star G? You're complaining that your kids are having positive interactions with black male men in a uniform with authority. The fuck are you complaining about?
Mm-hmm.
This motherfucker got over 1 million subs. Wow.
He can't help it but complain.
Wow. Continuing.
That's the natural cognitive dissonance that you might have toward individual police officers and the societal role that they inhabit. And I'm not saying that cognitive dissonance is what this system feels like in real life.
I think when we are passively consuming escapist content over and over again, it tends to become our main contact point, especially for like white people.
To my sons, they're lucky enough that their main engagement with the police are from security officers in their schools. And they're all black men with smiling faces and gentle, strong demeanors. And I wave high and talk to them every day as I drop my boys off. And that's the natural cognitive dissonance that you might have toward individual police officers and the societal role that they inhabit. And I'm not saying that cognitive dissonance needs to go away and that you have to see all police officers as demons. And most people don't feel that way. But most people also don't have to engage with the full reality of the system. And they think that police only exist in this positive, helpful space that we are lucky to experience depending on the background and privilege that you have right now. When people get money, much like in Ice Cube, they tend to have a very different perspective on how the police treat people.
Stop it
Ice
right
Cube
here.
started out as fuck the police.
Stop it right here.
Stop.
You fuck nigga. You fucking faggot. You fuck nigga. First of all, FD, how much fucking interaction have you really had in your life with the fucking cops, bro? Let's be real. It's slim to none. Okay? So now this is when the black man feminist liberal progressive shit starts. Because Ice Cube had a conversation with someone from the Trump campaign years ago when he presented them with the contract for Black America. Now here they come attacking him again. Remember Foxhole, everybody?
Oh yeah.
Yes, I do.
See, this is what he's getting at right here. Oh, see, now Ice Cube got money, so now it's okay to be a fucking Republican. This is what he's getting at. This is what he's getting at with this shit. But let me hear the rest of this.
Oh, this is gonna be good. Oh, I gotta do more of this shit. This can't be the last one.
And now he's doing interviews with Tucker Carlson talking about bootstrap politics because Ice Cube is now a very rich man. And the person he was when he made that song is a very different person than who he is now.
If you are a person who is not regularly interacting with crime or
Didn't I tell you?
poverty, then every time you see a...
Didn't I tell you?
So wait. So just because Ice Cube sat down for an interview, now he's a Republican?
Didn't I tell you?
Yeah.
But you heard me say that's where he was going with that, right? Keep in mind, I've never seen this before. How did I know that that's exactly what he was going with that? How did I know that? Because that's what they all do.
Yep.
This is what they all do.
And even if Ice Cube is a Republican, what would be the problem for him being a Republican?
Because you're a black man and you should not be able to have a mind of your own. You can't vote for who you want to vote for. You can't fuck white women, right? But yet these are the very people who got mad with what I believe it was Megyn Kelly when she told LeBron shut up and dribble. I could be wrong about the Megyn Kelly part, but you see what I'm saying.
Yep.
They're just as racist and nasty to black men as they claim every white conservative is.
But they'll never say that to black women.
And once again, you'll never sit down with Ice Cube and have a fucking conversation with the man to even get to understand his point of view. You're black, you're supposed to vote for Democrats. You're black, you should only do interviews on fucking BET and CNN. Isn't that really fucking stupid?
Yeah.
Or be on The View, so Whoopi Goldberg can finger wag at you.
No, that's black women. They can. That's their shit. Black men have no place on The View.
No.
You have no place on CBS if you're a black man.
You have no place in front of Oprah.
Then trust me. I gotta keep doing this. This can't be the last time. You're in Pasco County, Florida. Let's see this shit.
Dark street, a dark alley or something. You're seeing it on TV.
304, 1031 on foot. Westbound on Baden.
And that means something awful is probably happening in that alley, which means that even if most alleys are fine, every time you see one, you are scared of it because the only thing you've ever seen happen in them is like murder.
You complain about Batman, but you show the reason why he became a vigilante. Why did Batman become a vigilante?
The murder of his parents.
To fight what?
Crime.
To make sure nobody else suffer what he suffered. Did you know there's a female that I work with in the department? She became an officer because the police saw the crime of her father's murder.
Yeah.
And she didn't want anybody to feel the same way she did for years. Isn't that honorable?
It is.
God damn this guy. Sorry, piece of shit.
You tend to like fear things like that. I've recognized this with like my extended family. Like they're scared of cities because that's where the crime is. Because that's the only time that they ever see cities is on TV and these cop shows.
When we talk about prison abolition, we talk about trying to actually address the problems that are really inside our community. You know, we started to think about transformative justice and how to deal with conflicts and harm that is done within the community, because a lot of people think of crimes, they're thinking of harm, right? Because most crimes, let's be real, aren't really about harm. Like, for example, a lot of people are arrested for drug crimes, which isn't about like you harming someone.
He's some expert, right?
Expert of what?
Stupidity.
I mean, transformative justice, like you can still keep the jails, but maybe reinstitute the education systems in the jails that got taken out. The trades, like there's different ways you could do that. Like take off the felony boxes, so like literally like these dudes have opportunities to possibly get jobs and get out the cycle of going back and forth between them on the streets and them on jail.
Here's an educated thing, because my law professor in the academy, for those who don't, I have college credits because of the academy and because I went to college. What's the three things prison or jail is supposed to be?
Punishment.
That's one. There's two more, before and after.
It's on the tip of my tongue, but it's to
what's her name?
Rehabilitation or something?
Yeah, rehabilitation.
That's the third. What's the first?
Recidivism.
Deterrent.
Oh, deterrent.
It's supposed to be a deterrent, a punishment, and a rehabilitation. I think we failed at all three. In our community, we glorify who? Manly. What's the ultimate male in our community right now, and as the culture is today?
Tupac.
Think about it. Is it a rite of passage to go to prison in our community?
It's seen as a way.
Is it really a punishment if you got niggas in jail wearing fucking Jordans?
No.
Eating Popeyes, eating pizza, playing video games.
And are we really rehabilitating motherfuckers when they come out?
Not a chance.
No. I'll be seeing them like there's prison on prison TikTok. They be showing the tutorials how to make their snacks, how to make the little foods.
Yeah. So where's the punishment? Where's the rehabilitation? Where's the deterrent? So right now, you got this guy talking about nonsense. Continuing.
Going out to harm somebody when they're using drugs.
saying
Nobody's going out to
here,
harm
man.
somebody even when they're selling drugs. Now you could argue that people using drugs are harming themselves.
That's what I meant to say. How many people's homes got broken up because of drug usage? Well, drugs don't harm.
Bullshit.
Say that to my ex-girlfriend and two of my best friends when when all of them had to be raised by their grandparents. How many kids were lucky enough to be raised by their brothers and sisters and ripped out of their parents' homes because they were drug users?
Drugs aren't harmful. Drugs are harmful in the hands of addicts.
And then how many times they would steal from their kids? I bought you this PlayStation. Oops, I need a hit. Somebody stole your PlayStation, but you high as a kite.
And shoot, and that's just the best part about it. What about the addicts that sell their kids to other people
for prostitution and being touched? How embarrassing is it if you caught your goddamn mom sucking dick behind the 7-Eleven while you walking to school?
Very embarrassing.
But that's not harmful? I beg to differ.
So do I. Let me say goodnight, y'all.
All
Charles,
right,
thanks for the education. I appreciate you, and I appreciate every brother on this panel. I love you guys. Thank you.
Good night, Snowman. Go to bed.
All right, brother. Good night, man.
All right, man.
And then selling people is whatever, like adds to that. But that also, I'd argue, generally people are using drugs because of the trauma that they have faced in their community that already is existing from all the way back to slavery. It's just passing down this trauma over and over again, and getting reinforced.
So wait a minute. Because of slavery, I'm going to snort something in my nose, put it in my fucking arm, and we're going to use now. Are there some things that we have traumatized because of slavery? Yes. The way that black women treat black men, the way they have no faith in them. Yeah. But you're not going to use that as because your drug habit and say it's because of slavery. No. You made a choice. You don't have to take drugs. You don't. There's plenty of people who went through some of the worst trauma in life, don't take drugs. That's bullshit.
Forced by the system itself.
I think the first thing that people need to understand about abolition, and I always put it this way, is that abolition is a vision for the future. You know, it is abolitionists are aware. We are aware of the fact that they're not going to just, open up all the prisons and close the courts and get rid of all the police tomorrow or today. And we recognize that we also don't have the infrastructures in place to do that, right? The idea is,
how do you make an issue to get rid of all the police and you don't have what the fuck are you going to do? So you're going to send some of the craziest criminals out there, because there are some criminals who are locked up, but not for the most heinous crimes because they weren't caught. And you're going to bring them out there. This is the same chick who would date a guy, but let that black man buck up on her. You think she's not going to call the police? Oh, she'll do worse. She'll probably call her brothers to come shoot up his shit, right? But then again, she might not like men. Because you know a bunch of these chicks are stone cold lesbians who in this little movement, right?
Is that investing in criminalization of people and putting more money and resources into under-resourced communities and people so that you could police them and incarcerate them and saddle them with debts.
So why don't you never hear these
Motherfuckers champion education systems. You never hear them saying, well, we did the research and learned that young black men from the ages of 14 to 23 are usually the ones who are always the most accosted and arrested and convicted. So why not make a better education system and give them all black male schools? You never hear them say that, do you? But they'll always try to use flat racism and flat blackness to say, hey, we go through it too.
And criminal records and all of these things don't actually address crime. This isn't just about, that I just care about the criminals, which is a whole nother conversation, but it's about caring about yourself and trying to stop crime and recognizing that, well, a system that has created a profit system on incarcerating people it literally is in the business of regurgitating and repeating that because that's what keeps the system running.
When you say abolish prisons, the question that people will usually bring to you is, what about the rapists and murderers? What about the abusers and the sexual predators and all the people that we tend to think police and jails protect us from? Again, ask yourself how much you know about these situations. Most sexual assaults are never even prosecuted, and most murders are never solved by a wide margin. Worse yet, many sexual assaults that result in arrest never go to trial. I'm sure many of us remember Brock Turner from a few years ago. That situation where this person was convicted of rape and did not see any jail time is not as rare as you think. According to one study, less than 60% of convicted sex offenders ever spend time in a prison. One study in Idaho tracking Pedialyte drinkers found that only 28% of those convicted of child sexual assault actually went to jail. We are already living in the world that people are telling us to fear without the police. So why are you?
So let me ask you this question, right? When you look at that little white boy, right? Are you saying that black people got the same results as that little white boy? Or white man, whatever the fuck that weirdo is? Because I really beg to differ to that bullshit. Then on top of that, a lot of murders aren't solved because why? A lot of communities like ours are always taught to not what? Snitch. If you actually had faith in actually telling the truth and saying these people are bad, they need to get the fuck out of our community, then guess what the fuck happens? Crimes get solved. But if nobody wants to talk to the police, we're not fucking Charles Xavier. We don't have the telepathic ability to read your fucking mind. So stop it, please. Then on top of that, we're looking at most crimes getting solved. Guess what? There's called an investigation. There's some crimes that don't get solved 10, 20, 30 years later because that's the nature of the beast. But notice he didn't have one lawyer, one law enforcement person, not one motherfucker up there doing this whole thing. But he had a bunch of experts, right?
So you have a media expert, but you can't get in contact with a lawyer
or a cop.
Like, you don't know you have to get an active police officer. Like, if you feel some type of way, get a retired one, get a consultant. Like, there's so many different ways he could have attacked that situation.
You gotta ask me. You could have got CompStat, crime reports, but you don't want to do it because you don't want to get off your fat ass and actually do some research.
And then, like, and Mr. Z, he be reviewing that the public defender. Her name's Ole. She has a channel also, and she's the same chick that was defending the brick lady, and she was defending Megan Thee Stallion after they ran over Tory Lanez pretty much through the courts.
But that's what I told everybody that was found true. She shot the gun.
Why? Because any cop who's worth his salt knows if you have a shooting or a gun being discharged, everybody's getting the gun residue bags on them.
Hell, Tory Lanez need to sue, like, big time.
I mean, he almost died behind bars after getting stabbed.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah. I want to sue, like, to where I want motherfuckers just. I want you to be down to your socks and drawers type of lawsuit.
And let's just keep it a buck. That was a hit. I bet you if we went to a record label or somewhere, we would find a source.
Like I
Yeah, and it's not easy. I mean, it's not that hard for them to be able to set that shit up. I mean, so.
Of course, we know it's about the money because it ain't about fucking. And it's definitely not about intellectualism.
Like I think that if we got BGS on the phone offline, he would tell us like what's happening behind the scenes, like behind the situation.
I would tell you. I could tell you already. Megan Thee Stallion is a cash cow right now, was she not?
She don't really make no money, but
she's a cash cow for the record label. She don't make money for herself. Why do you think she's with a fucking sitting vice president has you up there? That means you got some connections, right?
Yep.
Always read that. Sometimes when you investigate, you look for what's out of place. And sometimes when people fail at investigations, look what's readily obvious. Because you're going to tell me that this person who's already in a messy case, why would a vice president have her? Because she's the most famous motherfucking black woman that you could put up there that other black women will champion. The only other one is Beyonce.
And let me say something real quick. Since y'all brought up the Tory Lanez stabbing, isn't it a coincidence that Meg has laid low ever since that?
Mm-hmm.
You notice that? Now she's booed up with Clay.
Yeah, she hasn't released any music hardly, and then she's attempting to release an anime with one of the creators of Boondocks.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, you notice she's laid low. You don't really see her out there.
Nope. Because when
supposedly they living together. Her and Clay living together now.
Yeah, and then here's the fucked up part. Did you notice that when the first incident happened, she was crying like Jimmy Swaggart? All that shit.
Oh, Charles, have you seen the interview that his dad did recently?
Not recently.
Yeah, his dad like literally gave full details, and they were like showing photographs and pictures. He was talking about how like the attorneys was like keeping evidence away from the court, like they had evidence and they wouldn't allow it in the court, and it was like it was very intentional.
What is that called? That's a constitutional right before you go to trial. When you have both people give up all their discovery. So right now you have a constitutional violation, a civil rights violation. You have an attempt on his life, which I don't care what nobody say was a hit. And remember when it first came out, and I told you detail from detail why didn't they get the gun residue bags? You never heard anything about the GSR bags.
They said that it mysteriously disappeared.
You never heard anything about the gunshot residue bags, GSR. That, by the way, why would I have experience in knowing what to do during a shooting or discharge of a firearm? Anybody want to take a crack at it?
You're kind of an expert of law enforcement.
Free Tory Lanez and sue. Free and sue.
And this is the shit that doesn't make sense. And guess what? Notice it was a black woman prosecuting him. All that loyalty to black men, right? All that loyalty to black men, right?
Hey, the most loyal.
Continuing.
We
so invested in this myth that it does work? Why is it so important for us to see those who really suffer under the system as deserving of that suffering if it means that this myth can be maintained? There's a lot of answers as to why that's the case. I could fill up 5 more videos, but for the sake of time, we're going to focus on one major factor, which is how we view crime and criminals in this country, and conversely, how we view the police, and how these views make the horrors of this system seem justified, maybe even normal. So let's go back in time. Coming out of the civil rights movement of the 1950s and 60s and the Supreme Court era of the 70s, relatively significant actions were taken to address racism in the United States. However, these actions were almost always met with overt resentment and resistance from white Americans.
It is very appropriate that from this cradle of the Confederacy, this very heart of the great Anglo-Saxon Southland, that today we sound the drum for freedom. And I say segregation now, segregation tomorrow, and segregation forever.
And the result from the 1970s going forward was nearly 40 years of Republican-dominated governments in America, often elected using Southern strategies popularized by Richard Nixon and Barry Goldwater. The Southern strategy, for those who do not know, was...
By the way,
here's a little historical fact. Which president started the war on crime?
Ronald Reagan?
Nixon started it.
Wait, I thought Nixon kind of I thought he set the groundwork, but I thought Ronald Reagan was the one that pulled the gun, with
He galvanized it, but it started with Nixon.
You see the little subtle shit he's doing.
Mm-hmm.
See how see how it's the Republicans. You see what I'm saying?
But yet,
but he just played a recording of a Dixie Democrat who was.
It's always going to come back to Democrats. Every time I'm telling you, liberals, black liberals, progressives, all the little fancy little buzzwords, it always comes back to Democrats. He's just a Democrat. That's all.
Yeah, and by the way, George Wallace was what? A Democrat. He even put it in the title.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He had it in bold red letters. Democratic senator of Alabama.
And going back to the Ice Cube thing for a second. Notice he was very vague when it came to Ice Cube's interview with Tucker Carlson.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what FD Signifier said was, now he's doing bootstrap conversations with Tucker. Mm-hmm. What exactly did he say that pissed you off, FD?
That's what inquiring minds would like to know.
What exactly?
And see, this is the fundamental flaw. Tell me, what rights specifically did Democrats give blacks?
Because most of your rights you got through Republicans. Lyndon Baines had to go to the Republicans because the Democrats didn't want shit to do with the civil rights last time I checked. Right?
And then the craziest part is, they'll try to fact check you. You didn't know that there was a shift in the Democrat and Republican Party? I was like, whoa, wait. Okay, people shifted, but let's not act like a lot of people didn't stay where they was at.
Yeah. And then
there's a reason that Joe Biden is Joe Biden. Joe Biden is part of the last guard. He's part of the last few and the last guard of the Dixie Democrats. Ron Sturman was his mentor, blatant KKK member.
Yeah.
Who got a black chick pregnant, by the way.
Oh, yeah. His daughter just died recently, too.
Wait, Joe Biden's or Ron Sturman's?
Strom. His name was Strom.
Strawman. Wait.
Strom Thurman, yeah.
Well, I'm not surprised because I knew a chick in high school. Her grandfather was a Grand Wizard, so I'm not surprised. And she was black. She was black.
Sometimes you look at this shit and you just say to yourself, how the fuck? How the fuck? And that's the bad part.
Yeah, I seen a bunch of pictures with black chicks with rocking with them white dudes, them Confederate flags in the background.
Yeah. Don't come up here and say, hey. Don't come up here and say, hey, we're making this shit up for you. Because hell, if I told you, it's not hard for me to break down shit like a shotgun. Continuing. Anybody watching, please like the show. If you feel inclined, please do.
Yeah, man, I think you're gonna have to do like a whole series on FD, bro.
I think I'm going to because I'm having too much fun dissecting this shit.
Yeah, sure. You can break down one of those links I sent you, those police situations.
Oh yeah,
with a Charles critique.
Oh yeah, because this is too much fun, too damn much fun.
They're short too, by the way.
Oh yeah, it's amazing to me how somebody could put their foot in their mouth so constantly that it's not even funny.
Basically using the fear of black anything to rile up voters and get them to vote and empower Democrats who would eventually become modern day Republicans.
Bush and Dukakis on crime. Bush supports the death penalty for first-degree murderers. Dukakis not only opposes the death penalty, he allowed first-degree murderers to have weekend passes from prison. One was Willie Horton, who murdered a boy in a robbery, stabbing him 19 times. Despite a life sentence, Horton received 10 weekend passes from prison. Horton fled, kidnapped a young couple, stabbing the man and repeatedly raping his girlfriend. Weekend prison passes. Dukakis on crime.
People often think the culture wars that we're dealing with online all the time today are new, but they're really not. There's always been racial and gender divides that have always bled into or often stemmed from political divides. And they almost always are between a dominant group fighting to keep a subordinate group from making progress. It's often seen as deserving versus undeserving, but what it really is meant to be is white versus black or rich versus poor. That said, in this time period, it wasn't hard to entrench a negative public sentiment toward inner city urban areas as Americans witnessed urban decay that had never been seen before, a result of generations of disinvestment in economic and social.
So when we look at the kings of New York and they were under urban, what black people were under that decay? You know, they don't want to talk about the war on drugs, the war on crime. They don't want to talk about how your boy, the Democrat, you know, the saxophone playing motherfucker, put the 3 strikes out, the crime bill, but he gave women what? Welfare reform. Well, you gave all the jobs that's supposed to be for black men more so to black women and especially white women more so.
Exploitation of black and brown people in places like New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, Baltimore, etc. And this image of black and brown people tearing each other apart in the inner cities was the status quo of the time for that entire time. But a change of sorts came in the early 90s when Bill Clinton became the first Democratic president in 12 years and one of only 2 Democrats to be the president in almost a 40-year period. And this happened because Clinton led a rightward shift in Democratic policies, promising to address crime and cult welfare. And with some help from third-party spoiler Ross Perot, Clinton beat incumbent George Bush Sr. to become president in 1992.
Congratulations.
2 years later, Clinton would make good on his promise to address crime, which culminated in the 1994 crime bill, guided by his wife and future senator / presidential candidate Hillary Clinton and current president and former vice president Joe Biden.
It doesn't matter whether or not they're the victims of society. The end result is they're about to knock my mother on the head with a lead pipe, shoot my sister, beat up my wife, take on my sons. So I don't want to ask what made them do this. They must be taken off the street.
The crime bill has been talked about a ton in the last decade or so, as the disastrous results of it have now really become impossible not to notice. Policymakers at that time leaned into tough on crime ideology as opposed to the more obvious and also well-known research around social and community development to address crime. The bill made little to no investment into the poor by design urban centers of America that I spoke about earlier. Instead of investment in those cities, millions were spent on funding the police, expanding federal prisons, and fighting the war on drugs. Policies were instituted for mandatory minimum sentences, 3-strike rules, and countless other new reasons to put predominantly poor people and disproportionately Black people in prison. One of the most notable elements being the violent offender incarceration and truth in sentencing incentive grant program, which gave out $12.5 billion in grant money, not for education, healthcare, housing, or community investment, but for building prisons to house all the newly incarcerated. And it worked in a multitude of ways. It's fair to say that the crime bill...
Now, I agree with All-Star G. I'm for neither party. You use both just like they'll use your black ass. You use their asses. Number one, we're not going to sit here and act like every part of the Black community was Shady Acres, especially during the 80s when, you know, the drug trafficking shit was popping and going, the crack epidemic. A lot of families were broken up. A lot of motherfuckers were killed. And then the violence of the 90s. See, we're not going to overlook that bullshit.
Like Charles, I remember hearing tales about like when New York was New York.
Mm-hmm.
Like just telling me like snipers perched on the top of buildings.
Mm-hmm.
People just getting shot indiscriminately sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Kids were afraid just to walk to school.
Yeah, it was violent as shit because people were protecting drug territories.
Yeah. And then the more I learn about the past, I get why, what do you call it? What happened with the park with those boys that got falsely accused?
People were sick of crime at that point.
Yeah, they were victims to the time they were in.
Yeah, they were victims. I'm glad they're found innocent, but they were victims. And
there was just so much crime going on that people were just they got caught in the crosshairs of everything.
Yeah, it's like you look at now with the juveniles, right? And if you go to juveniles, you'll probably see it because we don't have many fucking wrecks or the shit. There used to be 25 wrecks. You know, kids to hang out there. At least, even if your kids outside, at least they had a place to go.
Yeah, we would like literally. There was a YMCA near our school. All the kids at one school would get out. In my high school, we would all head to the YMCA if we didn't want to just hang out at the school.
I could show you when I go downtown, and you'll see a whole group of juveniles. I mean, 20, 30, 40 deep sometimes. And you're like, where the fuck are these kids going downtown? You're gonna see why I go where I go to smoke, where it's peaceful and not Fells Point. And you look at it and you're saying to yourself, what the entire fuck? You Black people do not promote and do not champion education. You don't see this shit in these cities. You don't see this shit. It's
especially bad down here in Atlanta. Like Charles, I remember one time I got out my shift. It was like past midnight. I was working my job, and I came out headed to my car. There was these middle school age kids just running around. I was like, all I had in my mind was like, where's y'all parents?
Yeah, and you're looking at them. They're not doing algebra.
I was like, it looked like they're in the middle of the city. I was like, unless y'all live in apartments, like the nearest neighborhood ain't like 15, 20 minute, 30-minute drive away from here.
Yeah. And you're thinking to yourself the whole time, like, whoa, Sundance. Like, I'm pretty sure that FD doesn't have his kids in a fucking place where it's just the regular hood, right?
He probably live around like Alpharetta or Roswell. He probably live somewhere up north because I live in Cobb. Like He probably got himself a crib. He probably don't live. He definitely don't live like south, east, or west.
Yeah, you don't live where all the crime is. You don't. And that's the saddest part about the whole shit, right? You're coming out there talking about crime, but your kids don't suffer from it. Not saying anybody's kids need to, but you can't speak what the poor people, the unfortunate people are going through.
But he wants them to be undefended.
Gotta be careful of these motherfuckers.
That's the thing. A lot of people in academia, they gotta understand there's a difference between theory and what do you call it when you put something into action?
Practice.
There's a difference between theory and practice. Like just because it sounds like altruistic and very diplomatic, it's like doesn't mean that it's actually feasible.
No. That's because he speaks from a place of he speaks of a place of hope. And hope, faith without works is nothingness. And that's just what it is. Continuing.
Reduce crime, although it's also fair to say that crime was reducing beforehand.
And the thing that is always striking to me, and I think really underplayed in our national discourse over crime, is that we don't really understand it. If you go into the 80s and the 90s, you see crime goes way, way up in the 70s, way, way up in all kinds of different jurisdictions, more or less all at the same time. And then it begins going way, way down in all kinds of different places all at the same time. So you have stories that people know, like there's New York with Rudy Giuliani and broken windows policing and stop and frisk. But it also goes down in all these places that didn't do what New York City did. It's so widespread, both the rise and the fall, that you end up having researchers trying to think of even broader explanations.
Look, New York is bigger than some countries, okay? The population of the city of New York is bigger than some countries, okay? Some things are going to work differently because you have a much more aggressive area. Sorry, it is what it is.
Like whether or not lead and the amount of lead in young kids' bloodstream and thus the effect on their executive function when they got older, maybe that's the causal mechanism.
And it's definitely more fair to say that the bill greatly increased mass incarceration, which had also been spiking since the Reagan era. Now, since the 2010s, statistically, incarceration has been lessening as people realizing the problems of this bill have started to make changes to undermine its damages. But understand the damage had already been done. I bring all of this up because we often look at the failure of this bill as something that happened to the Black community from white political forces. And while this is overall true, it's not a useful or fair critique of what actually happened. A more accurate critique requires us to engage with the fact that a lot of Black people, many who were directly suffering under an epidemic of crime and drugs, were on board with this bill from day one.
Let me start out with this. I am ashamed of my vote. I sincerely apologize to my God, apologize to my community, to my family. That was the worst vote, as I look back over the years, that I've taken since I've been in the Congress.
And that brings me back to the question of the first section. Why were Black people so willing to see carceral punishment as a fix to societal problems of crime? The 1994 crime bill was endorsed by the Congressional Black Caucus, and it was supported by Black Democratic leaders like the only Black senator at the time, Carol Moseley Braun.
I could cite statistics such as these regarding the level of violent crime in our society for the rest of this evening, but the numbers only serve to illustrate what we already know. I believe that the federal government must act to help take back our streets, to ensure that every man, woman, and child in this country feels safe in their communities, in their schools, and in their homes.
Wait a minute. So you telling me the lone Black senator at the time was a Black woman, and she was all on board for it, huh? Wow, shocking.
Very.
And look, again, he's being slick here. This is his way of letting the Democrats off the hook.
Mm-hmm.
You see that shit? That FD is a slick little motherfucker, man. He's a slick one. Continue.
See, here's the crazy part. You got to look at it from a fundamental thing. But they worried about their black men. What does that show you from fucking almost what? 30 what? 4 years ago? 35, 33 years ago?
And that is why it is imperative that Congress send this bill to the president as soon.
Or the current so-called kingmaker, Jim Clyburn.
But people say that, it at least perpetuated the idea that more people should be imprisoned. Do you ever think about that your support for this bill may have perpetuated mass incarceration as we see it now?
Yeah, I think about that. I just don't think that's true.
And this is not to say that other black Democrats like the late great John Lewis or Maxine Waters didn't oppose the bill as a whole.
We know the best way of effectively reducing crime lies in addressing the root causes of crime. Unfortunately, there is no issue we face where the difference between responsible governing and political popularity is so great. In the politics of crime, the right thing and the politically popular thing are total opposites. The best politics of crime involves the emotional appeal, mandatory minimum sentences, life without parole, no rehabilitation, more death penalty provisions, and put them to death quicker by cutting out the appeals. That strategy appeals to emotion and helps politicians get elected, but it does nothing to reduce crime in the streets.
But they were still responding to pressure from regular black people in the crosshairs of these problems to do something, anything about the.
Why do you think black people were asking for a crime bill in the first place or do something? Why? Why? Because there was major fucking crime. There's major fucking crime, dude. Major fucking crime. Major fucking crime. We're gonna sit here and act like the fucking crack epidemic in the violence of the 90s wasn't a horde. Those are usually when all the cities in 93? Baltimore had its fucking highest fucking murder rate, and probably other cities around the country. Let's stop. You think hands across America and hugs and kisses was gonna solve a crime rate? No. Nobody wanted the education. Nobody wanted to fucking bring families back. You fucking coddled single mothers. You didn't want to make them responsible, so you blamed the men.
And I mean, there's so much stuff that happened. There's so much stuff that happened in the background of everything. You had white flight from the urban inner cities to the suburbans. You had the factories that left and went overseas. So unemployment rise. So there was just so much stuff going on just between those 2 decades.
Yeah.
And now they're trying to have factories run by mostly women.
I'm going to ask you all, chat and panel, if you took away the factories like Bethel Steel, Inner Harbor Ford, where men bought houses and paid for them, sent their kids and their wife to college, made good damn money because those are places that were in Baltimore. You put people in a homeless, in a very vagabond situation where I got my baby in my right hand and I got the crack in my left. My baby said he's starving. Are you going to sell that fucking rock if you're desperate enough? They took my jobs away.
Shit, I mean, that'd be the last resort, though. But
if you're desperate enough, would you do it?
Yeah.
So you need to eat today.
Because if your baby doesn't eat, your baby's 5 years old. You can see the ribs starting to come out the skin. You can see the impression of the ribs. You're not going to let your baby starve. That's what a lot of people don't want to talk about when it comes to the crack epidemic. You had all the job, literally, the same motherfuckers ass he kissed are the same motherfuckers that sent your jobs and all your industry out. And thank you. You had the downsizing of the military because of the end of the Cold War. Oh, yeah, by the way, many of those vets were called crazy and we're not hiring vets. Why do you think they had to put laws into place for vets to get hired? Because there was a stigma for the longest time because of Vietnam, shell shock, or what we call PTSD.
So is that why whenever I go to training or if I'm ever sent out or for a mission, my job is kept safe while I'm gone?
Yes, they had to put that in fucking law because a lot of veterans were losing their jobs because there were stigmas against them. See, he doesn't give you the historical context in full analysis. There was a lot of fucking violence. If you grew up in Baltimore in the fucking 80s and 90s, you lived it. These kids tell me, well, it's so violent now. No, it isn't. You motherfuckers can't even fight. So you telling me you take all the jobs that were meant for black men, you already gave a tremendous amount to white women, and you put all the jobs that black men were sufficient at, great at. I'm going to put it to you this way. Do you know why you have unions and plumbing, electrical work, and all that shit? Trade unions? Because they were normally created to keep black people out, especially during the time when black people had all the skills in those areas.
Yeah, the Irish took over the police department, and then who took over the trades? The Italians.
Italians took over the fucking the fire department.
Yeah, and construction, especially the mafia.
And you're telling me where were black men where they were supposed to? You were fucking the 14th Amendment and other fucking things, civil rights, were supposed to go to black men, but they don't want to talk about how black women gave the jobs to white women. And y'all believe that asses while they cooking steaks for their husbands and keeping the money. Have you noticed the increased value of the worth and the family net worth almost tripled for white people? Because that bitch got all the shit that you were supposed to get.
That white woman is their queen.
And also the handmaiden of the fucking devil. When you put her in the right place, guess what? That white woman booted a lot of black women out. They thought that what's that one chick that BGS always reference? Pauli Murray. Feminism has torn apart, has done shit to the black community that even fucking slavery hasn't even done.
Yeah, her and Eleanor Roosevelt were the progenitors of the destruction.
And then you want to talk about how y'all notice he kept away from welfare reform. Who benefited who? It didn't benefit black men. You did welfare reform. So guess what? You wonder why you see a bunch of ratchet chicks in fucking government jobs who were not educated enough to keep those jobs. You could thank Clinton for that shit too. Why do you think black women go for Democrats? Look who gave them the crumbs that they throw in your face. Notice he never mentioned that.
Many of black people are asking for community investment and deterrence programs and fighting against three-strike rules and mandatory minimums. But overall, a lot of black folks seem to think that the police would easily be able to tell the good black folks from the bad, and that the deserving would benefit and that the undeserving would suffer.
On the question of additional police officers, if we hired the right police officers and if they did the right thing, would that have an impact on the crime rate?
I doubt it. as I said before, even if you hire the right police officers and they're doing the right thing all the time, what are you going to do with them? They're going to be walking all over top of each other. In this country, I think we're down. Those numbers are even greater. When there was a time 20 years ago when my department had 8,500 police officers, we're now down to 6,200 police officers. The crime rate was higher then than it is now. And those bear the national statistics. So it's not the number of police officers that you have, it's the job that they perform.
Who remembers a few years?
By the way, you know how wrong she is with that? When you had more police that could actually tackle. Remember, what's the number one ladder in the use of force? Mere presence. But then, you ever notice in the 90s and the 2000s, they were going through a fucking recruitment like crazy because the crime got off the hook? You would know this if you had a cop there. Notice he didn't have one cop or lawyer on here, did he?
Well, he had the public attorney, but she's a feminist, so.
Yeah, now your screen is gray. It's like a gray screen now.
I know, because I paused it.
Oh, okay.
That's because he doesn't want anybody to challenge his view. If your department had all this, guess what? You're not putting education. You had all them black faces on that goddamn city council. All them black faces there on that whatever chairman board, whatever the fuck it is. Not one of them said, hey, let's bring back trades and give these people jobs. Let's give the boys education. None of this shit. Continuing.
Ago, the awful social media trend of black parents embarrassing their children on Facebook by cutting their hair in ridiculous ways and sending them to school and videotaping the whole thing, or showing up to the school to berate and beat them in front of the world. Who has joked about experiences getting whipped by parents and grandparents? I think it's impossible to deny that the concept of carcerality is low-key a little deep in black culture. And it may start out as, older black folks telling kids to pull their pants up, but it lends itself to a multitude of black people endorsing a corrupt prison system, maybe to prove that they are one of the good ones. I worked with parents and troubled youth a lot.
What the fuck does that have to do with crime? Because decorum means something. See, he doesn't want to talk about how much people glorify uniforms. When kids sag their pants, what are they trying to emulate?
The thug.
So, what's the uniform of the thug?
Shiesty mask, sagging pants.
Tattoos everywhere and on the face.
So, everybody's getting upset when you want to look like a thug, but you don't like it when you get treated like a thug, right?
Like, didn't we have a whole quarter zip versus Nike Tech trend?
Yeah.
Last year.
And trust me, how many complained about that?
There was actually, crazy enough, there was a good amount that complained about it.
This lets you know, educated women rather see you in Timbs and sweatpants than they want to see you in a quarter zip. These are educated women with double masters.
Shoot, I heard some people's opinions online was that this is coon behavior.
At the start of the 20th century, black and some of the 60s and 70s, black people were some of the sharpest people ever. Now, you got 30 or 40-year-olds who look like fucking teenagers. Do you see a 40-year-old white guy trying to look like a fucking teenage white boy? Asian dude? There's a distinct difference on how they look, right? But you don't want to play the uniform of the thug. But why you want to put him up? Well, I'm the good black. No, because you know that behavior is destructive. Continuing.
A lot over the course of my pre-YouTube career. And one thing that you'll always hear from a parent whose kid is in trouble is how they did everything they were supposed to do to keep their child out of trouble. In fact, they sometimes overpresent these ideas, the fact that they were whipping their child and taking away their child's stuff and embarrassing their child. And you kind of want to tell them, maybe not in the moment, that that's probably part of the problem.
You're going to lose your child's trust, possibly for life. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, I remember when I woke up with police surrounding my bed, bro. Like that, you know what I mean? My grandma did a lot of effed up stuff after that too, so it just got worse. But like that had like shattered trust from that point. And then I think not far after when I started standing up and not letting her beat me anymore. I was like, no, you ain't gonna beat me anymore. I'm good. Like, because even though she beat me my whole life, I still had trust and faith in her till that moment.
Very oftentimes when my clients talk to me, I always try to tell people when I meet my client, this is not the first system to fail them. You know what I mean? By virtue of me as a public defender representing them, which is who the majority is represented by in the criminal system, you are.
By the way, how long has she been a public offender?
But she's like in her early 30s, so I wouldn't say not too long.
So let me put it to you this way, right? Number one, when your grandmother's raising you, that means two things happen. Either your parents died or your parents were unfit. So, do I think grandparents need to call the police on their children? Very seldomly, if at all, sometimes. But a lot of people don't like to tell the whole story. Why would your grandmother call? Because I like to see both sides. Yeah, it could be fucked up reasons. Well, I didn't take out the trash. Okay, you could have took out the trash and got out your ass. Why not? Especially if you know she's going to be that type of fucking person. But people don't want to tell the whole story. Now, if I come back and say, hey, the system's failed them, if most people have to get a public defender, we don't like to tell, okay, we're going to say boo-boo the gang member who didn't have to join the gang. And yes, I'm very sympathetic to distinct stories, but why did you join this organization of crime? Were you in such desperate need? Hey, we joined by Dr. T. Hey, what's up, Dr. T? Come on up. Come on up. I hope you love my commentary because this is a little bit of my wheelhouse. See, we don't like to tell the whole story about why is the crime committed. Because if I can understand that if a guy's shoplifting for food versus shoplifting for basically what do they call it? Because food is a necessity, not for your wants and your desires. I could tell the difference for even people who shoplifted with food if a person's stealing hot dogs and canned tuna versus somebody stealing crab legs and fucking sushi.
Yeah, I remember when it was a time where I had to decide whether I had to pay my rent or put food in my fridge. And you know, when I was taking the food, it was bread, milk, eggs, the essentials.
Like some bologna or some ham sandwiches?
Exactly. It was never like crazy shit.
Like some shrimp or crab legs or some extravagant shit like that. Come on up if you can, Dr. T. See, the critical part about this is if we want to talk about the system failing, we have to talk about the failure of the community first before we talk about the system. Because of the black culture, we don't let people starve. At one point, people will take their kids while you got your shit together. but they don't want to talk about the failures of the community, the failures of family. Because if look at the young boy that we saw earlier, something was very wrong if CPS couldn't put him next to the next of kin. That's a failure of community, man. Nobody wants to talk about that.
That's what happened with my sister. Like when she was relocating back to the city, she lived with us with my nieces for like 2 years.
Mm-hmm. And we don't like to talk about that because we don't like to say a community, oh, the system failed you. No, the community failed us. The family failed us. Instead of saying these true words that a lot of the children we have in the community were not children that we wanted to cultivate. They were either to keep a dude, they were either to get some benefits, they were either to trap a chick. There's some nefarious shit that a lot of these kids come into this planet into. And we need to really talk about that on a real station in a real way. Continuing.
Yep, and remember the government too incentivized the dysfunction of the community.
Exactly. And what's the one thing that they never talk about? Discipline. Because I'm the first person to tell you, discipline without love is abuse. But if I have to discipline you out of love, that's something totally different. Continuing.
Literally impoverished, you're disenfranchised in some way. You've already experienced some kind of institutional letdown. And I've never been that. I've never walked through this. Like all of those things are a culmination of how you end up to be, how you end up with your choices, how all those things, like imagine in your teenage years, I am about to be 30 next month. The things, the anxieties, the depressions, whatever issues that I had as a teenage are the things that have grown, manifested, worked through, whatever, in all this time. So imagine your teen years, your first brush with depression, someone dies, and that somehow becomes your mother criminalizes you. You know, where does that trickle? Right. You know what I mean?
Right.
And so by the time you do something that you can...
What the hell did I say? I just said it's a failure of the family, failure of the community.
First of all, she's not even 30. What the fuck do you know about anything?
Exactly. You
Wait, I thought she was in her early 30s.
Nah, she just said she's about to be 30.
Oh wow! Oh wow!
And look at what she's talking about: depression and shit, anxiety. That's the talk of somebody who's never had to deal with shit before. Why are you in the conversation about police and prison and all these things? Why are you even in the fucking conversation?
Exactly.
What run-ins with the law have you dealt with?
Because she's gonna say she can. That's it.
And especially, here's the key note, especially because she benefits from it economically.
And they don't like to admit this. This is my problem with people like FD Signifier. Motherfuckers only want to talk bits and pieces. You know, they do the same thing that they complain about white people do. Well, a lot of white people like to cherry pick. For example, they cherry pick the Constitution, cherry pick the Bible, cherry pick crime stats, and then people like FD Signifier does the exact same thing.
Mm-hmm.
You want to talk about the problems in the black community? You want to talk about this crimes? Let's talk about the whole fucking thing.
But notice how much stuff that I just point out on this video alone that most people didn't commonly know. Notice when you want to talk about the failure of a society and a system, look at the failure of the family first. Who's the first person to make you look like a criminal? How many times has a black boy had the police called on him by his mother? Because she's too afraid, too lazy, too scared, or just doesn't know how to raise a child. But since we have in our community, any Negro will do to be a father, I mean, really.
Yeah, really? They weaponize the police. That's what they learn to do against their sons.
And really, guess what? Kudos to those cops who arrested that lady who made a false claim and a false report to a police officer, because you know goddamn well if somebody has a gun or a weapon on the scene, guns are drawn. So you knew exactly what to say and how the police were going to react when you wanted to get your son out the house.
There needs to be more of those kind of arrests, man, that happen. Right.
And then if something had happened to the boy, if something happened to the boy and he ended up in the ground, she'd probably be on the news crying like, oh, they didn't have to do that. And I was like, but you're the one that called the police on him.
I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happen. I'm gonna tell you verbatim what's gonna happen. She's gonna be one of them motherfuckers. Excuse my language. I know that people like Dr. T might clip some of this, but guess what? We're gonna keep it real. That's why they got the mute button. But here, we curse a lot sometimes. She's gonna be one of them motherfuckers to literally call and say they killed my boy. We're gonna insert this organization here. We're gonna do a march. We're gonna sue. We're gonna defund the police because guess what? Sometimes the only time they could get money out of a boy if he puts a ball down the damn field 100 yards or another ball down a hoop. If he can't do that, they're going to make sure they get money and monetize his death like it was a YouTube stream. They're going to milk that cow till the damn cow drops dead. That's what's going to happen because that boy had no value in her house. If the boy died at the hands of the police, ka-ching is in her brain.
Freddie Gray, anybody? George Floyd, anybody?
And guess what? Anybody want to talk about Freddie Gray? I'm here for it. Please. I've dealt with the riots. Matter of fact, a lot of you didn't know I was seconds away from putting a bullet in a 14-year-old boy. And a 14-year-old boy fighting 3 guys in his yard with a knife in his hand. What the fuck do you think? If he didn't drop it that second, what the fuck you think I would have done if he would have took one step towards him? Then you already got a 21-foot rule. But the same motherfuckers here would have been protesting me when I'm trying to save the lives of the other kids. Yes, do I think boys should fight? Yeah. Even ground, unarmed. You take them out back, let them settle their issues, get on, get about your business. Everybody lives.
Well, no, that's fair game. 3 against 1. Oh shit, somebody getting cut.
But guess what? Because guess what? Back in the day, if you want to fight, which one of y'all really want to fight them? Don't you? No, you other 2 motherfuckers stay the fuck out of it. That's what happens when you had a fucking community who actually had men involvement. But I even had to tell their mother, do you know it must have been whatever God you believe or whatever ancestors that have put a hand on you that I was the officer that showed up. Because if you would have took one step, you would have forced me to take action. But we don't want to see that because we number one, you shame their masculinity. Number 2, you treat them like a pit bull anyway. Go in the corner till I call you. When's the last time you even said to your kid, you're intelligent and you're smarter than what anybody gives you, you're smarter than you even know? Do you even text your kid that? Do you even tell them that to their face? Remember what I used to tell you? What I just told you. The failure of the system is truly a failure of the family and the community. Because if the family cannot check you, who the hell can? What happened? Mom and dad got hooked on drugs in the 80s. And now grandma and grandpa, who just retired, and some of them were great parents to the grandkids. But what about those who just couldn't hack it anymore because they just got older? I got to ask, can you look back upon all the calls you can remember and think to yourself about being part of Blue Leashing? Several. Against their sons, their daughters. I had women who accused their daughters who were 15 years old trying to hit on their man when it come to find out it was their man trying to hit on their daughter. And Officer Faulkner, I could say this now because I'm not part of the department anymore, Officer Faulkner had to go a little vigilante. Came up there, I seen the sorry bitch, and I'm sorry for those listening, but I say the things that Dr. T, BGS, and others can't say, but I say it for them, and sometimes they'll say it themselves because they're the big boys. That sorry bitch was damn near groveling on her feet, trying to go with the sorry ass dude. And I came out of my car with black gloves on, grabbed him by his collar and threw him against my patrol car and lifted him 2 inches off the fucking ground. And before that, I had to make sure the daughter was safe because the mom was trying to fight her daughter instead of listening to her daughter. I said, do me a favor, sweetheart, grab some clothes. Your mom ain't going to touch you. Go to your friends for the weekend. No, I'm going to fight. I said, if you cross me, I'm going to knock you cold to flam out. Complain all you want. You're still going to be out like a light. You're not even going to talk to your daughter to find out what the fuck's going on. And she's crawling after this nigga. See, this is the shit that I've actually experienced. And I'm talking to you directly, FD. Don't tell me what the fuck you think in practice and theory sounds good when I've done the practice of it. How many times you had to jack up a jackass in the community? Who's ruining it? There's plenty of times. Mom wants to call on the boyfriend. Oh, he had a gun. Where's the gun? I just wanted to get you here quicker. Put your hands behind your goddamn back. My son won't listen. Well, guess what, ma'am? That's a problem that you had 16 years ago that I cannot solve for you. You're not going to take him out? No, I cannot legally do so, ma'am.
Oh, don't forget the classic. He hit me.
Oh, where? Let's go downtown. Let's prove it. Just like the woman cut a guy. He hit me. Okay, put your hands behind your back. Because I see evidence on him, not on you. But yet, not one motherfucker said the same thing I said the first time I came to this space. If you want to change the police, become the police. Oh.
I tell motherfucker, be quick to record now. Utilize this technology, damn it. Be quick to record, motherfuckers.
If you want to change police culture, why don't you take over the police department?
To be honest, Charles, I was very wary about that when I was younger. But now that I'm a grown-ass man now, I was like, yo, with these low police numbers and with these lower numbers in the military, we would just need a good amount of brothers to go in there, and they could take over.
How many of you in the chat and panel remember the Great Faulkner Initiative? I'll send you a copy if you hit my Facebook Messenger. Hit my Facebook Messenger, I'll send you a copy. 10 years ago, the Professor Cerulean Gray and Officer Charles Faulkner came with a 52-page initiative for young black boys to go into the military, fire, and police. And guess how many people in this space gave me pushback? But yet, you still got a problem with the police. Right now, with the low numbers, like you said, in the police and the military, and even in the fire department, you would have ruled it. But because of laziness and fear, you let it get the better of you. Continuing.
Commit some crime that people won't consider a crime of poverty or whatever, because they don't think of the chain. They don't think of the entire chain and how all these things.
And that's the point of this whole section, is to dig through the tough reality that while we suffer under the systems, we are still very deeply invested in them, down to how we raise our children. And I want to blame it on the legacy of our treatment during and post-slavery. I want to blame it on internalized anti-Blackness. I'm sure there's several good books that explain exactly how this stems out from that behavior for whatever reason. But if we are going to be serious about addressing the problem, we have to be serious about divesting from it. We have to stand against the system and the belief that putting people, especially our people, in prisons when they...
You know what I don't like about people like who says we got to stand against the system? That's the same way you got people who say, I don't recognize the authority of the police or the government, but you still utilize the currency of the country. That's the sense you make. If you want to stand against the system, the first thing you don't do is utilize YouTube or its money. Doesn't that make sense? To be revolutionary means you don't go back to the past. Meaning, you take all the money you make from YouTube and streaming and make your own damn streaming content and platform. Wouldn't that be pretty revolutionary?
Yeah, that really would be though. Shit, I'm over here thinking.
I just got one question. So if someone was to rape his wife, then what? I mean, shouldn't go to jail, right?
Yeah, because they said it's a
Let's say
crime.
grape.
I said so. Let's say this, right? Hypothetically, God forbid anything happens to his family. May they always be prosperous, right? What happens if somebody carjacks him, his family members, whatever? They shouldn't call the police. You don't believe in the system, right? That's a pretty asinine thing because if somebody breaks into your house, you're not going to call
Like God forbid, like what if one of his boys got deleted?
or touched. God forbid. You're not going to call the system to investigate, to make sure they're safe. I mean, we need to really be careful what we say.
It's funny how, like you said, the theory had, but then when it's your family,
Yeah. Everybody can talk revolutionary shit. Have you ever had to dig a pit to take a shit and piss in? Anybody? I have. Has anybody had to take a bath from a goddamn bottle of water or a little shower? I have.
I've had to take a bath from boiling pots of water and having to transfer it in the tub.
Yeah. At least you had a tub at the time. I'm in a goddamn sandbox some of the times. People talk this revolutionary shit, but when it comes time to be a revolutionary, I don't see too many people's hands up. See, is he gonna stop living in his modern American nice house?
Like I hate these revolutionary talk brothers. I was like, are you prepared for your whole family to die?
Not even die. Here's the trick box, right? Are you prepared for not living comfortably anymore? Let's try that.
Will Lucian said in Andor, condemned to use the tools of your enemy.
Exactly. Because guess what? What did Samuel tell King Saul? Destroy everything. Don't bring back a coin. Don't bring back an oxen. Destroy it all. Why? Because that one thing that you bring back to your kingdom is going to corrupt the whole kingdom. If you really about that revolutionary shit, let's hear it.
That means you got to destroy all the wealth, all
Are
the
you ready for
privilege,
4 hours of
all the
sleep?
benefits.
Because he talks from a place of comfort. Where's the struggle?
Like, let's not forget that we spent hundreds of years procuring all this stuff so America could be America.
Yeah, it's not a nice place. We did some not so nice shit, okay? And we're still not so nice shit.
I'm gonna let you get back to it. I ain't gonna say much.
Continuing.
Get in trouble, and police custody will help us long term or even in the short term. Now, this isn't easy because we don't live in a society where police in prisons aren't necessary. I won't tell you to never call the police or never use the system to seek justice or restitution when you have to, but I ask you to consider when and how you can avoid involving these systems, and under what circumstances does the involvement in this system really have a chance to even be meaningful? Because in most cases, they don't. So you need to be mindful of how these systems.
Notice he doesn't tell you where they don't. Notice that. Continuing.
Really work versus how they pretend to work.
That's why it confuses me why we ever need anything else to describe the problem or the solution. Like, I know FD and them be using all them big words and getting extra deep in these topics and whatnot, but sometimes the shit ain't that deep. Sometimes it's real simple. You start contextualizing and debating, and next thing you know, you lost the whole plot of what we're talking about. Not only have you taken the claws out and dulled the teeth of a lion, you've replaced the lion with a house cat that makes everyone comfortable. That's why for me it's always been real simple. Fuck the police. We don't need to clean it up. We don't need to change it. We don't need to switch it up so that it's a little more palatable. And I guarantee they're not going to say that if they don't mean it.
Just take it easy. You stumbled onto something here. Maybe we can all benefit from this slight misunderstanding. Now let's go someplace quiet so we can talk this.
You're going to take this movie, When the Aliens Take Over, or Roddy Piper. I forgot what the title of the movie is.
They live.
Yeah, they live. Yep. And you're going to take, see, this is the, you're going to take a white man and justify that with the police. And those police officers are obviously aliens if you see the movie.
Classic movie if you haven't watched it.
Very classic. And it is actually very prophetic in some ways. See what I mean? He hurts his own argument by doing dumb shit like this, man. If you know the movie, because he purposely put this here because his demographic probably never seen the movie.
Or he's just lazy enough to just pick a clip that displays police officers without actually knowing the plot of the movie.
Yeah. That guy lives in Kumbaya land. There are no bad guys anymore, according to them. There are bad people in this world. I'm sorry. There are sometimes that I've always said it's the 2 to 3% that ruins everything for us. Whether it's cops, firefighters, lawyers, like fucking sanitation engineers, janitors, presidents. I mean, you name it, 2 to 3% ruins it. That's how it is.
That's like me saying wild animals don't exist, not knowing that they creep in the woods at night while I sleep in my safe house.
Yeah.
Like these people are still around. It's just that they're in the shadows. Like with how things have been civilized, they just can't be out and about freely like they used to be.
If you look at Northern District, especially Northern Parkway, especially by the actual station house, you will see deer just run across the parking lot. Sometimes foxes, rabbits, cats. You'll see a couple of little wild creatures. Guess what? A lot of the Northern District is woodland. So don't think like hell. My friend lives in PG. She goes biking. She seen a black bear. She said, I never pedaled that fast in my life. And I guess she would, because black bears can run about 40 miles per hour. So,
actually they're docile, but compared to the brown grizzly bear.
Grizzly bears, you get the fuck out of there.
Yeah, the grizzly bears will track and chase you down. Like the brown bear, you would actually scare them away. But the brown bear.
Yeah, and I'm like,
black bear back. But
you don't really realize what the hell you're saying to people. This whole scene from the movie is because he's trying to get away from the fucking aliens, and they're trying to convince him that he's crazy. So he puts on those glasses, and he can see who's human and who's not. Continuing.
Damn, I don't even remember that movie.
So you bastards die just like we did. The first myth that needs to be dispelled is what the police, and by extension our criminal justice system, is actually here for. The motto, protect and serve, is ubiquitously known as a police creed, but it's not real. Or moreover, it's not written in any police bylaws that they must protect and serve you, the everyday normal citizen. I could cherry pick countless examples of police literally not protecting and serving people when they most need them. I could talk about the police in the Uvalde shooting from a couple of years ago, where they stood idly while a spree shooter murdered 19 children and 2 teachers. Or I could talk about the
Yeah, you talked about that one, Charles. I think I remember that one.
I think I know ABM was there. Lost might have been there. I know Ray was there. Did I not see? This is the context that's different from me and FD. Did I give you the heroes versus the cowards?
Yep, and you was pissed too. You was pissed at those officers too.
But why didn't you give us the ones about Nashville? You trying to make a narrative. Why didn't you give us the cops for Nashville? What did the cops from Nashville do, Ray?
What did you say, Charles?
What did the cops from Nashville do that the ones from Uvalde didn't?
I vaguely forgot about that one, man.
They took care of the threat quickly and efficiently. You see the bullshit narrative he's trying to display?
Yeah, I see it.
And by the way, if cops are not supposed to protect, for example, in the Baltimore Police Department, we had to go through a training called Diamond Training, which means what? You are now supposed to be trained on how to deal with an active shooter, active threat situation. And many departments had to go through that shit before. So you had to go hunter killer, assault destroyer, the target. Meaning they found out during situations, the quicker you get to the active shooter, the more lives are saved. So why did they give you that training? Number one, to form up with other officers and how to go searching through the fucking hallways or whatever, byways, a mall or whatever, and neutralize or eliminate that threat to human safety and life. 2, you are now held responsible, and now the departments are not even held responsible if you do not go for that threat. He doesn't even talk about the case when I showed y'all with Uvalde. What happened to that chief? Not only did he get fired, he got arrested and charged for failure of duty and failure to act. So if you have a failure to act and a failure to duty, does that mean that you have to act as a law enforcement officer? Continuing.
Famous case in New York where police stood behind a door watching a man being attacked with a knife and waited until he and another private citizen subdued the attacker before intervening. Or the landmark child abuse case in 1989, which led to a Supreme Court ruling that says that the police do not have to protect you from harm. A ruling that was upheld again in 2005 after a child murder case. Feel free to look this up.
Yeah, how many police would get fired and charged criminally for that shit?
Oh, a lot. There would be outcry from the public.
So that's bullshit. Why would they spend all this money to take you off the street as a whole shift to train you into this fucking actor shooter shit for 30 days? This is what happens when you don't do any real research and you just do one-sided shit. Were you there, Lost, when I did Uvalde versus Nashville?
I was there for a little bit of. I wasn't there for the full breakdown. I think I was at work.
Yep. And you might want to take a look at it because he didn't go through the whole shit of what happened to those officers in Uvalde.
Yeah, it was 2 officers, right?
There was 2 officers in Nashville who took care of the active shooter. And then the police chief actually got fired, and criminally charged for neglect of duty and acting, and they were incarcerated for that shit.
I'll check it out, but yeah. Yeah, I'll check that out.
Protect and serve isn't real. The police don't have to protect you from harm unless you're a rich land or property owner, probably. Protect.
This dude is out of his fucking mind.
I have heard that argument, Charles, like how police aren't there to protect the people, they're there to protect property. Could you break that down?
Even the dispatcher will tell you. Shout out to Miss Angie. She might have retired by now. Greatest dispatcher on planet Earth. Let's say you're on a call for a stolen auto or a burglary that already occurred hours ago. You're taking the report. Guess what she'll tell you? Person over property. Person over property. What does that mean? Person over property. What takes priority?
The person.
Yes. Life takes precedence over property. That's bullshit. Because there's many times I had to come to the aid of a person who was homeless being accosted, a drug addict who was being accosted, a prostitute being accosted, just as much as a person who owned a home. So that little stupid shit he just said is null and void. That's stupid. That is stupid. First of all, why would departments spend all that money to make sure for active threats to come to your duty? Person over property. You are to protect people over property. Did you notice this whole time he never had one cop, one real lawyer? That public defendant, how many real cases did she have? She's not having anybody who's a murder victim or a murder suspect. She never told you about how many cases she won. She never even gave you what type of cases she went through. For all I know, she could do nothing but traffic court. Petty crimes. Person over property. You will get you will get fucking hammered by the department, and you will be criminally charged for your failure to duty and act. This is what happens when you got that liberal feminine mindset.
Of land and property is probably the true origin of policing as we know it. They were slave catchers protecting the property of slave owners in the South, or
what did we say when I debunked that?
1800s London, the Bobbies.
Bonds bailsmen captured slaves. First and foremost, they had overseers. They had overseers who protected that shit. And bonds people. The bounty hunters. Modern policing started in 1829 in London. Sir Robert Peel. You know you can find this shit very easily off of Google, right?
Now I see why he flunked out of his PhD program.
It's an idiot. Easily debunked.
Private businesses in the North. But at least for a time, these entities were often privately funded by the rich who, ironically or unironically, often hired criminals and thugs and miscreants as their police to secure their property. It's not until 1838 when we get our first ever publicly funded police force in Boston as rich shipping business owners.
Actually, the oldest known police agency is in Virginia in the 1600s. Jamestown. Y'all know I'm going back to finish my degree, right? Look it up. Jamestown.
I mean, shoot. If he has a bachelor's and a master's, if he can get one, you can get one.
Go look up Jamestown. 1630, 1670, something like that.
Jamestown has the oldest police department. So, number one, slave catchers have no relevance to what? Policing. Modern policing started from Sir Robert Peel. Do you know what Sir Robert Peel figured out? That the police should come from who? Not the aristocrats, but the commoners.
In 1670, law enforcement in Jamestown, Virginia was managed through the sheriff's office and the county court system rather than a modern police force.
So am I right?
You had the sheriff, the council guard, under law and order, and as a defense also. Like they acted as a militia too.
Mm-hmm. That's what happens when you learn and read a book instead of listening to propaganda, right?
Yep.
Even civilians may fall under Good Samaritan laws for failing to help. Yep. As long as you don't go above your education, meaning if you know to do CPR, you're not gonna give somebody a tracheostomy, nothing like that.
I know he has some other controversial shit he's been saying.
He's not saying much. That's the sad part. Notice I've been debunking most of his. What was it? 1670?
Yeah, 1670.
What happened? So, how knowledgeable about this shit do you think I am compared to him?
It does. It's like on the comparison level, it sounds like he hasn't even read a book about it.
And I'm literally giving you textbook shit. I'm probably wowing a few people. Like, how the fuck does he know? Like, god damn, this guy got a master's? Shit. Education. He needs to go beat up his fucking professors if this is the best they could do. Finishing.
Convinced the local municipality to take over the cost of their, at the time, private protection of their property as a public good. And suddenly we have taxpayer-funded policing as we know it. However, for a long time, the sentiment of fuck the police was much more popular than you might think. For longer than not, in fact, the police were looked at by the general public as nuisances, losers, and snitches, or worse yet, themselves another gang of thugs who just happen to serve the economic or political elites.
I know the police cause you trouble. They cause trouble everywhere. But
why does he keep adding more white fucking people? Where's the blacks?
when you die and go to heaven, you'll find no policeman there.
After 60 plus years of publicly funded police and constant complaints from citizens, the Lexile Committee in New York did the first major probe of police activity in the United States. And after 10,000 pages of testimony from over 700 witnesses, the commission came to the following conclusions.
It appears, therefore, that the police formed a separate and highly privileged class, armed with the authority and the machinery for oppression and punishment, but practically freed themselves from the operation of the criminal law. Many of the members of the force, and even superior officers, have abused the resources of physical power which have been provided for them, and their use only in the cases of necessity in the making of arrests and the restraint of disorder, to gratify personal spite and brutal instincts, and to reduce their victims to a condition of servility. This condition has grown to such an extent that even in the eyes of our foreign-born residents, our institutions have been degraded. And those who have fled from oppression abroad have come here to be doubly oppressed in a professedly free and liberal country. The harm thus done by engendering bitterness and hatred in the minds of multitudes of those people who look upon the police as the highest expression of governmental power.
This sounds pretty familiar, doesn't it? It's basically what most black people and pretty much every left-leaning person in earshot has been saying about the police for at least the last 10 years and really longer. So you might be wondering, how did we go from that to where we are now? Why are the police so beloved and trusted now? It's not like they've gotten any better. Why, when we constantly see the abject failure of police?
How would you know they got any better? Not one time did he tell you any stories about how his interaction with the police are. Did he? As a matter of fact,
Not a single one.
he told you how his sons were. They have good interactions. Notice I debunked his. You could tell he doesn't do research. He just listens to the stereotypes. Not one time did he mention Sir Robert Peel. Not one time did he mention the modern policing. He didn't even get the oldest fucking police department. He didn't even get that fucking right.
Charles, this is how irrelevant FD is. My own university, our alma mater doesn't even honor him. They don't even mention him. I don't see him at homecoming. I don't see him nowhere. Like he's irrelevant.
Yeah. This is embarrassing if he's supposed to be an intellectual that a guy who didn't finish college is showing you up on your shit.
And then also, that's his feminist training. Bell Hooks didn't cite shit, but she's held at this high pedestal.
And Bell Hooks was mad because Bell Hooks was not pretty enough to get the men she wanted.
But also, she wanted to be the white man and have that white woman.
She will never be Mrs. Cartwright.
No, Charles. Judge Joe Brown, he talked about it like she was more into the white women than anything.
You could talk. You could tell. Why do you think most lesbians are what? Man haters. They hate because you could pleasure a woman in ways she can't. Doesn't that make sense?
Yeah.
In the words of my dear esteemed father and mother, fuck no. He wouldn't even make it. He would never make it. He'd be so whiny we'd kick him off the goddamn team. Fuck no. And this is shameful because this intellectual motherfucker couldn't even give you a daddest point.
Do people look at those instances of failure as anomalies and not an indication?
By the way, let's talk about yes, there is some corruption that happened, especially in early policing, like many organizations before, similar to it. Let's also look at the cities of Boston. Boston was full of what? Irish gangs. That's still carrying on today in Boston, right? One of the most racist cities in America, last time I checked, right? Y'all think the South is bad, go to Boston. It's racist as shit.
Yeah, don't y'all like throw banana peels at doesn't Boston throw banana peels and make monkey noises at black sports players?
Yeah, I mean, go ask Magic when he was playing against the Celtics. People don't talk about that, right? But let's talk about all the fucking Irish gangs they had there. Anybody saw the movie Gangs of New York? How many black people were involved?
Not many.
See, they don't want to talk about the criminality. Who had the police department? Remember that. Who was given the reparations of police? The Irish. Who had the gangs in Boston? The Irish.
So they was double dipping. They was double dipping pretty much.
They were double fucking dipping.
Fun fact about racism in Boston. Red Auerbach, who was the coach of the Boston Celtics in the old days with Bill Russell and the owner. Then he stepped aside from coaching. Bill Russell became the head coach.
Mm-hmm.
And Bill Russell started getting a bunch of hate mail and things like that. N-word this, N-word that, or whatever. So Red Auerbach put out a statement and said, I own this team, not the city of Boston. I'll have whatever head coach I want. And he took Boston off of the jersey and put Celtics on the jersey.
So that's why the Celtics today are just called the Celtics?
If you can remember later on, look it up. Look at the old Boston Celtics jersey. It don't say Boston. It just got the nickname Celtics on the jersey.
Yep.
Red Auerbach did that because
Yes,
all
I
the
seen
racist fans.
Yep.
So when you look at
I noticed that.
when you look at the history of Boston, there's nothing but racism. And here's the fucked up part. You had the police who were also relatives to the fucking gangs of the New York. And let's say you did have people who were on the up and up. A few good cops, how could they overpower the bad ones? But now you have the reverse. Guess what? The 2 to 3% is who says, "Why don't y'all arrest the bad cops?" Yeah, point them out. But guess what? Oh, you don't snitch.
Yeah, that one channel I sent in the chat, they the Real News Network, they have some videos of them talking about a corrupt police chief in Boston. Yeah, they got quite a few videos about Boston.
Boston's been corrupt since the fucking it was established.
Shoot, Boston's probably more corrupt than Chicago.
Yeah, but yet he's not going to talk about this because he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Continuing.
Of the reality of policing. The answer to this is multifaceted. There's an inherent investment in the authority that permeates American society. A lot of the support for police, especially now, is essentially just a tacit endorsement of racism and anti-blackness. That's why you have people yelling all lives matter to people saying Black Lives Matter because you know exactly what they're trying to say. The thin blue line flag saw a huge surge in popularity when Black people started marching against police brutality. I don't think that's a coincidence. But what I really want...
Do you know what that thin blue line means? The thin blue line means that little part of the blue protects the rest of the flag, the rest of the people. Just like you have a thin red line for firefighters and EMTs and paramedics. And Black Lives Matter, obviously, but do all lives matter? For the most part, yeah. So you show that you need to be eliminated. Meaning that if you're trying to commit mass murder or, touch children inappropriately, you probably
sure.
But yeah, here's my thing. I never needed a slogan to say my life mattered as a Black person. Here's the craziness part. When they talk about, police brutality, guess what? It's more dangerous for me to interact with another Black person than the police. Statistically. Even doing the Freddie Gray shit. Black Lives Matter, but you still got a fucking homicide when the city shut down, has a curfew at 8 o'clock. Guess what? So all the homicides happen in the morning. Nobody talks about that. You sound very phony when you want to talk about Black Lives Matter. You would think that'd be a chance when Black lives actually dictated and say, you know what, we're going to stop all this hate and anguish against each other and actually try to build something and get some totality of our freedom and have some decorum with each other. We're going to invest in each other. But what's the first fucking thing Black people want? You don't want reality. You don't want freedom. You just want to suffer your oppression just a little bit nicer. And then those same lesbian bitches too, they took all that fucking money. They didn't give none of the people they were representing any money. And they bought a house where the population of Black people was only 2%. And by the way, each one of them fucking lesbians were in relationships with white women. How you like them fucking apples?
Go ahead.
Sickening.
One engage in with most is a concept called propaganda, which brings us to an old TV show called Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to see is true.
Dragnet, really? That's the best you could do? This is the best you could do? This is the best you could do. Get the fuck out of here. You would have done better with Police Academy.
The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
If you look at like early 1900s films or like the 1910s, you run into stuff like the Keystone Cops, Charlie Chaplin. These are people, Buster Keaton, these are people who are not exactly liking the police. And that stuff's going on for a while. And then when they move to television, it's like one of the first big TV shows in the 50s, Jack Webb decides, I'm going to work with the police. I'm going to work with the LAPD. I'm going to give them something that is very, quote unquote, authentic.
The story you are about to see is true. The names have been changed.
You know why they wanted something authentic? When you saw a Charlie Chaplin movie, what type of genre was he in?
It was a comedy.
So what is he going to make the police look? Bumbling. Dumb. What are most police like? Very stoic, right?
Very serious.
So you had a realism from Dragnet. This is the funniest part. All the people who would never take these jobs are the biggest critics of them. You didn't have one cop. You didn't have one person. You had the most effeminate men and the most lunatic female that you could ever have. Tell me what type of shit, even for the female public defender, tell me what type of cases you handled. Because you could be a public defender about small crime like common assault, petty theft. What did you really handle? You didn't hear her say that, did you?
To protect the innocent.
Authenticity is the calling card of cop shows and of propaganda, is this idea that this is the real story. These are real cases.
These are their stories.
You ever notice liberals make up their own fucking words?
Propaganda. That's the first time I've ever heard a word like that.
Lunatics.
Webb gets all of this equipment from the police. He gets to look at real case files. He gets to do all this stuff for free. So all of that becomes way cheaper and thus more profitable. And all he's got to do, all Jack Webb's got to do, is send every script to the LAPD for censorship and approval.
Before Dragnet, the depiction of police in the media mostly aligned with what the Luxau report had to say. Charlie Chaplin, the Keystone Cops, even Bugs Bunny cartoons show a negative public sentiment toward the police.
He's a correctional officer.
Police. Dragnet changed that.
So wait, a comedy and a cartoon, like, can he?
That's your thesis statement right there, right?
Like, if I was on his board looking over, I said, bro, like, what is this?
The fuck you doing? That'd be one of those times. The fuck you doing? The fuck you doing?
Dragnet began a legacy of propaganda where people's understanding of policing stopped being what was actually happening in the streets and started.
How would you know? Yeah, you ever notice the people being arrested never have a good look at the cops? I wonder why.
It being what we see.
I wonder why. Just like, do you remember when you were just spanked on your ass by your mom or dad? Did you remember those spankings fondly, or were you upset about the shit? That's the equivalent of what the fuck he's trying to say. Stupid. Jackass stupid. Of course you're going to hear, it's like, yo, that's like insert your favorite NFL team. Whoever your rivals are, you're not going to talk about them pleasantly. Stupid.
On TV right now. And since most people don't regularly interact with the police, as we said earlier, and when they...
Most people do interact with the police, high and by. The police eat the same food as you do. They go to the same stores. You probably interact with the police a little more so than the last few years. Remember those same Irish thieving motherfuckers back in the day, starting gangs and shit. Do you think Al Capone has a good look at the police? Would you think he would have something nice to say about them? No.
Is often a mostly positive experience. The reality of what police are to those who interact with them the most, aka the poor, is pretty much not understood. And for over half a century, we've been inundated with propaganda, from the cop shows of the 60s and 70s to the action cops of the 80s and 90s to the procedural dramas of the 2000s and beyond. And now even the neo-propaganda of Marvel and Disney, where the heroes are still cops, but they also have superpowers and they make funny jokes. Hello, girl, kick your ass. Cop shows contribute.
Wait. Hawk was military. What are you talking about?
The Falcon, now Captain America. Bucky Barnes, the Winter Soldier, who's a World War II vet, now senator. The Falcon, now Captain America. Sam Wilson.
Yeah, Sam was Special Forces. Like, that's a whole different category.
He's a PJ. How are the superheroes cops? I've never seen them put anybody in any cuffs.
And then also when you saw at the new Captain America movie, he still had dealings with the Air Force and government officials. Like,
yeah, he's actually appointed to do so. See, this is the stupid shit you just did, right? Captain America is the #1 soldier, the top soldier, right? Which is a black man. Did you see the respect the Navy SEALs and the Special Forces gave him in that movie?
Yeah.
They loved him because he was one of them. They respected him. They made the jokes. They respect him. And notice that you disrespected the black man who represented America in your commentary, you dumb fuck. Raining Fire Design says, does he not realize that in the comedies and the cartoons he's citing, the main character, are doing illegal things or being a nuisance, hence being chased by the police? No, he doesn't. See, no one ever talks about Freddie Gray. No one ever talks about, Eric Brown. Did you know if you read the fucking reports for Eric Brown, the GSRs, he was so close to the gun that he was grabbing the fucking cop's gun while they were in the tussle and part of his thumb was blown off? Anybody know that from reading? Did you know that Freddie Gray injuries were not caused by the police? And both the medical examiner and the forensic expert that the lawyer and the family paid for agreed that his injuries were not because he was beaten or because of a rough ride.
And Charles, explain to the people what a rough ride is. They may not know.
A rough ride is when you're arrested and you're in the wagon. That big ass van. And they're riding either super, super fast, which you're not being seatbelted, and you're taking every bump, every hill, every boom, boom, boom inside the wagon. So, there are many of times I put individuals in a wagon. And there are many of times those individuals unbuckle their belts just to cause, I'm injured. And when you read the forensic reports, his injuries were from a past incident when he was in a car accident. And what did he do? The same thing I had another white guy that I arrested do. Bang his head and neck in that metal contraption called the wagon. So much so, because a lot of these guys are not big. They got a neck like a stack of dimes, unfortunately.
Yeah, like Freddie Gray looked like he weighed $150.
If that. And guess what? If you put your temple to any metal object hard enough, you'll knock yourself out, or worse. So you already got people who ingest a lot of fucking drugs, already have an injury from a previous engagement, which was like a car accident. He wasn't the victim of a fraud, and the same person who did all this shit, she was doing some illicit shit herself, especially during COVID. Thank you, Marilyn Mosby. You always seem to prove me right. Thought you could build your career off of that one, huh, lady? But guess what? The right hand should know what the left hand's doing.
Didn't she get convicted also?
Yes. Yes.
So currently she's in prison.
I forgot what deal they made out.
Oh, they did. Okay, of course they did a deal.
So she might have got some time.
No, she didn't get any time. She got house arrest, I believe.
Yeah. Okay. But she left in disgrace. Think about it. Hell, we had 3 female mayors in a row, and all 3 of them left in disgrace. And for some reason, Brandon Scott is trying to be the 4th.
Like, shoot, old buddy that did crack was way better than this.
Marion Barry, he the reason why DC is the way it is today.
That a good thing or a bad thing?
Well, it's a good thing because it's a lot more upscale than it was 20 years ago. A lot more upscale. Like DC, Baltimore used to be the upscale party town. That was DC.
Huh.
DC was hell.
He earned himself a little bit of crack.
DC was hell. 70s, 80s, and 90s.
God was hell on earth.
It was one of the worst fucking cities you could go to in this country. I mean, the absolute worst. Nasty, disgusting, and they would kill you quick.
Mm-hmm. If it wasn't for Marion Barry, DC wouldn't be what it is now.
Marion Barry actually fought for black people in
after the
DC.
scandal.
Yeah, because Marion Barry got people jobs.
Yeah.
You talk to any old head from DC, they'll tell you that.
Mm-hmm.
That's why when he got busted with that rock, they didn't give a fuck. Yeah, they reelected him.
Yeah.
Fuck all that. I want a job. You know what I'm saying? And that's pretty much what it boiled down to.
They ain't give a shit. That's why he's held in great esteem in DC.
Yeah.
Even at this passing, he's still held
to this day. To this day, yeah.
But that's the problem. Notice every time a black man does something for his people, guess what they're ready to do? Defame him. Ready to defame him. That's all it is.
Contribute to the myth of the thin blue line, which is that aforementioned idea that police are the only protection good law-abiding citizens have from a world of depraved criminals who want nothing but to harm them.
Joe Friday.
I bet you this motherfucker's anti-gun too.
Friday is the main character, and he is just perfect. Like, he never shoots his gun.
I actually
when
believe he
it's
is.
one shot. He never misses. He's very clinical. He's very cold.
You said he never shoots his gun, but he never misses. Pick. Oh my God! I bet you he wore his mother's pumps.
He's very calm.
I took the money from people who had it and gave it to those who didn't. What do you think, Sergeant?
What's that?
Was I wrong?
He never gets emotional. He always gets the right guy. He's just perfect. You know, he's like the ideal of what you would want in a detective. Not realistic at all, obviously, and bought and paid for by the LAPD. Then there's also like a lot of thin blue line stuff going on. So they'll talk about how there's crime right around. There's crime.
The thin blue line never existed when the days of Dragnet was on. Number one. Has any of these motherfuckers even been to a police station? Do you know how there are some shitty detectives? Yes. But do you know some of the best detectives I've met can solve crimes like nobody's business? Do you know how many hours detectives put on certain cases, like a shooting?
a robbery, a burglary, how many cases they have in their case folder to deal with this shit. You know, the most effeminate people talk about the people the most who actually has to defend this country, and it's disgusting. But notice he never criticizes the criminal in all of this shit. You criticize the Avengers fighting superpowered Nazis. Did you notice that? He actually criticized the fucking Avengers for fighting Hydra, which was a division of the Nazis.
Every day it's threatening our city, but good thing we have Mr. Joe Friday. These are real stories. We've changed the names to protect the innocent, but this is what's going on, guys.
Yeah, and
LAPD's got you.
Shows like Cops used to put that reality on in full display. Shows like Law gave us dramatic heinous.
Somebody said something?
Yeah. So Charles, like, these are also the same people who make you think Trump is a fascist, but I've never seen what fascism really is.
Number one, would a fascist say, hey, if you want abortion rights, vote for them per state? That's the opposite of fascism last time I checked, right?
Correct.
Would a fascist use emergency funds to pay TSA?
No.
Now, do I agree with everything with fucking Iran? Yes and no. But guess what? These are the same motherfuckers that have been saying death to America for 50 years. You think we should have done something about them earlier, before they got so powerful in the world when it came to oil? Before
if they've been saying it for 50 years,
I mean,
I'm surprised we haven't wiped them off the face of the earth.
I mean, for some odd God-given reason, we don't like to talk about the enemies of America, huh? Like America doesn't have enemies, right? Why prison need to go? Oh, trust me, I might do a part 2 on this.
Examples of the worst things that could happen, but justice is served by the end of the show. And shows like The Wire and We Own the Night present a critical eye toward policing that still eventually reinforces the thin blue line myth. And even outside of that frame, we have shows like
How does The Wire enforce the thin blue line when it has an encompassing look on both criminality and law enforcement?
Yeah, like they show dirty cops throughout The Wire the whole time.
It's a very encompassing thing. You see the good cops, the bad cops, the criminals with morality, the criminals without it.
And then you see the drug kingpins, you see the runners, you see the local street dealer, you see the fiends. Like it shows the whole hierarchy.
And it also shows you the bureaucracy.
Yeah. That keeps
That's what people never talk about The Wire.
Mm-hmm.
How frustrated the cops used to be because they couldn't do their fucking jobs.
Yeah. Because the red tape.
And also, again,
Well,
Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
doing while people was hyped to watching that,
bringing comedies.
I was watching 24.
When you're trying to talk about a serious issue, man.
Come closer to the mic.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Just come a little closer.
Wait just a minute. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So again, why are you bringing up another comedy? That Brooklyn Nine-Nine is a comedy. It's actually a show that's kind of like a satire, play around about being in a police station.
Yeah. And it's not meant to be taken seriously. So he's fighting his own. When he brought up the Wire is not about the thin blue line. It's about real life when you're looking at the criminals, the police, the justice system, and the people who it affects. It's an encompassing view of the whole situation. It's not geared to make the police look good, the criminals look good. It's just what it is. It's very black pill. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
when you get to the end of the series, you just come your summary come back like everybody's dirty. And
Yeah. Everybody's got shit with everybody. And the ones who were clean.
Yeah.
So
Go ahead.
this dude is all over the place.
Brooklyn Nine-Nine and Reno 911 that make cops funny.
Tell me why ain't nothing but a heartache. Tell me why ain't nothing.
And shows like Paw Patrol that hide the gross reality of what police dogs tend to do in real life and their historical connection to slavery.
Yeah, while I was watching those cop shows, I was watching 24.
it's a child's cartoon.
Hey, yo, this nigga gonna stop attacking Paw Patrol, bro.
Yeah, leave Paw Patrol the fuck alone. my great niece.
No.
My great niece.
First time me seeing this shit. I don't know what the hell that shit is.
The nephews are gonna kick his ass, man. Keep attacking their show.
You got talking pets that are different rescue operatives, whether fire, police,
search and rescue.
No, I'm telling you, it's people like FD Signify. That's what fucked up cartoons in the first place.
Like, bro, it's not that deep. Like, Charles, I sent you that article about that video game about you got feminists raving and pissed off about a video game character who acts as a father figure to a young female, and they're lambasting the men that like, oh, this is predatory behavior because you're obsessive about a older man taking a younger girl under his wing.
I mean, wasn't that the fucking the fucking game? What was it? All of Us? Not what was that shit called? They made a fucking show out of it. The first game was a classic. The second game was some Euro ethnocentristic fucking feminist bullshit.
Oh, The Last of Us?
The Last of Us was that basis.
Yeah, they even had that shit in the video game too.
So you're telling me, right? Damn the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. One of the greatest father figures in television history is Master Splinter. Damn the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air with Uncle Phil. Because Will wasn't his son, that's his nephew. And actually his nephew by marriage.
Yeah. Well, Charles, I think they
but even though he still project that masculine energy, you know what I mean, that he still displayed those principles.
And you know what?
I think they were projecting about it being a little girl though. Not about the father figure, but they was kind of trying to demonize the men playing games where the father figure is over a little girl. And they were calling that predatory behavior pretty much.
But yet, majority of the time in schools, the predators tend to be female teachers. Oops. Here's my thing. Have you ever noticed why he really hates police? It's because police is one of the few last vestiges of masculine jobs or occupations. Let me put it to you this way. Did I not debunk the fucking law enforcement and slavery, right? So, Paw Patrol, if you see search and rescues, they're finding lost kids or lost items and so forth. When I grew up, we had He-Man. Who was He-Man's father figures? King Grandor, Man-at-Arms. Guess what? If you tell some of these feminists, if they look at Thundercats, oh my God, Jaga was creepy. He's a ghost trying to look at the Lino in his private moments. I tell you, man, whoever fucked these women up, man, they really fucked these people up, man. Paw Patrol, that's the best.
I mean, these women, dude, are fucked up, man, from damn near all age ranges now.
Paw Patrol though. Paw Patrol.
These crazy ass Karens, they're like every bit of like 50 and 60.
I mean, Paw Patrol is the best thing you could say is get the fuck out of here.
Is a show that is very like pro police, obviously. Like the main character is a cop dog. His name is Chase. That's kind of crazy. Let's not leave that unsaid. They keep giving him like gadgets. Like he's got like a drone. He's got like spy gear. He's got all this other stuff. There's like mass surveillance. They know where everything is all the time. Research that I did for the Paw Patrol video, I've done a lot of.
My nigga, you look like you starred on it.
You did research
on Paw
a
Patrol
kids show?
On Paw Patrol. I bet you if he saw He-Man, he would be offended. And they were hitting each other, and he said, "By the power of Grayskull."
And Tila's skirt was too short. Sexist.
And I wanted to wear it. Hold on, I need a masculinity moment. Excuse me for a minute.
By the power of Grayskull.
May the power of Grayskull get rid of some of this sissiness and feminine masculinity. I'm sorry. You sometimes you gotta realize this is the reason why All-Star G, and you still there. This is the reason why sometimes we gotta go through this shit, because if you know your opponent and how silly they are, you know you'll never lose.
Charles, if it was up to them, Skeletor would rule all of Eternia.
Exactly, because they wouldn't fight.
Why do we have to imprison or destroy Skeletor? Like, is there such a way to like reinvent his identity towards in the story? Like this soft shoe bullshit.
Yeah. I'm gonna tell you what's so sad, right? These are supposed to be intellectuals, and he said he did research on Paw Patrol. My dude. And you wonder why your name is not Dr. FD. You didn't have one cop, one analyst, one nothing. Really?
I get why Dr. Tommy Curry and Dr. Tiason Johnson doesn't take him seriously.
He's nothing to be serious.
Because if he was a doctor, he would be laughed out of the academia.
He would be called a quack.
Yeah.
And the sad part about it is this.
He said he'd be called a quack.
Called a quack. This is the sad thing. Just a regular, normal Baltimore Negro with a little bit of knowledge of something just debunked so many of your shit. So much so that Dr. Tiason Johnson had to grace us.
But our boy Rob from Comics Explained says, "Shit, hey, you know that he knows what he's talking about. That he knows his stuff."
People say the untrained and the idiotic say he knows his stuff.
Yeah.
The people that don't know shit say he knows his stuff.
There's stuff that I could tell you about policing 101 that I've proven time and time again. When I told you about the Tory Lanez case, when I told you about the start of modern policing, I even gave you where the historical foundation of why they wear shields on their chests. So if this motherfucker could not tell me any of this shit, then he's not to be listened to seriously. I'm doing it because I could tag your name in it. I know I'm going to get more viewership. Why not use the strategy they use? If he's going to tag Kevin Samuels to get viewership, then why can't I?
I mean, they love to have the black manosphere and the manosphere's dick in their mouth. So, pause. No Diddy.
I mean, trust me. Don't give him ideas. Well, you're making him drool. Making him drool. Stop it. He's drooling.
Yeah.
Continue into this stupid shit. I got to hear this shit. Let's go back to that one real quick. I'm just This nigga said he did research. How you gonna hate on Paw Patrol? God damn you liberals.
Of what police dogs tend to do in real life and their historical connection to slavery.
It is a show that is very like pro police, obviously. Like the main character is a cop dog. His name is Chase. That's kind of crazy. Let's not leave that unsaid. They keep giving him like gadgets. Like he's got like a drone. He's got like spy gear. He's got all this other stuff. There's like mass surveillance. They know where everything is all the time. Research that I did for the Paw Patrol video, I've done a lot of research on cop stuff and police brutality. That is some of the most horrific shit I've ever read. There were like jugulars broken. People lost their testicles. Like just crazy golf-sized bites being taken out of people's legs for often like not a real, like just in the arrest. Like they're not convicted. There's nothing going on here. Like they might not even be guilty of anything.
There's nothing.
Change when you're back here. You're under arrest, okay?
All of these shows and movies.
You know what the purpose of the police dog is? The purpose of that dog is not only to sniff narcotics. Some of them are trained for narcotics. Some are for search and rescue, just like Paw Patrol. Some of them are, bite dogs, which they have to train to teach the dog how to bite from their back teeth. Number one, the dog is
what? What's the number one step of the force continuum, folks?
Deterrent.
When you see a fucking canine, which is the proper title, do you really want to act slick? When you hear that barking, okay, y'all ready for a funny story? I should say some of this material for Patreon, but some of y'all probably half sleep. Let me tell you how insane I was with this police shit. We had a vacant house and some squatters were there, right? Should I go in there with guns blazing or should I use my head? When you're dealing with a vacant house, right? If you have enough people, you could go in there. But sometimes you have to be smart and use your head, right, folks?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, man.
Because you don't know who's in there and what they have, right?
Yeah, you don't know where you're going into.
Let me tell you how funny and how quick on my feet was. I started barking, and it sounded real convincing. I told him, hey, I got this canine out here. It's real loud in the house. Sound real like a real dog. Do you know the motherfuckers came downstairs so quick? And they were like, where's the dog? There ain't no goddamn dog.
You're
You're
wrong,
like, thank
Charles.
you.
You're wrong.
Motherfuckers made it easier for us.
So when you think about that, right? Was that pretty smart and ingenious?
Yeah.
Funny as fuck, though. But smart.
Yeah, it was.
But you're like, how the fuck? I was like high-fiving myself mentally, like, this shit actually worked.
Hey, all award, no risk.
Hey, the first thing, how to win a war, deception. Raining Fire said, I have heard out of his generation's mouth, there shouldn't be no need for anyone to protect themselves if men weren't toxic. So, of course, he wouldn't believe in a need of military police. Yes, he would, because he ain't going to fight it. Those same sad, sorry sons of bitches would always make it look like somebody else's problem.
Charles, how's he going to do any fighting when he's fighting to get his sports bra on?
I mean, shit, fighting cholesterol, too. But here's the funniest part. You know what the one beautiful thing about Paw Patrol teaches little boys and girls? How to be brave, how to help people out, how to work together, right? If you actually watch Paw Patrol, do they not do that?
Yeah, literally every episode's about them going on an adventure to save somebody. Like,
but see, what's the most masculine and heroic thing you could do? Even the Bible talks about it.
Courage.
Courage. There's no greater love than a man lay down his life for his friends. Does the Bible not say that?
Yes.
Yeah.
So why is it every time in every generation, even though it's less and less, why is it the most masculine shows always talk about courage? Why is courage still a trait within masculinity?
It's one of the core male virtues.
Why is it right now? What was one of the most courageous things Kermit the Frog had to do against the desperado when he was a sheriff? Even though he was shaking in his boots, literally, did he stand up to the desperados?
Yes.
What mattered more, his fear or his bravery?
His bravery.
And did his bravery inspire the people to fight back?
Yes.
So, guess what? Police don't save anybody. Do you know how many police officers, when a car was overturned on 295, coming from my ex-girlfriend's house years ago from PG? Something about me and PG girls, I guess. And I was going to work. There was Anne Arundel County officers coming from work and two correctional officers who got out there. We were still in uniform. Of course, I'm in uniform. They were still in theirs. So we had to pry. It was overturned. Her daughter, this lady and her daughter were trapped in a car. I had to put down whatever jacket or coat or whatever blanket I had and cut her seatbelt and pull her out from the door. Guess what? Was that bravery?
Hell fucking yeah.
And they were pulling the daughter out. Guess what? What if the car was catching on fire? Would I still do it? Fuck yeah. Nobody ever talks about how many times that male or female cop, because you know he's a feminist, so you're saying there's no need for female cops. But that female cop bravely fought over a girl I dated, fought over a guy who was committing robberies. When he grabbed her gun, she twisted and put 3 or 5 in his ass. Wait a minute. So you're saying a personal friend of mine who was doing a traffic incident on 83 and she got knocked over 83 and her recovery was so slow, was she brave because she could have died any time during the process of her recovery? So here's the question. Do you really hate police, or do you really hate police because it's something you can never become? And that's called brave, courageous. Because if Paw Patrol is something that you have something against that teaches kids teamwork, courage, thinking about others before yourself, sharing, caring, all that other good stuff that we think that traits that human beings should actually have, I look at you very seriously with a side eye and wonder why that feminine voice that you have. And if you notice one thing about femininity, it's very selfish.
I mean, shoot, if Paw Patrol was bad, I can only imagine what they would say about G.I. Joe.
Wonder what he would say about RoboCop. Think about it. What was RoboCop's big thing? He wanted to be called Murphy. He wanted to remember himself as he was and what he am. He fought hard not to lose his identity.
They'll probably complain about, he executed the criminals on the spot.
The video game was pretty cool too.
Not all the time.
That RoboCop was my shit back then when I was little.
Matter of fact, that the first RoboCop, did he fight corporate corruption?
Yep.
Like, wait a minute. Let's talk about Miami Vice. You're gonna say they glorified? No, they told you the real about how it was in Miami at that time.
And a lot of them episodes was actually real cases.
NCIS, the original with Gibbs.
Yeah. You're telling me that every cop show you seen was bad. What about what about Blue Bloods?
I mean, the rookie. They talk about corruption all the time.
Yeah. What's the show that Angela Bassett's on?
911.
Yeah. Does she play a decent cop?
Yeah.
So
sometimes bends the rules a little bit, but
yeah. But you got to think about it, right? Not all cop shows or cops are bad. Majority are pretty decent people. It's the 2 to 3%, man.
and they show you the 2 to 3%.
Yeah, because the 2 to 3%. Let's think about it. How many black people in these bike clubs love that bike show? What is it called?
Sons of Anarchy.
Sons of Anarchy.
Yeah.
Every fucking biker think they're in Sons of Anarchy for some god reason. They would have and these are black bikers. Think everybody you're basically a bunch of nurses, doctors, police officers, garbage men, fucking truck drivers. Y'all just bikers, man.
Yeah, this ain't no criminal organization. It's the Rough Riders.
Yeah, this is just a fucking clubhouse that rides bikes. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, that was a whole criminal enterprise.
But guess
Sons of
what?
Anarchy.
Motherfuckers still celebrate fucking Sons of Anarchy. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, and he committed suicide at the end of it.
Exactly. Like, what the fuck?
Motherfuckers can't talk about black degeneracy and all that shit. They celebrate that shit.
But they celebrate that. Y'all know what I'm talking about because I know some of these people. They're, if you really want to know what real cops about, I wish I was still in there so I could send people on a ride. They'd be like, "You smoking a cigar?" Yep. I wish people would have done a ride along and just saw what the fuck we seen. You're right. They don't believe in sacrificing themselves for the larger group. They're selfish. I had a whole conversation about this. We grew up being taught bravery and sacrifice for the community. Why do you think, Rainy Design? Look at this. Does this look like sacrifice?
Now for a lesson. You may have heard these words before, but I'll teach you what they really mean. Go beyond. Plus.
If you saw that episode before and that episode, you would see why that's such a hard hitting show.
I remember when that chapter released for the manga. It was wonderful.
That was one of the best series. Think about it. He might have a problem with this character. Wait a minute. No woman could be the champion of the Amazons. And what does champion mean? Yeah. It's two fucking definitions.
Yeah, and they'll probably find it wrong that she has a father and her father is a source of her power, and they say, "Oh, that's the source of the patriarchal power that a man has to pass it down to a woman."
Yeah, there's only two.
That's how crazy they'll go deep into it.
There's only two ways a woman can make a king. Well, there's only one way. She gives birth to one. There's two ways a man can make a queen. Either sire one or marry anybody. That's power. I mean, think about it. When he's holding the power together, is he using courage and strength? I want you to look. One hand, he's holding the family. The other hand, he's holding the country together.
That's the symbol of black men, isn't it? He definitely would have a problem with this guy.
The real backbone of the world.
The real backbone of the Thundercats.
No, I'm talking about like when you saying Superman holding the thing,
Yeah.
the symbol of black men.
Yeah.
Shoot, if black women want to be the so-called backbone of the community, black men are the backbone of the world.
Yeah, because if they are the backbone of the community got scoliosis really badly. I mean, really. Oh, this scene right here would piss him off. Black women bowing to him?
And the crazy thing is, they're not even the full display of the Dora Milaje in the comics because they were fully submissive to him in the comics.
Those are his ceremonial wives.
Oh yeah, they weren't going to show that on film.
Oh yeah, very submissive. Let's go back to Paw Patrol. I got to keep hearing this shit. This is calming.
We promote an image of policing and crime that just isn't real and doesn't even make sense most of the time. However, with these images everywhere, with people of the worst things that could happen, but justice is served by the end of the show. And shows like The Wire and We Own the Night present a critical eye toward policing that still eventually reinforces the thin blue line myth. And even outside of that frame, we have shows like Brooklyn Nine-Nine and Reno 911 that make cops funny.
Tell me why ain't nothing but a heartache. Tell me why ain't nothing.
And shows like Paw Patrol that hide the gross reality of what police dogs tend to do in real life and their historical connection to slavery.
It is a show that is very like pro police, obviously. Like the main character is a cop dog. His name is Chase. That's kind of crazy. Let's not leave that unsaid. They keep giving him like gadgets. Like he's got like a drone. He's got like spy gear. He's got all this other stuff. There's like mass surveillance. They know where everything is all the time. Research that I did for the Paw Patrol video, I've done a lot of research on
He's so proud of that
police
research.
brutality. That is some of the most horrific shit I've ever read. There were like jugulars broken. People lost their testicles. Like just crazy.
He's proud of his research.
Now, that's either a sheriff department or correctional agency, right? How many times did they tell that person to get down and submit? Numerous before they stick a dog on you. We don't even have context. Does this person have a weapon, makeshift weapon? That dog's reaction is quicker than yours. That's a last resort. Have you noticed that the police dogs are actually trained to bite a limb? Especially a limb that has a weapon in it? That's why you usually don't see them hit somebody in the head or jugular. They're trained to hit limbs. They're trained to take you down. Notice you don't even, after they bite you, notice the handler of the canines usually get them off of you really quickly.
Yeah, aren't they trained to not release their grip on you until the handler says otherwise?
Yeah. And notice they're trained to hit limbs, not your throat, not your face. But guess what? You're only going to go by the nasty shit. And you're not going to go by what they're telling this motherfucker to do. Get on the ground. You can hear the dog. They'll tell the dog to bark so you know the dog is there. Why would you fuck around and challenge the dog if you don't want to get bit? Why? Continuing.
Golf-sized bites being taken out of people's legs for often like not a real, like just in the arrest. Like they're not convicted. There's nothing going on here. Like they might not.
How do you know? How do you know? Because if they're searching for somebody and you're not complying, get down on the ground. That is not my time to challenge a goddamn German Shepherd, okay? That is not my time to challenge a German Shepherd. Let's be serious.
Even be guilty of anything.
Have nothing.
Chan's when you're back, kid. You're under arrest, okay?
All of these shows and movies promote an image of policing and crime that just isn't real and doesn't even make sense most of the time. However,
you're judging comedies and cartoons, you fucking idiot.
With these images everywhere, with people engaging with the police through TV more than real life, the fiction becomes reality. And we think this is how policing works, and it definitely is not. As I said earlier, the police don't solve many crimes, and they don't have a legal obligation to protect.
I'm offended by that. Do you know how many crimes I've solved? When I made arrests, did I solve the crime? Wait a minute. I'm offended by that. Let me ask you this one question. Where was he when it was a dude who put a knife to his 5-month pregnant girlfriend and stole her fucking purse? And I found him at the fucking Sunco at the fucking, what is it, Cold Spring and York Road. And I had to put my gun out and said, dude, get on the ground. Well, I said, if you put a fucking knife to a pregnant woman's neck, you'll stab me. So I will shoot you. Get down. Rainfire said, this is an adult trying to psychoanalyze a cartoon for small children. And it's not realistic. You're going to do a deep dive into realism of Santa Claus and Easter. These nutcases are willing to do this. This is the reason why I'm going to just dedicate the month of May for FD. And I'm going to psychoanalyze his stupidity. You talked about policing, which is my wheelhouse. You don't know shit about it. I saw the crime against a person who accosted his own girlfriend. Where the fuck were you? That's insulting. What crime did you solve?
Protect people, and research has consistently found that more police and the amount of police have little to no effect on crime. There is research that indicates that focused deterrent strategies, aka putting more police in high crime neighborhoods, has some effect on reducing crime, but then we have to engage with the whole other body of research.
Of course it has more effect, because guess what happens? Notice he doesn't bring up the fact that how many of these homes and the black community a single mother, and how many of these kids come up as criminals. Do we have a culture that incentivizes criminality? That worships this shit? No, not the black woman is God. It's
research that shows the consequence of over-policing poor communities, aka rises in police brutality, the prison population, community disinvestment, the whole problem of the 94 crime bill. I see multiple cop cars whenever I leave my house, and I don't feel any safer. Further, a fraction of the money being spent to over-police high crime areas could be better used to actually funnel resources into those areas with far greater social benefit.
Because that's already in the budget. What you need to do is go tell your city council and your mayor the money that they had for the homelessness and for all those Department of City Works issues that you're talking about, with all these vacant houses and apartment buildings and all these new buildings coming up. How come you haven't housed none of these homeless yet? How come, even if they have mental disabilities, how come you haven't put them in the right facilities that could treat them properly? Because those are actually in the budget already. You don't need to take anything from a police budget because everything's budgeted. But the one thing you're not going to ask is how much of these motherfuckers are utilizing the money and stealing such money. Will you? No, you will not. Because you're not really worried about a solution. You just want to keep the problem going so you have content to speak about.
At a cheaper price. But the reality is these systems aren't meant to benefit society. They're meant to control it. And the thing is, this is not some like left-wing nonsense. This is not some, critical theory extrapolation. This is well understood constantly reproduce research. The Department of Justice just released a report on the Minneapolis Police Department where George Floyd and many other innocent unarmed people have been murdered. And it showed a clear pattern of repeated abuses and violations that they've known about for decades. But that's not unique. Pretty much anywhere where the DOJ or anyone has investigated the police, they found the exact same things. Rampant.
Did they not find a whole bunch of rocks? And we ain't talking about them motherfuckers you throwing the pebbles on the beach. But yet, we won't talk about the criminality of the neighborhoods they police. I don't care if you investigate police. If they do wrong, they do wrong. If they do right, they do right. But you got to tell both sides of that story, which you're not.
Abuses of power, ingrained racism, and a lack of accountability. And again, this isn't something we're subtly aware of. 60 plus years of sociological and criminological research on crime has told us over and over that the greatest predictor of crime is poverty and community dysfunction. And thus, the best way to reduce crime.
Y'all still there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm listening.
What did he say? Poverty and community dysfunction. Did you know that if you're brought up in a single mother home, statistically, that's going to increase your rate of poverty, right? Statistically, in a single mother ran home, that's going to increase your rate of dysfunctionality, correct?
Correct.
So why don't we actually bring families together and encourage and incentivize, if you're not going to be married, at least stay in the same household, correct?
Correct.
So it's not the police fault your child's a fucking wayward lunatic. It's your fault. It's not the police. It's the police job to stop chaos. They're not the creators of it. If your father wasn't shit and your mother's not shit, then guess what? You're going to develop shit in your household. It takes a strong individual to break family curses. Am I lying? So if you're looking at statistics, and this is what I say about if you really give a fuck about the community, if black men are the best fathers in America, which has been statistically proven, who's the only entities that get in the way of proper discipline, love, and cultivation? It's the women and it's the government. Because last time I checked, when you can actually discipline your kids, remember, discipline without love is abuse. And when you actually can talk to your sons and daughters as a father with authority, you didn't have these problems with crime, did you? So when this dysfunction actually occurs, notice he keeps out the thing in the statistics of single mothers. This is the shamefulness of his display of anti-copness. You don't have to love the police, but to tell black people who got to live in these shitty neighborhoods and these shitty conditions that you don't need the police is an asinine thing to say to anybody. Especially when you're in the seat of privilege. And this is where this guy speaks from. Privilege. Y'all ready for the stats? Dads count. 63% of youth suicides are from fatherless homes, 5 times the average. 70% of youth in state-operated institutions come from fatherless homes, 6 times the average. 71 of all high school dropouts come from fatherless homes, 7 times the average. 75% of all adolescent patients in substance abuse rehabs come from fatherless homes, 10 times the average. 80% of rapists motivated by displaced anger come from where? Fatherless homes, 11 times the average. 85% of all children who show behavioral disorders come from fatherless homes, 15 times the average. 85% of all youths in prison come from fatherless homes, 15 times the average. 90% of homeless and runaway children are from fatherless homes, 24 times the average. Dads are more than just a paycheck to a child. They represent safety, protection, guidance, friendship, and someone to look up to. FD, as a father, you of all people should know that a father is a boy's first superhero and a girl's first love. So, if you're not preaching that fathers will curb the fucking issue that you see before you, remember 90% of those children and those runaways and those teens come from fatherless homes. Yeah, y'all picking up what I'm putting down, right?
Yes, sir.
Did y'all got them stats right? But this is an educated man. This is an educated man. That's an educated man. That alone will get rid of. Did you know that you would get rid of most of those fucking issues right there if fathers were put back in the home and given authority once again? If you incentivize men to get their authority back and stay the fuck out of their business, as long as they're not abusing the child, let them raise their child. But when you gave that all to the women, guess what? Hell broke loose.
Well, you got to give man too protection against false accusations.
Exactly. Hell broke loose. Now you're trying to put toothpaste back in the tube, and last time I checked, you can't unscramble eggs. You can't uncut wood. Sorry. You want motherfuckers to fix a fucking epidemic that the people in your ilk helped create it, but you don't want to take any responsibility for it, FD.
Is to increase the quality of life in high crime areas.
Law and order have broken down in Detroit, Michigan. Pillage, looting, murder, and arson have nothing to do with civil rights.
John. Well, Mr. President. How are you? Fine, thank you, sir. John, you know what I think of you, don't you? I certainly do, Mr. President, vice versa. I've got to ask you now to act like the good American I believe you to be. I'm going to seriously consider appointing a small group of 7 or 9 tonight to look into the cause of these disorders. I want nothing but competence, and I want nothing but compassion, and I want nothing but patriotism. The commission will investigate the origins of the disorders in our cities. It will make recommendations to me, to the Congress, to the state governors, to the mayors for measures to prevent or contain such disasters.
The President's Advisory Commission on Civil Disorder warned that race hatred threatened to tear this country apart.
What white Americans have never fully understood, but what they can never forget, is that white society is deeply impacted in the ghetto. White institutions created it. White institutions maintain it. And white society condones it.
By the way, what type of word is ghetto? Where did we
Very nasty, racist word.
Where did we get the word ghetto from?
Got it from Nazi Germany.
Yep, that's where the Jews lived, in the ghettos. So let me put this out there, and this is what I really question people like FD. You had a white guy tell you about policing, while you're really talking about policing as a instrument of white supremacy, which you're trying to go through from your shit, but you're gonna go to a white guy and he's gonna tell you about black problems and what black people can really feel when he benefits from your subjugation in a way. Because guess what? If the police ain't fucking with him, they're gonna fuck with. If they're fucking with you, they're not gonna fuck with him. And because he's white, you're saying that they're not gonna do him the way they would do you by your alleged theme of the police. So why not actually put more black boys into law enforcement, into military service and fire departments where you can take over the policing, but you're too scared of that because that means black men will actually have sustainable power and they don't have to go kiss the ass of the Democratic Party like you do. Continuing.
One of the things that they dispense with, early on, is the idea that you just need to reform police. And they said, like, look, no, this is about housing, this is about education, this is about healthcare, this is about media, this is about employment and unemployment, all of the institutions that really relate to life outcomes. And when they kind of walk through the data of the systemic differentiation between how those institutions interacted with black people and how they interacted with white people, or how they interacted with non-white people, they just came to this holistic understanding, of the problem. And they were saying, well, you can't really talk about policing without also talking about unemployment. And you can't talk about unemployment without talking about education. You can't talk about education without talking about housing.
Among the ingredients of this mixture are pervasive discrimination and segregation in employment, education, housing, which have resulted in the continuing exclusion of great number from the benefit of economic progress. Black in-migration and white exodus, which have produced the massive and growing concentrations of impoverished in our major cities, creating a growing crisis of deteriorating facilities and services and unmet human needs.
It's the same things
And
we've
we're
been
listening
saying
to a
forever.
white
They
motherfucker
found it
talking
way
about black.
back in 19.
When they talk about white flight, right? You know what they're basically saying? They're basically saying that we need white people to sustain ourselves to keep this urbanization going. But yet, didn't we have Tulsa? Didn't we have Rosewood and other towns without white people involvement? If white people fled, why not be happy about it if these the motherfuckers that were accosting you according to your logic? Then on top of that, what's the importance of white people fled? What, did they take the jobs too? If white people are fleeing, you don't have to deal with racism anymore. So here's my question. Why is it that you go to a neighborhood that's predominantly black, right? How come it looks bombed out and depleted? Especially if you're in a Section 8 where the landlord and the government has to fix it. If the projects and other places like that where you're getting subsidized rent, why hasn't anybody said, you know what? I'm going to make a flower bed here. We're going to paint. We're going to put pictures up. Why do so many people get the idea of selling drugs into projects? Or any low-income housing or any low rent? Like, why? Why is the women dating drug dealers, having babies by them? Isn't that something that brings up criminality, poverty? You've given the women all the education, but guess who they still date? What did you give the men? You gave them your ass to kiss, and now you need them back.
and this is a police issue? No. You're upset with the plumber trying to fix the issue. Don't say huh. Don't say huh. You're upset with the plumber trying to fix the leaky pipe. But it's the same motherfuckers who keep putting shit down the drainage. Who don't stop putting shit down the drainage first. What's your question? What don't you understand, DV?
Cook.
Huh?
Cook.
But still, we want to blame the plumbers fixing the goddamn leaky pipe, but we don't want to stop fucking plumping all the junk down the drainage. You never had one time that my parents had to come get me out of juvenile, nor my brother. And I'm from East Baltimore. I'm a Church Square boy. I went to Lake Clifton. None of my friends who went to Lake with me their parents ever had to get them out of juvie. Most of my friends are fathers and raise their children very well. Either the children live with them or they split the week with the mother. So why? No, don't LOL. Just tell me what's the issue. What don't you understand so I can actually clarify it for you?
Don't be a coward. Get up here on the panel.
Here's the link if you have a question. Because I'm tired of this shit about policing when policing should be the last resort. Once you took the man out the home, what happened to your protection? You had sons you couldn't control because you're scared of them, or you utilized them to sell drugs or do some illicit shit to bring money home. You raise your daughters to hurry up and get pregnant so she can bring some fucking benefits and stamps and some wick home. Anywhere you see a conglomerate of single motherhood, you see failure. Yes, once in a while, a single mother may have a college-educated son or daughter, but that's not the fucking norm. So dismiss me with that shit. I just read off the stats of what single mother homes produce. Think about this. You got so many flat lands in Baltimore. Why aren't you teaching the kids how to fucking garden? Some of these fucking places been knocked over and been turned into fucking gigantic fucking grasslands where you could produce enough fucking food to keep them from home. Oh, we got it. Who took the man out the house? A lot of men took themselves out the home. And calm down. You're blaming women for men not stepping up. Okay, get your ass on the thing. There's the link.
Man, get your punk ass on the panel. Let's do this.
Matter of fact,
get your ass up here.
I'll tell you very easily who kicks the man out the home. It was the women who chose government benefits over their men.
Man, get on up here. Get on up here. Ain't nobody with all this typing bullshit. No. Y'all kill me with this shit.
This cowardly bullshit. It was y'all black feminists who took away the fucking jobs and you gave them to white women.
Get on up here, prove them wrong. Let's go. Let's do this.
What about DEI? Only 3% helped black people. And it sure as hell didn't help black men. Who kicked the men out the home? Let's tell the fucking real narrative about who kicked the men out the home.
And when are we going to let this old-ass narrative from the 1990s go? You're blaming the women for men not stepping up. Who told you to go have sex with that loser?
Yeah.
Who told you to go have sex with that gangbanger that was on his way to doing 20 years in prison?
Guess what?
Who told you to go get pregnant by some random dude so you can hurry up and get on that housing list?
Any man will do. You love.
Come on, man. I mean, no, we not carrying this shit into 2027.
Oh no.
This bullshit got to stop.
Get your ass up here, all boy.
Well, let them know they ain't gonna be jumped. So yeah, because I'm staying out of it.
Get your ass up here. You got 5 minutes.
No, Charles gonna take care of it. I'm just sit back. But I hate when people want to do all this typing bullshit instead of coming up here. Let's have the damn debate.
Tell me who left the home. Well, I can tell you who left the home.
The same damn women. It's you women saying marriage is slavery. You don't see men saying that shit.
Let me ask you this one, DV. How come there's 2 million more black women, but black men have almost 1 million more marriages than you? As a black male, a sorry excuse for one, we can't allow women to be our accountability. Guess what? We didn't say anything about be our accountability. Talk about their accountability.
Hey Doug, you talking in circles, man. Get your ass up here.
Click the link.
The fuck you talking about?
Click the link. First of all, as a black man, your woman gave up on you. Your woman looks down upon you. Your woman failed the community.
We can't allow women to be our accountability. What the fuck does that mean?
Because let me ask you this question.
We're theirs.
Let me ask you this question. Do you think black men are the leaders of the community?
See, here we go again. Here we go again with the disingenuous conversations. Black men supposed to lead. Okay, great. That sounds nice. Try to tell a black woman something, though. Let's see what happens.
But guess what? I'm going to ask you this question. As a leader, can you administer punishment and reward to your subordinates?
Why don't your black women marry you? Let's start there.
Here's a question. Why don't black women chase those motherfuckers up? No. I've been a man. I fought for this country many of times. Stop comparing what women do. You goddamn right we will start comparing because
it's our responsibility to manage the communities. Okay, so then why do they get the welfare?
So wait a minute. Who's the leaders of the community? Get your ass up here.
So then why do they get the welfare, dude? So then why do the children go with the mothers when it comes time for divorce?
So first of all, let's look at it this way. If you get the kids and you get the government support, that means you're the leader. And if they said they're boss bitches, right? Then guess what? That bitch could take the accountability. If she could take the money and she could take the kids, then she could take the accountability.
They're gonna say, well, man, because man can't be trusted.
But men can be trusted to fucking build that fucking
See, this is why I say these same old talking points from 1992 got to go. You niggas are still living in 92, man. This shit don't fly no more, bro.
They don't work. And
everybody is always quick to tell black men we need to be accountable. When do you motherfuckers ever tell black women to be accountable? It's always somebody else's fault when it's black women. It's black men. It's white supremacy. It's colorism. It's all these things when it's black women doing the complaining. And y'all sit your asses there and do nothing but clap like fucking seals. Just clap your fucking hands and nod your head at everything they fucking say. You never challenge them. You never push back on shit they say.
Welfare is not power or influence. You're a dumbass.
If you're a single mother and your son grows up to be a murderous gangbanger, isn't that your fucking fault at the end of the day? You're the parent that's there.
But we want to blame the parent who's there 0 part of the time, as you say.
Welfare is not power and influence. You could have fooled me.
Bullshit. Guess what?
You could have fooled me. Why is there more homeless? Okay, who makes up the number? Who's the number one demographic of homeless people in this country? Black men.
Mm-hmm.
Who's the number one incarcerated in this country? Black men. Who's the number one killed by street violence in this country? Black men.
So you're telling me, right? The dangers you face in the street is because you're subject to the elements and environment, right? Welfare keeps you from being homeless, correct? Welfare keeps you from being hungry, correct? So anybody who feeds you has authority and power over you, correct?
Anybody that pays you and feeds you has influence over you.
When have you ever heard a black mother on welfare tell her children, "I don't have any authority over y'all"?
So you're telling me that welfare is your God. It's your source of subsistence. Because there's many different forms of welfare: cash assistance, food stamps, voucher programs for housing. So now,
Daycare vouchers.
yep, education. So now that doesn't carry power or influence. You just made the most critical, stupid ass mistake of any time you have spoken. That is the ultimate influence. You never heard of no man could be in the presence, no man can stay here. That doesn't carry influence on how women view their men. You could only stay here for 29 days, or you can't be here at all. This is my house. You could get out. That doesn't carry power influence. He who has the home rules and dictates the rules, right? So that doesn't carry power. See, this is the reason why debating some of you dumbasses is a waste of my fucking time.
And they're always scared to get on the panel. They want to type and shit.
Always scared. Guess what? It's just it's little old me. No. Let's ask this question, right? Because we already know welfare benefits are over $100,000 a year. Welfare benefits, free medical.
You can't make more than 15,000 a year, bro. Who told you that lie?
Bullshit.
Who told you that lie, bro?
Bullshit.
You don't even know what the fuck you talking about, bro. You have no idea. I'm from Baltimore, Maryland, my nigga. I've watched this shit my entire life.
Stop trying to act like. See, here's the part.
Y'all niggas just be talking, man. What?
Here's the part, right? You scared motherfuckers are even scared to meet grown ass men on a virtual platform, but you want to talk shit behind the fucking scenes with your troll account because you're not a real man. See, here's the fucking fact of the issue. First and foremost, how many mothers purposely keep the children away from the fathers?
Hold on, I'm not understanding what he's saying.
Because
if me can be involved with kids because of welfare, he's a punk. I don't understand. Yo, type that. See, that's why I say, yo, stop all the typing and come up here and talk like a man, yo. Why you call somebody a punk? You can't even get on the fucking debate stage.
You see, this is the reason why the single mother shit needs to stop. Nobody's scared of three stuffy nosed dudes bitching about women. See, we could bitch about women because we get women. We're not.
Oh, is he shaming and insulting?
No,
this sounds like shame and insult.
Retype your damn statement. Stop shaming me like a bitch because that's a bitch move. Bitches only shame and try to insult. I'm only telling you the facts because number one, when they said there could be no man in a home doing welfare, that's power and influence.
Doug, why do people like you never want to keep it real? You're gonna sit here and tell me that there's not a million black women right now who got pregnant by anybody that would nut in them just so they can get a housing voucher? You're gonna tell me that's not a thing in the black community?
Well, ABM, how did you think he got here?
Huh?
How do you think he got here?
That's what you're gonna tell me, bro?
How do you think he got here?
You're gonna tell me there's not a couple million black women who just wanted to get out of mommy's house so bad, but they didn't want to get a job and work for it like normal people. So they just went out here and got pregnant by anybody that would get them pregnant, just so they can get on that housing list.
They were insufferable because they couldn't be a wife.
Come on, bro.
Married. But that's how he probably got here. He was the baby that pays.
But wait a minute. You talk about the men that ain't there. What about the women who don't know who the father is?
Yeah, of course it is. I'm not
41% of black men in America that go get paternity tests, it comes back they're not the father. 41%. That's 4 out of every 10.
And by the way, 56% of men in the black community are fatherless and unmarried.
Put that back up there again. I missed what he said. What'd he say?
Of course I'm not giving. Of course it is. I'm not giving my seed to any chick. Maybe because they don't want it.
Man, y'all niggas is cowards.
I mean, really, come on up here because you know what? Give me a woo in the chat if you're one of my moderators. Give me the woo in the chat if you're one of my moderators. So it's been past 5 minutes. I'm giving you the shit. I don't do the debates from the chat because I think that's rude, and especially since you're making more typos than a lazy fucking secretary in the '80s smoking on the job. Time this motherfucker out, please. Because first of all, you know goddamn well, like this is some revisionist history bullshit. Because you know goddamn well, if you lived in the same black community as I did, in the black community, especially in a chocolate city like Baltimore, where I'm from, nah, you don't get to speak. If you don't press that fucking thing, I don't want to hear shit else about you. I don't want to hear shit from you. I'm tired of you weak ass motherfuckers scared to get on a panel but want to debate safely in the chat. See, the accountability, y'all never speak on the accountability of women who fucked up this system. How the fuck you go from being more married than white women, then you're not even gonna, then only what? Less than 25% of you will ever be married? You sorry sacks of shit. You got this little education, you got your little DEI job, you got your little welfare, which starts you off to get to college, that most of you probably couldn't graduate on your own, so you had to simp out a dude to do your test. You probably feed him a little bit of pussy to do your testing while you were living with your drug dealer boyfriend who paid for your computer and books, and once you thought you were better than him, you kicked him out. And guess what? He wasn't even the father of your children. You just used the nigga because he didn't work and he did his little thing. All he had to do was pick up your little funky ass kids. Trust me, this ain't the first time I heard this what bitches say. See, men are very accountable. Majority of black men don't have children. I'm accountable. My son's sleeping in his room right now.
Charles, ask him what's the percentage of black women with children.
What is the percentage of black? No, he can't say nothing. He's timed out by the moderator. See, here's the problem with people like him. You wouldn't have got timed out if you brought your silly ass up here. But yet, you don't want to hold black women accountable for what? Destroying this fucking place we call the black society. Having babies by any nigga will do. Affecting your kids mentally. I don't give a fuck if your kid's a college graduate. Not having your dad at home is a fucking lacking thing. That's why a lot of those kids who didn't have a strong dad growing up, guess what you had? You have an effeminate boy.
We've normalized single mother homes to the point that when you criticize single mother homes, niggas get mad.
Yeah, because guess what they the fucking result of? The reason why you were telling him some hard-headed shit, because why? He's the result of being that baby that mama used to keep a roof over her head. Because she didn't have any skills. She was so insufferable and lacking any talent that she couldn't be a wife. Yeah, I'm gonna put the accountability on black men. I'll put the accountability on black men for trying to save you fucking hoes. Stop saving hoes. These are the fucking lost boys that fuck around and want to say, well, if a black man, see, y'all keep saying a black man should fight to get his kids. Here's the statement nobody ever says. Why the fuck should he fight at all? Why should he fight for anything that's supposed to be his on paper and in reality? Y'all the only motherfuckers who don't want mandatory fucking DNA testing at birth because nobody should fucking trust you heathens.
Uh-oh. They don't like that.
Yeah. Nobody should trust you fucking heathens. You know why? Because if we had mandatory birth testing, DNA testing at birth, you would change the outlook of how women are looked at for the fucking generations. But instead, you're gonna talk about welfare doesn't hold power and influence. You lying motherfucker. I didn't see any chick in the 70s and 80s refuse that bitch.
Why do you need power and influence? What's wrong with food, clothing, and shelter?
That's influence.
You
If
see,
I
you see how these people always move the goalposts.
Yeah, because
Why do you need power and influence? I can't eat power and influence.
you know what he said? I'll show you. I'll show you real quick. Welfare is not power or influence. Yes, it is. If I dictate where you live, how you live, and what you can and who can live there, and what you can eat and what you cannot buy, that's power and influence. Do you know what power is defined by? Is the ability to make your thoughts everybody else's reality. So if they said no man can stay here, guess what that meant?
But here's the point. Welfare can't be a problem because so many of them choose welfare.
You choose welfare over your man. Guess what? During the Trail of Tears, did the fucking Native American women follow their man? Did the Asian women follow their men when they were put in concentration camps? The Irish? The Arab? When they're getting bombed out and depleted, do they follow their men? But black women gets a little bit of fucking shekels. She doesn't even get a whole loaf of bread. She gets a fucking slice, and she thinks she's better than her man who brought her out of fucking bondage. That's the thanks we get. Why the fuck should a man fight to get his kids? Why does he have to fight at all? If anything, let's be fucking real. Let's be very real. You have the greatest man God ever laid eyes on, and you too stupid to even realize it. You have the most egalitarian man on planet Earth. Every other woman will steal your men from you, and you're the only bitter bitches that's gonna forever be alone. All we make in this community are forever cat ladies and super simps. That's all we produce.
Fuck trophies.
And then
Bastards.
And then
Bastards.
a bunch of bastard children who wavered.
Chaos goblins. That's what they shall be.
And then you'll tell somebody like me I should mentor them.
Yeah, right.
It's always somebody else's fucking job, ain't it?
But you can't do. But guess what? Why did you make the man you fuck to have him do it? I remember talking to a female friend of mine. She has a baby by a dude who's sitting in prison now. Her first daughter, her father has been in jail since she was 2 or 3. He doesn't get out till she's 18 and she's 15. Well, how do you raise a child? You planned on having a baby by a loser. See, y'all don't chase down men who are proven fucking results of raising children. Any nigga will do. Any nigga will do. Guess what? Trauma builds men and destroys women. That's why her past does matter and a man's future matters. Because you can't outrank your baby daddy. You can't. Because that's a fucking physical picture that says to everybody, I believe this man's genetic code deserves to be in the next generation. And it shows how much of a I don't care how educated and how much money you make. It shows how much of a fucking failure in life choices you make. You rather cost your fucking child a father than to actually hold up, wait a minute, and decide to get a man who was worth shit. All you bitches do the same damn thing in the black community. Fuck the same dudes. That's why all your kids, you lucky your kids not fucking their half siblings.
There's a lot of kids in the black community that are born because mommy wanted welfare and she wanted to loan your social security number out to a cousin or a fucking aunt, and they split the tax money come April.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why you niggas don't like telling the truth.
And then here's the fucked up part. You wonder why you can't get shit in your name when you become 18 is because your mama had your fucking electric bill. And
See, and shout out to Edward Anderson. I'm sorry for cutting you off. Shout out to Ed. He said this yesterday. Black people are not fucking serious about fixing the problems.
no.
Dudes like him, it's just yet another example of black people are just stuck in mediocrity. You don't want to even have a real conversation about the problems, let alone fix the problems. You motherfuckers sit up here and have these conversations every day, and it's always the same. Black men are supposed to just find a magic wand and just wish this shit away.
Yep.
Booker T. Washington fucking said it damn near 200 years ago. He fucking said black women got a role to play in this shit too.
Yeah. And here's the fucked up part about it, right? I spent over 2 hours filming and disproving this idiot. And there are some of you motherfuckers who see this shit and you want to fucking talk about what? I'm not giving no chick my seed. Nobody wants your raggedy ass seed, dude. If a man can't be involved, no, that's the problem with you and your dad, not mine. My father's the shit. I'm the shit as a father as well. So is ABM. So are other guys in this space. We're not the problem. We're actually the gift. We're not the prize. We're the gift.
And that's the shit that pissed me off when you say that. All my life I heard black men ain't shit. Black men don't take care of their kids. I made sure to go marry a black woman, raise my fucking children, try to do everything the right fucking way. I made my mistakes here and there.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody in black society ever wants to give a black man a pat on the fucking back.
Not even shit.
But women will get all the goddamn praise. It doesn't fucking matter how disgusting they are, how full of shit they are, what type of terrible fucking parent they are. Perfect example, Drea Nicole, right? That broad left her baby in the house that the boy was like, what, 4? Like 2 or 3 or 4, something like that. He's a toddler. Left him in the house for 2 weeks by his damn self.
Damn.
To go freak off with Chris Brown, because I keep hearing 2 different stories. Some people say she went to go get a BBL. Some people say she went off to go freak off with Chris Brown. Left the toddler in the fucking house by herself.
Damn.
You don't hear an ounce of criticism for this woman. She pops up. She goes out here, gets pregnant by NBA niggas and shit. Nobody says a word.
And it's disgusting. It's disgusting. Here it is, right? My son's about to graduate. I raised my son predominantly. He sleep in his room right here in my house. Even when he spent time a few months at his mom's house, he came back here. And this is the funniest fucking part that I tell you motherfuckers, right? Y'all want to try to chastise the men who raise their fucking kids, but you don't have shit to say to the deadbeats. You don't even have shit to say to the deadbeat mom. What do y'all say to the mothers who keep their children away from the father for no apparent good reason? Do y'all have smoke for them? I really want to know. Inquiring minds want to know that motherfucker right there. You are the bane of any man's existence, and most of you are men. The worst enemies of this black manosphere shit are not the broads, it's the simple-ass men. You are so indoctrinated in your foolishness and folly. Oh, trust me, we're doing a part 2 to this shit. Part 2 to this shit. You got me so heated, I'm concentrating on you, motherfucker. You came over here to bother me when I was giving commentary. You come over here trying to start some shit and get debunked every way. Stop acting like everybody in this space are fucking idiots. You really need to stop. And the worst part about this shit is this. You literally, and I mean fucking literally, don't even have the respect to come on a panel and even speak about your discernment of what is being said. Like you said, ABM, a bunch of fucking cowards. Just like FD Signifier, a coward. You had all the opportunity to talk to Kevin Samuels. Why didn't you? While he was living. The better part of 4 years. Now you want to besmirch his legacy? You can't even talk to Dr. T, Dr. Neil. Lord knows you don't want to talk to them, and Lord knows you don't want to talk to me.
He definitely don't want to talk to BGS.
No. Hell no. Hell no. That'll be a fun day. I'm getting popcorn. I'm getting drinks. I'm getting cigars for that shit. I'm going to get a projector screen. I'm going to put that on my speaker at the Harvard. I would dare you to come over here to speak to me. Don't talk to me about some law enforcement shit because obviously you don't know. Half the shit I'm telling motherfuckers, most people didn't even know. All the little intricacies you're speaking of, and you're going to get some gay white guy to tell you about straight black males and what they go through. That's the funny thing about a lot of you fucking gay black men too, by the way. You some of the most seditious traitors ever. And I'm going to speak on that very openly. Y'all think that you could be feminine and nobody's going to treat you like a black man? Guess what? You're going to be treated like any other Negro, whether straight or indifferent. But this worship of black women, when you see the fuck shit they on, you see black women mistreat their children, mistreat their man, and you stand there quiet like a fucking coward that you are. But guess what? You really want to be that bitch's competition. You really want to be that bitch competition. That's what it is. You don't want to talk about that part. Some of you gay black men have nieces and nephews by your sisters. You see how they treat those kids, and you say nothing because you want to be accepted in the flock. You say absolutely nothing. A lot of times you could be the rescuer of your niece and nephews, and you cowardly stay there because you know if you say something about her, you're not going to be invited on the girls' nights, even though you weren't a girl in the first place. How about that? How about that? And you know who's just as bad as you? The straight black men who worship these bitches. That's the sad part. Oh, but you're supposed to be the leaders. What good is the leader if the bitches don't listen? The first rule of protection is obedience. How can I protect what does not listen? Second rule is it costs. You think protection's supposed to be free, and no, mon frere. Au contraire, mon frere. No, it does not. It cost a lot. And what happened when black men actually got some confidence and grabbed their nuts to say, you're not worth the squeeze? It wasn't us that made the decision. We actually cried about that decision. Y'all made it easy. You left your man. You listened to that white chick say, you don't need a man. But guess what? She's cooking for her fucking family and man. She's fetching that man's slippers. All she doing is taking the jobs that you're supposed to be for your man, who's supposed to take care of you and your kids, and she finagled you out of that. She hustled you out of that shit. Now you're non-married. If you're lucky enough to have kids, you probably got multiple baby daddies. All your kids look like the fucking United Nations. And you're bitter because I can't find a good man. What happened to all the good men? They ran happily and fleeingly from you. Well, the black men need to come back and mentor. Yeah, their kids, not yours. Chaos goblins. Oh, you got that right. Chaos goblins. Shoot. Let me get out of here. It's been 10 hours. Hopefully this has been educational. Can't wait to come back and do part 2. We got to finish that video. Trust me. Part 2 is going to be a motherfucker. Hopefully I gave y'all some education and prove that I'm not some fucking person who doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. I could stand my ground with anybody. And have so, and forever will do so. Whoa! Let's get the fuck out of here, folks.
Woo!